I couldn't believe it, I was finally getting a break. A whole week off after an entire year of relentless training. Merlin be damned, I needed this. Sure, Rio and Nemuri visited from time to time, but those visits were eventful. Whenever Rio showed up, we spent most of our time tangled in the sheets, and I never complained about that. Nemuri, on the other hand, had a knack for showing up at the worst, or best, possible moments. And of course, she would always join in. But before I could enjoy my well-earned holiday, I had one last stop to make, reporting to my superior. Technically, it wasn't a leave but an officially sanctioned break for all newly minted agents. After being cooped up in this place for a year, it was about time. I reached my superior's office and knocked firmly. Despite the black mark on my report, they hadn't been able to send me home. The complaint? A lack of balance. Laughable, really. I had excelled in every other category, so they had no choice but to begrudgingly make me an agent. The door opened, and I stepped inside, standing at attention. Thankfully, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't require unnecessary salutes. Agent Tonks, how are you holding up? Maria Hill, my superior, asked. Though we were both agents, she outranked me significantly. Clearance levels dictated our ranks in S.H.I.E.L.D., and as a rookie, I was stuck at level 1. Maria Hill, on the other hand, was a level 8. Only one person in this building outranked her, Director Nick Fury. Doing well, ma'am. Just reporting before my break. Her sharp gaze lingered on me. Good. I read through your report on the final assignment. A clean execution. Final assignment. First mission. Call it what you want, but the reality was the same. I had taken a life. A week ago, I had been sent on my first assassination mission. My target? A lowlife ecstasy smuggler, a repeat offender who had walked free one too many times due to lack of evidence or missing witnesses. He was scum of the worst kind, and I didn't feel an ounce of regret being assigned to eliminate him. I had been briefed on his preferences, so S.H.I.E.L.D. dressed me accordingly. The moment he stepped into the club, his gaze locked onto me, and I played my role flawlessly. He bought me drinks, I pretended to flirt, and soon enough, I gave him the signal. The plan was simple: get him alone and take him out. But of course, my infamous lack of balance decided to make an appearance. As I stood, I tripped, and the bastard caught me, his hands lingering far too long. I clenched my fists, resisting the urge to break protocol right then and there. If he had tried anything further, I wouldn't have hesitated to end him immediately, mission be damned. But I held back. Barely. We made our way to a restroom stall, and the moment he stepped inside, he found himself staring down the barrel of a silenced pistol. I yanked him down onto the toilet, his protests silenced by a swift kick between the legs. His face contorted in agony, and I took a deep breath. This is for touching me, arsehole, I sneered before pulling the trigger. The shot to his crotch was messy, deliberately so. A clean kill would have made it too obvious. This way, it would look like a revenge killing, not an assassination. That was S.H.I.E.L.D. protocol: use every tool at your disposal, even your womanly charms. He was writhing in agony, and this was the moment that truly tested me. I had trained for this. I had always known that sooner or later, I would have to take a life. And yet, standing there, gun aimed at his forehead, I hesitated. He was a monster. He deserved this. With a steadying breath, I pulled the trigger. The silence that followed was deafening. His lifeless body slumped over, and I forced myself to look at him, to see what I had done. His horrified expression, the mess on the wall behind him. Nausea rolled through me, but I swallowed it down. Thanks to a clemency, I managed to leave the club without breaking down or vomiting in the alley. Outside, my assigned observer, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, met me near a food truck. He gave me a nod of approval. You handled it well. Green light. You'll get your detailed assessment later. Returning to my quarters, I found Rio and Nemuri waiting for me. They knew. Of course they knew. Without a word, I collapsed into their arms and wept like a child. They held me through the night, whispering reassurances, grounding me. We didn't do anything more than that. I didn't want anything more. Just their presence. By morning, I had accepted my new reality. I had taken a life, and I would take many more. Whether in this world or another, it was inevitable. I no longer felt human. Maybe I never had. At my assessment, I was awarded full marks and a distinction. They appreciated the way I had disguised the hit as a personal revenge act. If I had simply killed him in the alley, I would have lost points. S.H.I.E.L.D. considered seduction and deception as tools just as valuable as firearms. Yes, ma'am. I'm completely fine. The shrink cleared me, I said, handing Hill the report. She scanned the document, the stable stamp visible on the front page. That's good, Agent Tonks. I would have been disappointed if you were marked unfit. I have high expectations for you. I won't let you down, ma'am. She nodded. I hope you don't. Now, enjoy your holiday. You've earned it. As I turned to leave, I promptly tripped over my own feet, face-planting onto the floor. Groaning, I pushed myself up. The building should have shown me respect. I was Agent Tonks now, damn it. With an annoyed huff, I fired a few harmless hexes at the floor before heading to my quarters. Everything was already packed, and a cab was waiting outside. Shield was still watching me, of course, but I played along. I instructed the driver to take me to my apartment, but I had no intention of staying there. The moment I stepped inside, I spotted the portkey waiting for me. A quick glance confirmed the apartment was otherwise empty, enchanted with wards that would make it seem perfectly normal to outsiders. Fleur had been thorough. I took a deep breath and activated the portkey. The familiar disorienting tug whisked me away, and I landed, face first, on a grassy hill. Bloody portkeys, I muttered, pushing myself up. As I dusted myself off, my gaze landed on the breathtaking city below. Even with acclimacy, my jaw nearly hit the floor. The skyline shimmered, advanced beyond anything I had ever seen. Whoever set this portkey had done it deliberately, ensuring I would see this view first. So, do you like the city? A familiar voice whispered in my ear. I didn't jump. I knew that voice too well. Turning, I wrapped my arms around his neck, pulling him into a deep, passionate kiss. Wolf whistles sounded around us, but I ignored them. I was finally home. So, you didn't tell me, do you like the city or not? I asked Dora when I finally pulled away from our kiss. She pouted slightly, clearly not thrilled that I had stopped, but I knew that if I kept going, we'd end up in a bedroom, tangled together. And while she certainly wouldn't have minded, this wasn't the right time. Honestly, it's amazing. I wouldn't mind living here, Dora admitted after a moment, still looking a bit sulky. Then her eyes gleamed with curiosity. The house elves made all of this, right? I nodded with a small smile. Creative little buggers, she murmured under her breath. Nemuri and Rio designed the plans, Momo added, walking up beside us. The house elves decided that adding the plants would make it look better. After that, I introduced Dora to Jean, Aurora, and Natasha. She warmed up to them immediately. Dora was naturally outgoing and loved meeting new people. Once introductions were done, we decided to head back to our mansion. We had recently moved out of Eric's base and built a small estate on the western hills of the island. 6 months had passed since the metahuman fiasco. In that time, I had focused on training, going on dates, and handling various responsibilities. I had also grown much closer to Jean, Aurora, and Natasha, but our relationships hadn't progressed much beyond friendship. We had all been busy. Aurora was learning magic from Rumi and Nemuri, Jean was working with Fleur to understand her phoenix powers, and Natasha was still adjusting to her abilities. We also had our hands full with the management and development of Elysium. Despite their clear interest, none of them had pushed for a deeper relationship, likely because they saw how occupied I was. I knew that if I started something with them, I would want to dedicate real time to each of them, and that hadn't been possible yet. The island was finally complete, which meant we could take a step back and relax. When I officially decided to move out of Eric's base, Jean, Aurora, and Natasha immediately chose to join us. Throughout these months, they had given me plenty of signals, but I just hadn't had the opportunity to act on them. Now that was about to change. The house elves took only 4 days to construct our new home. Though I had knocks, we had decided to enjoy our time on Elysium first, given the effort we had put into making it perfect. Money wasn't a concern. With the global economy still in shambles, we could practically buy entire countries. Though the world had improved somewhat, my actions had set many places back by decades. The Middle East was unlikely to recover, while Russia still had a fighting chance. According to Nemuri, the worst-hit country was the United States. They had lost billions, and their recovery, if it happened, would take more than a century. The newly elected president had already abandoned some of the smaller cities that had been hit by the EMP warheads, focusing resources on places like Las Vegas. One of the biggest global issues remained the satellite systems. I still had control over them, and they had yet to remove the virus I had embedded. Their defense systems were down, forcing them to rely on outdated radar detection equipment. For now, I was letting them be, but if they tried anything, they were fair game again. So, where's that depraved pervert? Dora suddenly asked, pulling me out of my thoughts. We had finally made it inside the house. I don't know, she said she was going out to get us food, Rumi replied with a shrug. We all settled at the dining table, while Dora kept chatting with Jean, Aurora, and Natasha. A few minutes later, Nemuri appeared, carrying several crates in her hands. I brought pizzas, she announced excitedly, setting the boxes down before pulling a shrunken crate from her pocket. She enlarged it, revealing bottles of Coke. "Brilliant!" Dora exclaimed, grabbing the topmost box. She blinked in surprise upon seeing her name on the lid. Opening the box, she found her favorite toppings inside. Dora turned to Nemuri, admiration clear in her eyes. "Thank you, Nemuri. You're most welcome. See how much I love you." Nemuri teased with a smug grin, handing Dora a bottle of Coke. We quickly realized that Nemuri had customized a pizza for each of us, catering to everyone's individual tastes. The meal was lively and fun, and I had forgotten how much I missed pizza. Afterward, Nemuri handed me an ice cream. In that moment, I realized something: I still loved ice cream. And maybe, just maybe, I wasn't going to destroy Earth. What? It was inevitable. I was destined to become the Leviathan of destruction. I might not destroy this Earth, but somewhere out there, another Earth would face its doom. That was just the natural order, like the Phoenix Force's cycle of destruction and rebirth. "So, I say we book a private beach or island to enjoy ourselves," Rumi suggested as the conversation turned to vacation plans. "No, I think we've had enough of the sea. We should try the mountains this time, Non," Fleur countered. "No way. What if I trip and fall?" Dora said, looking horrified. Her concern was hilarious, given that she was a literal goddess with magic and apparition at her disposal. "Dora, you can apparate," Momo deadpanned, giving her a blank stare. Dora looked sheepish, rubbing the back of her head with a nervous chuckle. "I think a forest would be nice," Aurora suggested. "A romantic location would be better. Paris or Venice," Jean mused dreamily. "What do you think, Natasha?" Natasha simply shrugged. "I don't have a preference. I've never been on vacation, so anywhere is fine." The room fell silent for a moment before everyone erupted in horror, determined to make Natasha's first vacation perfect. Meanwhile, I was getting a headache. Nemuri had been oddly quiet, which was always a bad sign. From the corner of my eye, I noticed her and Luna exchanging looks. Their silent communication meant something was definitely up. "Luna, do you have something you want to share?" I asked, immediately catching her attention. Everyone turned to her as she gave me an innocent smile. "Why, yes. Would you mind if I suggested a place?" Luna asked sweetly. "Of course not. What do you have in mind?" She beamed and pulled a brochure from her pocket, laying it on the table. Flipping it open, she revealed a breathtaking landscape. "Patagonia, between Argentina and Chile. I say we go on a camping trip here." I looked around, gauging everyone's reactions. No one seemed opposed. It was clear Nemuri was already on board, meaning everything was likely arranged. I had always wanted to go on a camping trip, and this seemed perfect. Turning back to Luna, I found her patiently waiting for my answer. A smile crossed my lips. "Sure, Luna. Patagonia it is." The moment I agreed, she squealed in excitement, Flash stepped into my lap, and pulled me into a deep, passionate kiss. Everyone cheered, and after a few minutes, she finally pulled back, grinning from ear to ear. "Don't worry, I already booked the tickets." We all laughed nervously. Typical Luna.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
"Bugger me sideways," Dora gasped in her usual manner. "This is beautiful," Dora exclaimed in pure awe when she looked down from the mountains. "Weren't you the one who didn't want anything to do with mountains?" I asked Dora in a teasing manner. Dora decided to maturely stick out her tongue towards me. "Grow up, Dora, that's unbecoming of a lady," Fleur said and glared at them. Trust Fleur to preach about manners even on mountains, away from any kind of civilization. Dora rolled her eyes after she heard Fleur. What Dora didn't know that Fleur only did this with Dora. Fleur was simply amused by Dora's irritation. After all, Fleur only got some reaction from Dora. If Fleur was really uptight about lady manners, then she would have been bothering either Nemuri or Rumi. Obviously, Dora was completely oblivious to this. She honestly thought that Fleur was serious. "So, Luna, are you having fun?" I asked Luna, who was happily humming a song, while looking at a map. Hearing me, Luna finally looked up from the map. Luna was wearing her signature pink glasses, which she had brought from the HP world. One of the lenses was glowing blue while the other was glowing red. She insisted that those glasses were her adventure glasses, and an adventure without those glasses can't be called an adventure. Unfortunately for Luna, the glasses she brought from the HP world were too small for her. So, Momo had to make the glasses, and Luna charmed them before we started our trip. "Oh yes, this is lovely," Luna spoke happily. "Even though I have seen all of this beforehand, but seeing it on my own is completely different," Luna said while nodding to herself. "But why are you using maps? Using magic would have been easy, right?" Natasha asked in a confused tone. That's because it's much better this way, Momo butted in from the side. Yes, Daddy and I always traveled using maps, not magic. It's more fun this way, Luna dreamily spoke and agreed with Momo's statement while nodding her head. Food's ready, Rumi announced, and all of us gathered around her. Rumi, Jean, Ororo, and Nemuri were responsible for water and food. All of them were useless with food, but while hiking we have planned to eat instant food. The four of them could at least make instant ramen or noodles and heat the water. Yes, we could have brought all kinds of delicacies with us. If we kept the food inside a trunk with a stasis charm on it, then we also wouldn't have to worry about the food going bad, but Luna and Momo put their foot down. I also agreed with them. Rumi also supported us, and everyone agreed that Luna obviously had a point. Obviously, if we are still eating our regular food, then it would have taken a lot of fun away from camping. Rumi, Jean, and Ororo handed us bowls of instant ramen while Nemuri was filling the water bottle. After a hike of 3 hours, we decided to take a small break and have breakfast before we continued our hike. We have started our journey before the sun rose, so we didn't have time for breakfast. Honestly, I wasn't experienced in camping, none of us were, except Luna, so all of us followed her command. All of us were wearing winter clothes. It wouldn't have been a problem if we were still wearing normal clothes, but Natasha and Jean would have been obviously feeling cold. After all, even though they were metahumans, they still felt temperatures like any other normal human. Yes, it was different for Jean though. She was Phoenix Force's host, so she wouldn't have felt the cold, and Ororo's powers made her somewhat immune to cold temperatures. So, how high are we going to go? Ororo asked before slurping the ramen broth. To the top, at least we should try. I am not saying anything more, Luna said, deciding to remain tight-lipped. That was pretty much useless, but I think I get where she was coming from. She is able to all of the possible futures from a single point, and even a small thing like farting could lead us to a different timeline. Everyone thinks that time is like a river, but that's not entirely correct. From what I have understood from Luna about time, time is like a group of uncountable interwoven strings that merge at a single point, the present. All timelines or the possible timelines merge at a point, only a single point, which changes by each second, or if we are being precise, by every millisecond. Some people will say that the past can't be changed, but it can be, and sometimes changing the past might lead the future to get shafted. Like it would have happened if the Avengers wouldn't have returned the Infinity Stones to the original timeline. A/N. Now, I don't remember who it was, but someone asked, won't the TVA intervene with the MC and the girls since they are messing with the original timeline? The answer is no. The TVA won't intervene because neither MC nor the girls have created any kind of time paradox. After arriving in this world, neither MC nor the girls ever once messed with time. Yes, they used time turners to train and have sex, but they didn't create a paradox. It's the same thing that happened with Logan in X-Men in the days of future past. He changed the past, but it didn't create a paradox. It was the same in the movie Avengers Endgame. They took the stones and returned them without creating a paradox. But when Loki stole the Tesseract and decided to run away, he created a paradox. That is why the TVA decided to intervene. Even when Captain America decided to stay in the old timeline and grow old, the TVA didn't intervene. So, it has become quite clear that TVA only intervened when a paradox happened, then don't intervene when someone travels back in the past and changed the future. The TVA also won't intervene because according to them the MC is a cosmic entity who decided to visit Earth, and whatever he and his girls have done has been done in the current timeline without changing the timeline. So, yes, messing with time is very risky and shouldn't be done if half of the universe isn't being threatened. Well, I am pretty sure that Thanos will have a huge surprise. I can get my hands on both the Mind Stone and the Space Stone during the events of Avengers 1, which took place in 2012. So, should I let the events play out as they did or step in and take the stones before the shit could hit the fan? Something to ponder on at a later date. Now, the Infinity Stones are something that I can't leave lying around, as they are too strong for something to be left aside, which means I need a gauntlet or something similar. I would have taken the gauntlet from Thanos' dead cold arms, but I am pretty sure that it would be too big for me, but I can always morph the gauntlet to fit my hands. I can also make something for myself from URU, but getting hands on URU would be a pain in the ass, but I should also try out Vibranium. I have already decided that I will be going after Clay. Since I will be taking the stones from New York, there will be no Ultron. Now, what to do about the Power Stone? Well, I know that Morag is in Andromeda Galaxy near the eclipsing binary star. The deep star satellites aren't ready, or I would have been able to get the images. So, it's decided as soon as Momo makes the spaceship I will be making a trip to Morag. I also don't need to worry about the Reality Stone. After all, if the things play out like they should have been, then Jane Foster will bring the Reality Stone to Earth, but I can't keep that hope. After all, I have already fucked the original timeline into oblivion. So, I will wait and see, and if everything gets cocked up, Malekith would still be bringing the Reality Stone here on Earth. Earth will still remain the converging point of the 9 realms. No matter how I fuck up the timeline, that will remain the same. Now, what to do about the Time Stone? There is a small chance that the Ancient One will let me have that. Well, I don't have a problem with that. She can keep the stone for all I care. Lastly, the Soul Stone. Fuck that. I won't be going after that stone. Of course, if Thanos brings me that stone, then I will graciously accept the stone. Maybe I should point him towards Vormir. I can do that at least. After all, he will be bringing the stone for me. What are you thinking about? I suddenly heard Rumi's voice. Her voice brought me out of my thoughts. Hearing Rumi, everyone turned towards me. I was thinking about some important artifacts, I said cryptically. It's not that I don't trust them or anything. I just don't want to reveal the stones now. Who knows, Nemuri might go after them thinking that they must be shiny. Speaking about Nemuri, my eyes found her. She was intently staring at me. Her nostrils flared. Rio, do you know that having sex while camping is a must? Nemuri gushed out in pure joy and excitement. The others obviously decided not to comment on that. Talk about a single-track mind. Well, she wouldn't be Nemuri if she didn't declare something like this. By the time it was dark we were already trekking through snow. Even though nothing could possibly happen to any of us, we still wanted to call it a day and set up camp for the night. With magic, we could have easily continued our trek, but everyone agreed with Luna that it was much better when we weren't using our powers or magic to make things easy. The tents we have brought were also mundane. While setting up the tents, out of the blue a snowball fight broke out. The fight was really competitive and it finally ended when all of us ended up on snow laughing off our asses. It was really too much fun. I don't remember when was the last time we had fun like this. The girls were really unhappy that my tent was only big enough to host 2 girls at a time. But it also meant that they can have me for themselves for a night. The tents were finally set up in a circle. After that, Luna as the head decided to assign duties. Luna assigned Natasha and me to the hunting duty. If you don't mind me asking, what kind of animals should we expect? Natasha asked Luna. Even though Natasha has left behind her spy life, she was still unable to forget the old habits. Like this one, we were simply hunting for food. There was no need for a debrief. Luna simply smiled at Natasha's question. Foxes and mountain goats, Luna said while nodding her head. Sometimes she felt like a sage. The similarities were really uncanny. Oh, it was the only thing that came out of Natasha's mouth and both of us left to look for our food. So, are you sure that we are going to find some mountain goat here? I have no problem with a fox too. After walking in the snow for almost 10 minutes, Natasha spoke up. Wow, Nemuri would have crossed if she would have heard that Natasha didn't mind eating up a fox. Well, if eating a fox is the only way of getting food, then I don't think anyone would mind. Well, except Nemuri, that is. Pretty sure, it would be cannibalism. Yes, we will definitely find mountain goats here, and don't ever let Nemuri hear what you just said about foxes, I answered Natasha. She noticed that when I said that we were going to find mountain goats, my voice was really cold. If Luna said that we are going to find mountain goats, then we are going to find mountain goats, I declared in a serious tone. Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. I know that Luna has the ability to see the future, but sometimes it's just hard to get used to. Natasha spoke defensively as soon as I finished speaking. I am also sorry. I shouldn't have reacted like that, I said in a sincere tone. It makes me remember the time when Luna started Hogwarts. Even though due to the 2 Ravenclaws unable to enter the dorms dissuaded everyone from bullying Luna, it didn't stop them from calling her loony, and I hated it when someone called her that. I wanted to beat up those kids, but Luna stopped me from doing that. She said it was fine, even after so many arguments that it wasn't fine. Luna didn't budge. She said that it was fine because she was going to be the bigger person here and not react to the name. According to her, it would stop if she didn't react, and it did stop only after the Easter holidays during her first year. I sensed several life signs in front of us. It was clear that the life signs didn't belong to humans. I made a gesture towards Natasha to stay silent, to which she nodded her head in understanding. When we finally came close enough, we saw that a group of foxes was surrounding a mountain goat. Natasha silently pulled out her knife and pulled her arm back. I had a pretty good idea about what she wanted to do and I allowed her. After all, I knew that Natasha's aim was great and it has become more precise after she gained her powers. She finally threw the knife towards the goat. She didn't wait for long because the foxes could jump the gun and sink their claws and teeth in that goat. Neither the group of foxes nor the goat noticed the knife until it lodged in the goat's head. The foxes immediately looked around, and as soon as they saw Natasha's glowing blue eyes in the darkness, they decided to turn tail. Did I just scare off those foxes? Natasha asked me with a bewildered look on her face. Seems like you did, I deadpanned, and we both started to walk towards the spasming body of the goat. Blood was pooling on the snow, giving it a similar color to Natasha's crimson hair. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Natasha pulled out the knife from the goat's head and wiped it clean on the goat's fur. So, are we going to dismantle it here or take it back to the camp? Natasha asked me. After thinking for a few seconds, I gave her my answer: let's take it back to the camp. Natasha nodded and stood up. She took out some ropes from her backpack. While Natasha was doing that, I started to walk towards the nearest tree. Climbing a tree was pretty easy even without magic or my powers. After cutting off a branch, I simply jumped down. When I came back, I chopped off the twigs from the branch and Natasha efficiently tied the goat by its legs on the branch. It was clear that Natasha had some experience before. Both of us picked up the branch and put it on our shoulders. With our strength, it would have been easy to carry the goat back to the camp on our own, but getting a helping hand is always nice. Have you done this before? I asked Natasha curiously. She was in the back, so I was unable to notice her facial expressions that changed into a frown. Yes, when I was young I was left in a forest covered in snow with only regular clothes on my body. I wasn't the only one, there were others. We had to survive for a week. We had to do what was needed to survive, Natasha said in monotone. It was clear that she didn't want to speak about that part of her life. It's fine, you know, you are fine. You no longer need to go back to that place. What matters is the present and the future. With your present you can build your future. You can have whatever future you want. You can't live in the past, it will only drag you down. You can't change your past, but you can have whatever future you want to have. I spoke in a gentle manner. I tried to be sincere with what I said. For a few seconds, Natasha didn't say anything and kept walking silently. Thank you, Natasha finally said in a soft tone, and the rest of the walk was completely silent. We finally arrived at the camp and Natasha started to dismantle the goat corpse. She expertly skinned the goat and drained its blood. The other girls decided to give her space. I was in charge of cooking, so after Natasha was done dismantling, I seasoned the meat and put it on a skewer and positioned the meat over the fire. All of us patiently sat around the fire sharing stories while the meat was getting cooked. When the meat was finally done, Momo helped me serve the food while Rumi brought a bottle of scotch. Nobody denied the drinks and dinner continued. It was clear that all of us were having a lot of fun. Taking a break from time to time is really nice. After the dinner was over, we decided to drink for a few more hours until we get completely sloshed. Getting sloshed wasn't something that was going to happen, at least not with any of us except maybe Aurora and Natasha. I didn't know what kind of tolerance Jean got because of the phoenix stashed inside her. Even after an hour of drinking, all of us were completely fine. Luna decided to put her foot down because we needed to get up early. While Luna was saying that, I heard Natasha talking with Nemuri and Momo. Momo looked really proud, but Nemuri wasn't so happy, but she still had a perverted grin on her face. I decided to ignore that and entered my tent. I was sure that someone or twosome would be joining me for the night. I was betting most of my money on Nemuri. On the way here, she had made it clear that she wanted to have sex. I took off my jacket, shirt, and pants before I slid under the blanket. After some time it seemed like I was right and someone was approaching my tent. I was slightly surprised that it was Natasha. Natasha opened my tent flap and crawled inside. I was already getting the idea about what she wanted. She must have been talking about this with Nemuri and Momo. How can I help you, Natasha? I asked her, even though I knew her reason. That didn't mean that I won't see if she is ready to accept it or not. After the talk we had in the forest, I have been thinking about what to do with my future. You know, when I calmly thought about it, I found that the decision wasn't hard, Natasha said and started to unzip her jacket. She was wearing a tank top inside. I want my future to be with you. I can't see my future without any one of you, Natasha said and pulled down her pants. With that done, Natasha calmly slid under the blanket and started to caress my body. I was slightly surprised by how passionate Natasha sounded. Are you sure about this? There will be no going back. I am a very possessive guy, I said in a serious tone. Natasha's hand stopped around my abs and she gave me a determined look. Yes, I am pretty sure. But I will leave if you don't want me, Natasha said in a serious tone. I would understand if you don't want someone like me, Natasha finished and pulled her hands away from my body. You have no idea how badly I want you, and your past doesn't mean shit. The things I have done in the past, and I might have to do in the future, will make your ledger look like child's play, I said with a serious tone, and my hand snaked around her waist and I pulled her closer. Natasha didn't protest in the slightest. I just want to know if you are sure or not, I said to Natasha and looked at her intently. Yes, I am sure. Now, make me yours, Natasha said in a husky tone, and her lips met with mine for the first time, but I was pretty sure that it won't be the last time. During the kiss, our hands didn't stay idle. My right hand was caressing her back while with my left hand I was caressing her delicious thighs. For a second my right hand separated from her back and pointed towards the tent flap. I knew that the other girls knew what was going to happen in my tent, but that didn't mean that I was going to torture them with our activity. After I was satisfied with the silencing wards around the tent I have just cast, my hands returned to explore Natasha's body. This time my hand didn't go for her back. I started to caress her flat stomach. Her skin felt really smooth and soft. Natasha's hands weren't idle. Her right hand was snaked around my neck. Sometimes she was caressing my face while sometimes she was caressing my hair. While her other hand was on my ass. Since we started to make out, her hand didn't leave my ass. Even though we didn't want to separate from each other, we had to. I had found that I could live without air, but it made me really uncomfortable because since I was reborn I was used to breathing, but I didn't need it anymore. But that wasn't the case with Natasha. Yes, she might live because of her nigh immortality, but she will definitely pass out due to lack of air, and neither of us was in the mood for that. You seem to really like my ass, I said while kissing her jawline. It wasn't a question though, more like a statement. Yes, you have a cute ass, Natasha said in a husky tone. I know as a man I should be offended, but I didn't. This wasn't the first time someone said that my ass was cute and I didn't mind that much. But your ass can be called perfection, I said, and my left hand finally groped her ass for the first time. Natasha moaned into my ears. I found that really enticing. Unfortunately, I was already hard, or I would have gone hard with just her moans. I started to rub her ass. Finally her right hand left my face and slowly snaked down while caressing my chest and abs. After a small pause, her hand finally reached my crotch. She started to caress my shaft and balls with her right hand while her other hand was still groping my ass. My left hand was exploring perfection, which Natasha seemed to call her ass, while my right hand slowly slid under her top. She was wearing a sports bra under her top, but it didn't stop me from fondling and groping her marvelous jugs. Even though the rest of the clothes were bothering us, neither of us was able to take them off because we didn't want to separate from each other. After a few seconds of groping and patting, Natasha's body arched back. Don't stop. I am close, so close, Natasha moaned in pure ecstasy. I continued to caress her body and she finally reached her climax. After a few more seconds, I decided to give Natasha a small break so that she could catch her breath. She was fine only after a few seconds, might have something to do with her regenerative healing factor. Natasha gave me a smile and sat up. With a swift motion she took off her top along with her bra, revealing her marvelous breasts. They are beautiful, I said in an odd tone, and Natasha smirked slyly when she heard my compliment. Natasha immediately leaned down beside me once again. She made sure that her tits were within my reach. Why don't you show me how much you appreciate them? Natasha asked me slyly. I didn't need to be told again, and my hands reached to her soft breasts. Slowly I gave her right boob a lick. Natasha moaned and pulled my head into her chest. Her left hand finally left ass and snaked inside my boxers. She grabbed a hold of my shaft and started to pump it slowly and gently. The buildup was almost unbearable now. Natasha finally pulled herself back and sat up once again. Nimbly she grabbed the hem of my boxers and pulled them down, finally freeing my member. She took a hold of my shaft with both of her hands. With her right hand, she gave my balls a gentle caress. I groaned in pleasure and a smile appeared on Natasha's face. Let me take care of this, Natasha said in a low voice and finally lowered her head on my member. It was so hot that I almost screamed as soon as she took my length in her mouth. With her right hand, she grabbed the base of my member to keep it steady and started to bob her head up and down, while with her other hand she was caressing my balls. Only after a few seconds, I found that I was almost nearing my climax. I gonna come, I grunted out in pleasure. Natasha didn't stop her ministrations. In fact, she increased her speed and efforts to milk me. Only after a few seconds, I felt my balls tighten and I started to release my load in her mouth. Natasha understood that I was going to come and she expertly gulped down everything. Let me return the favor now, I said and got up. Natasha was obviously happy to oblige and laid down. My hands grabbed the hem of her panties and pulled them off. She raised her legs to make it easier for me. I gently parted her legs and for the first time, Natasha was looking shy. Her sacred garden was completely shaven. I gave a gentle pinch and Natasha moaned loudly. Slowly I lowered my face towards her honeypot and gave a lick. Natasha's whole body shuddered. I was deliberately wasting time to get Natasha worked up. I finally dove down and started to eat her out. Natasha screamed in pleasure. Yes. Just like that? That's the spot, she stuttered out between her moans and screams. I happily obliged. After a couple of minutes her whole body shuddered once more and she came. You taste amazing, I said when I finally pulled out my face from between her legs. You too, Natasha said softly between heavy breaths, but she didn't look tired at all. Rio, take me. Don't make me wait, make me yours, Natasha said huskily. I would be happy to, I said and positioned my shaft in front of her entrance. I pushed myself inside her and groaned when her warmth enveloped me. Natasha moaned in pure joy. I could see the lust in her eyes. When I completely entered her she started to gyrate her hips against mine. I started to move when I saw that she wanted me to move. My hands landed on her marvelous tits and started to play with them. You are so tight. I groaned in pleasure while I was thrusting. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Harder, do me harder, Natasha moaned and I increased the intensity of my thrusts. That seemed to make Natasha happy and she started to moan and scream out my name, which made me really proud. I am close. Natasha moaned and arched her back. I am also close, let's come together, I grunted out. Natasha nodded her head, and only after a few seconds both of us came together. I gently laid down beside Natasha and pulled her over my chest. A content and satisfied smile was gracing her face. Don't tell me that you are already done with that, I said while caressing her face. The smile on her face grew even bigger. Don't worry, the night will be long, Natasha moaned and cuddled closer. I will take you up on that, I said, and my hands snaked around her waist and kept her hugging my body. For a couple of minutes, both of us stayed like that, in each other's arms. We didn't say anything to each other, we didn't need to, for now. We both knew what we wanted. Natasha finally looked up towards my face. You know, this almost feels surreal. I had never thought I would ever be able to get out of my past, Natasha said and initiated a kiss. I happily returned. Now, I am looking towards the future with anticipation, Natasha said and pulled herself up from my chest. I didn't say anything to her and kept watching her with care in my eyes. Yes, Natasha deserves some happiness. As her lover I will give her that. I felt Natasha's fingers wrapped around my hardened member. Natasha got up and slowly lowered herself on me. I saw my shaft disappear within her. It's going to be your life's best ride, Natasha purred and lowered herself up to my face and gave me another kiss. Oh, then, I am looking forward to it, I said, and Natasha finally started to move. Her swaying boobs were an enticing sight to see. It was clear that they were calling to me. So, I reached up to them and started to fondle them. Natasha moaned when I pinched or twisted her nipples. Neither of us stopped until we finished the 8th round. Neither of us were tired, but it was already late and Luna would chew us out if we got up late. Yes, I could have returned to our house and bring a time turner, but Natasha didn't want me to leave. Stay. Natasha whispered softly and cuddled with me. Don't worry, I am going nowhere, I cooed softly and stroked her back. Both of us stayed silent after that and I kept stroking her back. I love you, Natasha whispered in a low voice. I lowered my head in surprise only to find that she was already asleep with a smile on her face. Love you, too, I said softly and pulled her closer to me. The smile on her face grew bigger, just like I had thought everyone already knew what happened last night. The sly smiles and looks Natasha was getting from the girls was also another indication. Even Luna gave Natasha an appreciative nod. I was sure that Luna already knew about that. When Natasha and I finally woke up, the whole tent was smelling like sex. Even though both of us would have liked a shower, but unfortunately that option wasn't available to us. So, we simply had to get ourselves cleaned with magic. When I was done, Natasha was surprised to see that I was able to get the same effect like we would have gotten from a shower. Magic was handy just like that. Both of us quickly got dressed and left the tent, and now, here we were, sitting around the fire for breakfast. It was early morning. Both Natasha and I would have liked to sleep some more, but that was clearly not possible. So Nat, how was it? Dora asked Natasha with a huge grin on her face. Dora was giving Natasha a knowing smile. Natasha didn't react and gave Dora a sly smile. I was surprised that it wasn't Nemuri who asked the question. After all, I expect something like this from her. From the corner of my eyes, I noticed that Nemuri was looking at Dora proudly. Of course, that is why she is silent like that. She is proud that Dora is embracing her perverted side, but I knew that Dora had already embraced her inner pervert. Nemuri knew that too because of the times the three of us had threesomes. But unfortunately for Nemuri, Dora was a closet pervert. Since Dora was showing off her perverted tendencies openly, Nemuri looked proud. There were several times when Nemuri called Dora her protege. When our breakfast was finally done, we quickly disassembled the tents and covered the fireplace with snow. I found that setting up a tent takes much more time than disassembling it. After gathering everything, we resumed our trek. It took us about 5 hours to finally arrive at a suitable place. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Well, from suitable I meant the place Luna had seen in her visions. As soon as we arrived, we started to set up the camp. None of us were tired at all. The physically weakest among us was Ororo, but because of Rumi's training, she was also fine. Today the hunting duty was given to Natasha, Jean, and Ororo while I was only responsible for cooking. So, honey, did you have fun last night? Nemuri spoke in a sing-song voice and sat down beside me. Wouldn't you like to know? I asked in a teasing tone. Nemuri gave me a sly smile and snaked her arms around me and laid her head on my shoulder. Let me hug you, Nemuri whispered in my ears and licked my earlobe. My body slightly shivered, but after that, she just kept hugging me in front of the fireplace. Luna walked up to us from the other side and sat down beside me. She leaned on my body and put her head on my shoulder. I was acting as a body pillow for both Nemuri and Luna. My arms wrapped around both of their waists and pulled them closer so that I could hold them properly. None of us said anything, and after a few minutes, I felt that their breaths evened out. I looked at them and found that both of them were already asleep. The other girls who were currently in the camp cooed when they say how cute both Nemuri and Luna were looking. Dora conjured a marker and drew several things on Nemuri's face and then started to click pictures. I warned her that Nemuri will definitely take revenge. Dora just shrugged and continued what she was doing. When Nemuri finally woke up, I decided to act like I was asleep. I didn't want Nemuri asking me questions. The other girls also had similar thoughts, so they were already gone. Dora, this is all I can do for you? I screamed inside my mind and silently prayed for Dora. At first, Nemuri didn't notice, but when Luna started to giggle while looking at her, Nemuri immediately understood that something was wrong. With a wave of her hand, Nemuri conjured a mirror, and as soon as she saw her face, her whole body started to shake. Dora. Nemuri screamed loudly and stormed off. I have to say that Nemuri's instincts were pretty nice. Only after a few seconds Nemuri returned with a clean face. Good, you won this round, you clumsy goddess, Nemuri said through gritted teeth and plopped down beside me. Luna kept giggling even though Nemuri shot her a glare, but Luna didn't stop. Nemuri started to pout when her glare didn't work. She looked damned cute when she was pouting though. The other girls finally arrived back. Dora gave Nemuri a smug look. Nemuri glared at Dora but didn't say anything. Natasha, Jean, and Ororo finally returned. Today we were going to have a sheep. I don't know where Natasha found that, but it was fine since it was already here. Natasha patiently dismantled the corpse. After dinner, we decided to share some stories with drink. Nothing too serious, of course. After finishing a bottle of scotch and a bottle of fire whiskey, we finally decided to call it a night. We didn't need to get up tomorrow. After all, we would be camping right here. There would be no more trekking, so there was no need of getting up early. At first, I was surprised that once again I found myself alone in my tent, but it didn't stay like that for long. After about half an hour, 2 of my women decided to pay me a visit. One of them was obviously Nemuri and the other one was Luna. After setting up appropriate wards, the 3 of us enjoyed and explored each other, something the 3 of us liked to do very much. The rest of the days passed quite normally. The girls took turns to spend a day with me. Ororo and Jean also got their chances, but we still didn't take the final step. None of us were in any kind of hurry now that all of us were completely free from Elysium. It was really fun and all, but the week was finally over and we needed to go back. Dora also needed to get back to her job at S.H.I.E.L.D. Speaking of Dora, Nemuri did get her back with a tripping hex. Well, not the usual tripping hex. It was slightly modified. This would stay on her for an hour, and with Dora's usual lack of balance she had to sit for an hour before the hex finally wore off. Obviously, Dora wasn't happy with that and vowed to get back at Nemuri. I think it will be fine as long as they keep it friendly. Finally, the topic of the tomb came up when Dora heard about the ritual we performed to give Natasha all her powers. I knew that when we brought back Natasha to Elysium after the ritual was done, Nemuri had stayed back to cast muggle-repelling wards and anti-surveillance wards. After that, I didn't hear anything about that. Nemuri shrugged that none of us asked her, so she didn't answer. So, after she got back to Elysium, she went off to buy some islands for herself. The private islands we owned back in the HP world near Costa Rica were her first choice, but unfortunately for her in this world those islands were protected by some institution and the government. To preserve the flora and fauna, of course. Nemuri could have still gotten her claws in those islands, but it would have caused a media disaster and the island would be placed under close watch. Nemuri always preferred subterfuge, so something like this would have never bode her well, so she had to give up those islands. So, she bought the Kerguelen Islands. It is a group of windswept Indian Ocean islands filled with glaciers, mountains, and vast plains. But one thing stood out the most: the island wasn't inhabited. It was easy for someone like Nemuri to buy the islands. After she gained ownership of the islands, with the help of the house elves she started to place teleportation seals on the pyramid. Since it was huge and Nemuri wanted to be really careful with it, she patiently did her work. According to her, this wasn't something she could dare to mess with. So after the teleportation seals were placed over the pyramid, she did a complete inspection, and when she was finally satisfied she activated the seals and moved the pyramid to the Kerguelen Island. But what she didn't remember was that the teleportation seals weren't designed to teleport something so huge. So, some damage was caused to the pyramid during the teleportation. Thankfully, the damages could be fixed and Nemuri didn't have any problem with that. So, the pyramid was currently being fixed by the house elves. Nemuri was looking forward to the idea of her living inside a shiny pyramid. When the week was finally over, the 10 of us returned to Elysium. The next day Dora portkayed back to her apartment. With that, our small vacation was finally over. 2 months have passed since our small vacation and everyone has already gone back to their usual lives. The day after we came back, Dora went back to New York to work for S.H.I.E.L.D. Momo went back to research and development mode. Rumi went back to training and took along Aurora with her. Luna was being Luna, busy going on adventures with her basilisk. I can no longer call Adela my basilisk even though she is my familiar. Fleur also returned to her training and Jean happily accompanied her. Even though Jean wasn't a phoenix, she was getting all the traits because of her being the host of the Phoenix Force. Jean was a lot stronger now, and just like the Phoenix had told her, her body was getting modified slowly. Nemuri was busy with her businesses. Currently she was slowly sinking her claws in the Stark Industries. The only problem she was having was most of the shares were owned by Tony Stark and Obadiah Stannett. She can't buy shares from either of them because they were the current face of the company. She was also buying off shares from every major company, and she was also getting ready to sell off the 50% of resources she had taken. She was just waiting it out. Yes, if she started to sell them now then she would get huge profits, but that will also attract unwanted attention. Some people might start drawing the right conclusion. According to the world governments, the resources were stolen by Fox, and if suddenly Nemuri pops up and starts off selling the same things Fox had stolen, someone might connect the dots. That was something Nemuri can't have. After all, she was setting up a front now. But if Nemuri goes to sell the things after some time, then the people won't mind. Setting up a genuine company was much more important for her now. She thought that it was appropriate to fool everyone while standing right in front of their eyes. Now, the reason why selling the resources wasn't a problem anymore is because Elysium no longer needed them. Farming wasn't a problem and neither was importing something. Following Eric's order, a small branch was opened in Madagascar for the import-export business. Everything they needed to import was imported from there. Since it wasn't an import-export company on the front, people, or the government didn't pay it much attention, especially in the current times. Emma Frost was the head and she used her old sources to conduct business. On the front, it was a simple boat rental company. After coming back from the vacation, Natasha took over the spy network. Well, it wasn't much of a spy network since Natasha didn't need to do much. Most of the time she kept her eyes on the new military projects and their progress with their defense systems. They were still down. Natasha apparently loved her job. She actually loved being a spy. She had accepted her past and she was grown into a spy by the Red Room, but she hated it when she had to do anything against her wishes. She wanted a break from Red Room, but she knew that wasn't possible. Then S.H.I.E.L.D. came in and started to chase her around the world. To stay alive she agreed to join S.H.I.E.L.D. According to Natasha, being a spy on your own accord and being forced to become a spy are completely different things. Natasha found that she loved being a spy when she finally came to terms with her life as a whole. It happened during the vacation after she finally decided to follow her own heart. Now, enough about the others. I was currently planning for a small trip. Since I had already decided to get my hands on some vibranium, I wanted to check out the Savage Land first. I wanted to check the antimetal first and if needed bring the whole thing here so that no one could get their hands on the antimetal. From what I remember, in the movies, there was no Savage Land, and if there was, it wasn't shown. So, if I decide to go with the events of the comics, then it was pretty clear that antimetal would be used by a lot of people in the future. Since Savage Land is here and if I find the Beastmen in there, then it also means that Atlantis is also there. I will go out on a limb and guess that Namor Mackenzie is the king. Jean and Fleur had mentioned that they would like to go with me on my next mission. At that time, I didn't even know what I would be going after at first. I have decided to go after Clay later. He isn't going anywhere. So, I slowly approached where Fleur and Jean always trained and noticed that both of them were playing with their Phoenix Fire. From a distance, both of their fire looked the same, but Jean's phoenix flames had a small reddish tint to it while Fleur's phoenix fire was orangish in color. I am sure that there were a lot more differences if someone looked closer. I decided to watch them from a distance and immediately knew that it was a good decision. Both increased the intensity of their fire and both of their whole bodies was covered in flames, but neither were hurt by the flames. Even the grass under their feet was completely fine. In fact, they looked rejuvenated. Both of their flames kept growing stronger and bigger until the flames finally collided between them. It was a beautiful sight to see, but it was clear that Jean was getting tired. Understandable, since she was just the host of Phoenix Force while Fleur was a phoenix herself. Jean finally raised up her hands in surrendering manner, and both stopped using their flames at the same time and the fire just disappeared like it wasn't even there. Jean, you have improved a lot, Fleur said, complimenting Jean. Jean just nodded her head. She wasn't able to reply verbally because she was busy catching her breath. I finally started to approach them and only now the two of them noticed me. Fleur approached me and greeted me with a kiss. So, how long were you watching? Fleur asked me curiously. I watched the whole thing, the thing that both of you did with your fire, I said, and Jean was finally able to catch her breath. So, is this a casual visit? Jean asked me, but I leaned down and gave her a small kiss. Jean and I were already kissing since we started dating. No, I am finally going out for a mission. So, I came to invite you girls, I said, and as soon as they heard that I was going out on a mission, both of them became really excited. Of course, we would like to go, Fleur said. Even though she wanted to hide her excitement, she wasn't able to. Jean also nodded her head. So, where are we going? Jean asked me and raised her eyebrow. Have you heard about Savage Land? I asked, and both Fleur and Jean shook their head in denial. Well, the Savage Land is a tropical prehistoric land surrounded by volcanoes. It is a tropical preserve hidden from the rest of the world. It's near Antarctica, I said, and both girls looked really interested. Tropical island near Antarctica? Jean asked in confusion while tilting her head cutely. Yeah, I know that it's kinda confusing, but it is what it is, I said and shrugged. You said prehistoric, right? So will we be able to see dinosaurs? Fleur asked with stars in her eyes. I didn't know that she was interested in dinosaurs. Yes, there will be dinosaurs, but they might be different from what you have read in books. I didn't know that you were interested in dinosaurs. I asked Fleur in a confused tone. Well, it's nothing like that. I just wanted to see dinosaurs with my own eyes since you took me and Dora to watch that movie. Jurassic Park, Fleur spoke in a melancholic tone. Yeah, I also miss those times. Dora and Luna would join us most of the times, I said and laughed. At first Fleur and Luna didn't know much about movies. Luna knew what movies were, but she never went to see one, and Fleur didn't even know about them. After watching Predator, Dora kept freaking out from time to time, which was way too funny. Yes, those old movies are really classic and I remember the remakes too, but they were complete shit. Like the Predator sequels were a waste of time, and after Terminator 3 every movie in that series was completely shit. The Jurassic Park trilogy was awesome. Jurassic World was nice too, but Jurassic World: Fallen Kingdom was a crime against such a brilliant series. Just like the Fantastic Four remake, which came out in 2015, was a crime against mankind and the original series. Shit. Only now I remember that Human Torch was played by Chris Evans in the original series and Captain America is also played by Chris Evans. So, are they going to look like the same person or different? I think it would different. Jean doesn't look like her movie version, she looks like her comic version. Aurora also looks like her comic version instead of the movie version. I will check it out later. So, how are we going there? Fleur asked after both of us were done remembering the old time. Jean was obviously confused, but she didn't say anything to interrupt us while we were remembering our old memories. n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. We are going to fly, I said with a huge grin. Both Fleur and Jean also smiled. They wanted to show off their new powers. A woman in her early 20s appeared out of thin air in front of a tall glass building. She appeared right on the streets, but no one paid her attention. No one even bothered to look in her direction. The woman's dirty blonde hair was tied in a ponytail and she was staring at the building with a dreamy look on her face. The woman was wearing a sea green sparkly sundress. If any of the passersby were able to see her, then they would have definitely compared her with an angel. Everything about the woman could be called angelic, except one thing. Her glasses. Her glasses were bright pink and one of the lenses was glowing blue while the other was glowing red. A huge innocent smile appeared on the woman's face as she started to skip towards the building's entrance. POV Luna. I stopped in front of the glass door and it opened on its own. I wonder if Nargles are responsible for that. After all, I am under a notice me not charm and Nargles are known to ignore them. I shrugged and approached the reception. As soon as I entered the building, I dropped the notice me not charm and approached the reception desk. I knew that the woman behind the desk won't help me, though I wonder why. Must be Raxperts, they must be messing with her head. I pulled out my phone and texted Namuri. The woman behind the desk gave me an odd look, but I wasn't bothered about her. After all, she didn't know the secrets of the world. How may I help you, ma'am? The woman asked me. Even though her words were polite, her tone wasn't polite. She was mostly annoyed by me. I knew that tone very well, mostly from Hogwarts. But, I am going to be the bigger person here and forgive her. Well, even if I was going to forgive her, her life isn't that good and it would get worse in the future. Well, there was nothing I could do. Yes, sure. You can pick up the phone, I quipped in a cheerful tone, but the woman gave me weird look. The woman looked at her phone and frowned and was about to say something rude, but the phone started to ring. The woman was completely bewildered. Yes, that might be odd for her, but it's pretty normal for me. No need to complain. With a confused and worried look on her face, the woman picked up the phone. Yes, ma'am, the woman said with a scared look on her face. I will be sending her to your office and I will clear your schedule, the woman finished in a fearful tone and told me to take the lift. Thank you, I thanked the woman and skipped towards the lift. I already knew where I needed to go and which button I needed to press inside the lift. I entered the boxy contraption and pushed the button on which the number 50 was carved. The contraption started to move upwards and I started to hum the song the contraption was playing. It was really a nice tune. The contraption finally stopped and the doors opened with a ding sound. I walked out of the contraption and found myself in front of a pair of regal-looking doors. I pushed the doors and entered Nemuri's office. Her office was huge. Nemuri was sitting behind a huge glass table and her chair looked like a golden throne. I know it looked like a golden throne, but it wasn't made of actual gold, it was just shiny. Luna, not that I mind, but why are you here? Nemuri asked me with a confused look on her face. I am sorry, Miss Kayama, but this visit is strictly for business, I said with a serious look on my face. Of course, we can't have our private lives tangle with our business life. Nemuri gave me an odd look. Sure, Luna, whatever you want, why don't you take a seat? Nemuri said, gesturing towards the chair. I plopped down on the chair and beamed in happiness. Everything was happening like it is supposed to be. The chair felt more comfortable now that I was sitting on it. So, how can I help you, Miss Lovegood? Nemuri asked me with a teasing smile on her face. I beamed at Nemuri when she decided to treat this like a business deal. Miss Kayama, I have seen the newspapers in this world and I found them rather lacking, don't you? I asked Nemuri, who simply nodded her head with a smile. So, I was wondering if you would help me publish the Quibbler. I asked Nemuri, who stopped nodding her head and gave me a look. Yeah, sure. I will buy some publications around the country and hand them over to you, Nemuri said and shrugged. Once again I beamed at her with a huge smile on my face. Thank you, I won't disappoint you, Miss Kayama, I said in a completely determined tone. So, should we arrange the contracts? Nemuri asked me in an amused tone. Our business deal is already over, Nemuri, so we won't be needing any contracts, I said in a serious tone. Nemuri's smile vanished and her facial expression froze for a few seconds before both of us burst out in giggles. POV Rio. We are going to fly, I said with a huge grin. Both Fleur and Jean also smiled. They wanted to show off their new powers. I have heard that they have gained a flying ability some weeks ago. This was a nice chance for them to try it out. But we don't know how long we would be able to maintain our wings, Jean said, sounding not so confident. You don't have to worry. We could land if needed, I said in a reassuring tone. Both Fleur and Jean nodded their heads in understanding. Both Fleur and Jean unleashed their flames and wings of fire sprouted behind their backs. Jean's wings had a reddish tint to them while Fleur's wings were more on the orange side. Image here. After they were done, I nodded at them and started to float. Slowly I rose to the sky and the girls followed. When I reached the desired height, I stopped and looked at both Fleur and Jean. I am going to slowly increase my speed. I don't know if you would be able to match my speed or not, but try to use your max speed, I said and started to fly towards Antarctica. The girls caught up to me easily, so I increased my speed. I increased my speed to half of my max and the girls were able to catch up to me after some effort. It was a beautiful sight to see. Both of them were leaving trails behind them. While Jean's trail was red, Fleur's was orange. I didn't want others on the ground to notice this, so I cast a notice me not charm on both of them. Inside Elysium, it wouldn't have been a problem, but we were leaving the island and I didn't want to bring someone to the savage land. Even though I knew that most of the meta-humans were on Elysium, but there were still some meta-humans out there helping humans. They could still help the humans and follow us to the savage land. I decided not to increase my speed since the girls looked like they were on their max output. Thankfully the girls weren't tired even after 4 hours of travel. The three of us finally arrived above the savage land. The tropical forest was huge. I felt several life signs spread around the forest. There seemed to be some colonies too. After I checked that no one was below us, I signaled the girls to land. Both Fleur and Jean nodded their heads and followed suit. Slowly the three of us entered the forest. The trees were huge. I was pretty sure that the trees were no longer supposed to be this huge. I signaled the girls to land on a tree branch. I didn't want to land on the surface. Wow, do you see the color of these leaves? I don't think that they do photosynthesis, Fleur said in an excited tone. In her hands she was holding a giant leaf. The leaf was yellowish in color. Since Fleur was a phoenix, I wasn't worried that the leaf was poisonous. Even if it was, it won't matter. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I am not sure, but I think that even though these leaves are yellow, they can still carry out photosynthesis. The process might be different though, Jean said with a thoughtful look on her face. While the girls were busy talking about giant leaves, I spread out my senses in search of what I have come for, and I wasn't disappointed when I felt a huge lump of an unknown metal. I also felt several life signs around the lump of metal. It couldn't be called just a lump of metal though, it must be thousands of tons. From my senses, I concluded that some beings might have decided to build their colony around the lump of the unknown metal. Let's go, I have found what I have been looking for, I said while looking towards the colony's direction. Let's go, I have found what I have been looking for, I said while looking towards the colony's direction. Both Fleur and Jean already knew that the mission is more important. They can look around as long as they want after we finish our mission. So, what are we looking for? Jean asked me, looking slightly curious. A lump of metal? Well, not exactly a lump, I said while shaking my head. I was still unable to get the right word. Are you serious? Did we fly to another side of the world for a lump of metal? Must be some metal, Fleur exasperated while glaring at me. Of course, what do you take me for? I don't know the exact properties of the metal, but it is something special, I said while nodding my head. Neither Jean nor Fleur were happy due to lack of information, but they still nodded their heads. After all, they knew very well that sometimes we didn't have all the information. So, have you found where it is? It should have been easy for you, right? Jean asked me after she released a sigh. I raised my hand and pointed in the colony's direction. The island was filled with several kinds of metals, but I knew all of them, except the one where I was pointing, and it's pretty common knowledge that vibranium dropped from space, so it made it much easier for me to guess. Okay, let's go, Fleur said, and her fiery wings formed behind her back. Jean also followed Fleur's example, and wings of flame formed on her back. Take it slow, no need to rush now, I warned the girls, and started to fly towards the colony. The girls nodded their heads with serious looks on their faces and followed me silently. Because of the distance, I was unable to determine what kind of beings were residing in that colony. From what I know from the comics, there are several kinds of beings on this island. It could be Atlanteans, Beastmen, or some kind of mutant beings, but I was sure about one thing, that the beings were bipedal. Only after flying for about half a minute, I was sure that the beings residing near the unknown metal were not human. They had iron in their bodies, but they didn't have blood. The fluids in their bodies seemed to be unmoving. It took us about 10 minutes to reach the colony, and the three of us landed on a nearby tree branch. I am not dreaming, right? Fleur said with a bewildered look on her face. As soon as she finished speaking, she rubbed her eyes to check if her eyes were seeing right. Jean didn't say anything and shook her head. She shook her head once again. Nope, ants are definitely walking on two legs, Jean gasped in surprise. Ugh, they are big like humans. I honestly don't want to meet their queen, Fleur whined and groaned right after she was done whining. Image here. While the girls were busy in their own world, I was busy watching the ant colony. It brought back several memories of Solo Leveling World. I wonder if they have the ant king in there or not. There is definitely a queen inside there. I was already sensing a gigantic life sign buried under there somewhere. Well, who cares about the ant queen? My eyes were scanning the prize. A huge boulder of deep red metal was sticking out of the ground. I wonder if the anti-metal is responsible for the mutation in those ants. Quite possible. After all, this metal can destroy the molecular bonds of the other metals and liquefy them. I would have been surprised if it didn't have any effects on living beings. I really want to make myself an armor out of this stuff. Thankfully, we have learned how to use our flames. Jean's words brought me out of my thoughts. Hold your horses, girls. I don't know how your flames will affect that metal, so don't use your flames. And now fiend fire, I said to the girls. Fleur snorted. You are the one who should keep it in mind not to use fiend fire. After all, that's your signature move, Fleur deadpanned. True, I conceded. After all, fiend fire was my favorite spell. I have used that spell even more than the Cruciatus curse. The three of us nodded with each other and jumped down to the ground. As soon as we did that, the ants were notified because of the vibration. I felt like I was in Solo Leveling with how the insects started to crawl out of their nest. Jean was already using her disintegrating powers and the ants started to disintegrate into dust. Fleur was spewing out normal flames from her palms. Unfortunate that I was unable to use fiend fire. Even though I was disappointed, I didn't let it bother me for too long and started to spew out flames from my palms like Fleur. I was using normal incendio but on a much bigger scale. Even though it was the simplest fire spell, it was working perfectly. Looks like it was true that ants didn't think for themselves. They kept crawling out of their hidey holes and didn't care if they were turned to dust by Jean or burned into oblivion by Fleur and me. I was continuously sensing their life signs and there were still thousands of them inside that nest. For a few minutes, this continued until I felt that the ants were moving in our direction from under the ground. I have to say that they are really dedicated if they are digging new holes just to get to us. It would have worked if I wasn't able to sense their life signs. N/O/vel/B/C//OM. There are digging new holes, right under us, I shouted. Both Jean and Fleur nodded their heads, and the three of us started to move while continuing the slaughter or massacre, whatever you wanted to call it. How many of them are in there? Fleur asked while gritting her teeth. It was clear that she was frustrated. I was also frustrated. I wanted to end this quickly. Fleur, Jean, hold them back, I have gotten an idea, I said. Both girls nodded their heads in understanding. It wasn't like we were getting forced back, but it was getting annoying. And if those ants kept digging the holes beneath us, then the whole place might cave in before they reach us. I closed my eyes and started to pull every ounce of metal I was able to in my direction, but I carefully left aside the anti-metal. I didn't want to mess with it. For now. The ant screeches filled the whole place. Yes, they have iron in their bodies, but the amount was very low to cause them any pain. But it looks like I was wrong and they were feeling pain now that I was ripping out iron out of their bodies. Even after I extracted the iron from their bodies, they were still alive and able to move. Within a few seconds I had tons of metal to use. I gestured the girls to take flight and they followed. I started to slowly rise up in the air and the metal dust around us started to morph into huge lances. Lightning crackled around my body and I started to charge the lances with lightning. When the girls rose up to a suitable height, I started to launch the lances towards the ground one after another. The ground was mostly hollow, so as soon as the lances touched the ground they started to blow apart the whole place. Looks like I was right and the whole place started to cave in. Then, I concentrated my whole attention towards the biggest being inside there. I didn't stop launching the lances and I was pretty sure that Ant Queen was blown apart by now, but I didn't stop. As soon as the lances finished, I pulled them back and launched them once again, and kept doing that several times. I could still feel that there were several life signs inside there, but I think that they were inconsequential. I think that would be enough, I said, and waited for the dust cloud to settle down. When the dust cloud finally settled down, I saw that a pool of liquid metal was formed around the mountain of antimetal. The lances that landed near the antimetal must have turned into liquid. "Whew, I think that you slightly overdid it," Jean said and whistled when she saw the amount of destruction I had caused. "I agree, but this looks to be really interesting," Fleur said, pointing towards the pool of liquid metal. "The three of us landed near the pool, but none of us touched it." Fleur kneeled down and started to cast some charms on the pool. "Fascinating. None of the metals in this pool should be in liquid form at normal temperature, but here they are," Fleur said and looked towards the antimetal. She fired some spells on the antimetal and a frown appeared on her face. "This isn't a metal native to this world," Fleur whispered and continued her inspections. Jean looked towards me and I just shrugged. Looks like Fleur was already in her scientist mode. Jean also shrugged and continued to watch Fleur, who was looking at the mountain of antimetal with clear fascination. "This metal here seems to have some very unique properties." Fleur almost squealed. "Amazing," out of a sudden Fleur exclaimed like a mad scientist and started to stare at the deep red metal in complete fascination. Both Jean and I decided to patiently sit near the recently formed gigantic crater, courtesy of me, while Fleur was still running some tests on the mountain of antimetal. It has already been going on for a few minutes. "So, what do you think she will find?" Jean asked me curiously. "Don't know, but I think that she has already found several things about that metal," I said and kept staring towards Fleur, who was completely in her own element. "Yeah, I guess, it is pretty hard to tell. Both Fleur and Momo are completely lost to the world when they are in their scientist mode," Jean said and snickered. "True," I said in a bland tone and spread out my senses. "Only a few minutes ago I have caused a huge disturbance in here. I am pretty sure that someone must have heard it, and I don't want to be surprised. I did find some bipedal beings. Some of them felt like humans, or at least they had blood in their bodies, while a few felt like these ants, but they were different too. As for the animals, everything around was long gone. Animals have a keen sense of danger. I also sensed several groups of gigantic beings. Pretty sure it would be the dinosaurs." While Fleur continued to inspect the antimetal, both Jean and I continued our small conversation. Even though I was talking with Jean, I kept surveying our surroundings. You can never be too careful. Almost after half an hour, Fleur was finally done with her inspections. "So, what did you find?" Jean asked Fleur, who looked really proud of herself. "Depends on what you want to use this metal for," Fleur said in a cryptic tone and decided to take a small pose. I guess Fleur also loves dramatics. "First of all, this metal is extremely hard. Melting it would be even harder. You can't cut this metal with your usual equipment," Fleur said and plopped down on my other side and released a sigh. "This metal releases a vibration which can break the molecular bonds of other metals. This would liquefy other metals at room temperature. This metal also radiates unique radiation, which could have different kinds of effect depending on what your race is," Fleur said and pointed towards the pool of liquid metal on the ground. "We can make armors from this metal, right? And what kind of side effects can we expect?" I asked Fleur curiously. Even though I was sure that antimetal won't have any kind of side effects on beings like us, but getting confirmation from an expert would obviously be nice. "Yes, that is the best thing this metal could be used for. Well, beings like us won't have any side effects no matter how long we use this metal for, but if someone like Aurora uses this metal, or if she is exposed to this metal for an extended period of time, then there will be side effects," Fleur said while chewing on her bottom lip. I found that cute. She did that whenever she was thinking hard. Even Aurora, metahumans, or normal humans can use this metal if they are using it for a short period of time, but can't say what kind of effects this metal would have if used for extended periods. "I can't say anything more without conducting more tests," Fleur said and sighed in frustration. She must be bipolar in her scientist mode. Only a few minutes ago, she looked really proud of herself and now she is frustrated? "So, what are we going to do with the space rock? We can't take it back to Elysium," Jean exasperated. "I guess she has a point. I also think that taking this thing back to Elysium could be not a good idea, but I can't just leave it here after liberating it from the humanoid ant colony. But where else can I take this thing? I don't want to take this to some random place." "Yes? Didn't Nemuri say that she brought the Kerguelen Islands?" "Yes, I know that she is using one side of the island to keep her pyramid, but I could easily dump the antimetal on some other side of the island. I will take it to the Kerguelen Islands. I will dump the rock on some other side of the island so that house elves won't be affected by the rock," I said. Both Jean and Fleur immediately agreed with the idea. I pulled out my phone and called Nemuri. She picked up the phone only after a few seconds. "Hello, honey, did you miss me?" Nemuri asked me in a sing-song tone. "Yes, I missed you, but unfortunately this call is for business," I said, and I could swear that I saw Nemuri pouting on the other side of the phone. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. "Fine, take away all the fun," Nemuri whined, and from her tone she was definitely pouting. As soon as she finished I heard Luna's giggle from the other side of the phone. "Hello, Luna, I missed you too," I said, and another round of Luna giggle was heard from the other side of the phone. "Of course, I know that, silly," Luna said in her usual sweet and innocent tone. So, how can this humble fox help you? Nemuri spoke in a defeated tone. Did she just call herself a humble fox? Fuck that. She is anything but humble? Yeah sure. I won't even comment on this. Can you give me the location of the Kerguelen Island? I want to keep something there, I asked. Yeah, sure, but if it is something harmful then keep it away from the pyramid, Nemuri said in an uncaring manner. Send me the coordinates, I said, and cut the call. Only after a few seconds, Nemuri sent me both the coordinates and several pictures. Nemuri is really thoughtful. With the pictures I could easily apparate there. I should reward her later. So, how are we going there? Taking all of my equipment there would be problematic though, Fleur asked hurriedly. Don't worry, I will bring a chunk for you so that you can experiment with it to your heart's content, I said, and Fleur nodded with a huge smile on her face. I picked up a nearby stone and turned it into a portkaya. I was about to hand it over to Fleur when she spoke up. Wait, I don't want to go back now. There are a lot of interesting things here, Fleur snarked. I agree with her. Jean also agreed with Fleur, but I didn't want to leave them here. This was a really dangerous place. Yes, both of them are phoenixes, but that doesn't mean that I am not worried. If Rumi, Natasha, or Nemuri were here I wouldn't have any problem leaving them here. I sighed once again and grabbed Fleur's hand and put the portkaya in her hand. Fine, but if there is any danger then get out of here, understand? I said in a no-nonsense tone. Neither Fleur nor Jean said anything. Did you understand? I almost growled and both Fleur and Jean nodded their heads like woodpeckers. I know that they are strong and all, but they have zero experience in fighting. Yes, Jean had experience in killing, but that doesn't mean that she can't be taken out by surprise. Fleur might know different kinds of magical spells, but that doesn't mean that she would be able to take a life. Taking a life is a hard thing and Fleur's fighting experience is zero. Yes, back in the HP world, I have trained Fleur, but training and fighting for real are very different things and neither of them can use their full power. I grabbed another stone and made it a portkaya. I handed the second portkaya to Jean. I was also worried because I didn't know everything about this island. There can be a lot of unfriendlies in here. I know I am acting like a paranoid fool, but when it comes to the safety of my girls, I think being a paranoid fool is much better than a stupid fool. I kissed both Fleur and Jean and apparat to the Kerguelen Island. It is recommended not to apparate using pictures, but if you apparating to some barren wasteland then it could be useful. I didn't have to look hard to find Nemuri's golden pyramid. I started to rise up in the air so that I could scout the island. Just like I mentioned, the island was completely barren and empty, except the pyramid. I could only feel the house elves on this island. There were no other animals in here. Like fucking hell, the island didn't even have any trees, only some bushes here and there. That will be perfect, I whispered in a low tone when I noticed a small crater. I could put the antimetal there and I won't have to worry about it rolling into the ocean. With another loud crack, I apparat back to our room in Elysium. I opened the cupboard and pulled out several teleportation parchments. With those in my hands, I apparat back to the savage land and appeared right in front of the antimetal. I noticed that Fleur and Jean were gone, but I noticed that the two of them were on a nearby tree. I started to slap the teleportation parchments on the mountain of antimetal. It took me a couple of hours to get it done. By the time I was done with slapping the teleportation parchments on the antimetal, both Jean and Fleur were already gone back to Elysium. While they were here I kept sensing them. Once they even got in trouble with some kind of dinosaur or some kind of gigantic beast. I was about to go over there to help them, but when a huge mountain of Phoenix fire erupted from that place I found that the being was dead. So, I allowed them to continue their exploration. I released a sigh and activated the teleportation seals. With a bright flash, the mountain of antimetal was gone. Before I could return to Elysium, I needed to check the Kerguelen Island. With another loud crack, I apparat to the Kerguelen Island and found the mountain of antimetal was laying where I wanted it to. I used my morphing powers and made a small ball of antimetal. I grabbed the ball and looked at it with complete fascination. With another loud crack, I arrived on Elysium with the ball of antimetal in my hand. Good evening, gentlemen. What do you think of this? Nick Fury asked two of his most trusted subordinates, namely Agent Maria Hill and Agent Phil Cowlson, and pushed forward the file. Both Agent Cowlson and Agent Hill looked curiously at the file. A huge stamp could be seen on the top of the file, classified level 10. Both Agent Hill and Cowlson knew that to read this file you needed clearance level 10, which was the highest clearance level, the one their director Nicholas Joseph Fury had. Now, they were being shown a file, which could only be seen by Director Fury, so they knew that it must be something serious. Agent Cowlson finally picked up the file and opened it, holding it in front of him in such a manner that Agent Hill can see it too. Both of their eyebrows shot up. A huge frown marred their faces as soon as they saw the first page. On the first page, a picture of a glowing blue cube was attached. They already knew what this meant. Whatever was inside this file was related to Tesseract. With a deep scowl on their faces, they read the first page and understood what the higher UPS wanted from them. Sir, are we really going to do this? Agent Hill asked in a worried tone. Someone high-ranking like Agent Hill already knew what Tesseract was and what kind of disasters this thing could lead to, so she wasn't excited after reading the file. This is out of my hand. Now, the World Security Council wants a weapon to fight Leviathan, and this was right in front of them, so, we all know how easy it was for them to make such a decision. Fury spoke in an indifferent tone. Fury didn't care about what methods he was going to use, but he also believed that Leviathan was a threat to Earth that needed to be dealt with as quickly as possible. We already know those normal weapons aren't much threat to Leviathan, Fury growled. Both Agent Hill and Carlson reluctantly nodded their heads. But sir, we would need to be careful with this. We can't let Phase 2 become public knowledge, Agent Carlson said carefully. Agent Carlson, I completely agree with you in that regard, Fury sighed and nodded his head. He also knew what kind of backlash it would have if this thing got out. Personally, he would have preferred the Avengers Initiative, but that wouldn't work because he was currently lacking the superhumans for the Avengers Initiative. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Hill, from today onwards, I am putting you in charge of Phase 2. It must be done behind the scenes. It must be kept under wraps. On the front, we would be studying the Tesseract, collaborating with NASA to continue Project Pegasus. I will be assigning Agent Barton to keep an eye on the Tesseract when the scientists are around. Fury dished out the orders. Agent Hill nodded her head in acceptance. Agent Hill, this is an abandoned facility in Mojave Desert, Nevada. S.H.I.E.L.D. recently acquired this. I think it would be nice if it was put into some use, Fury said while pushing forward another file, but this didn't have a classified stamp on it. Agent Hill nodded her head. Both Agent Carlson and Hill knew that Director Fury was telling them to use this place to keep the Tesseract. After that, they dished out some minor details regarding Phase 2. When they were finally done, Fury released a huge sigh and rubbed his bald head. Carlson, what's the status of super soldier serum General Ross was working on? Fury asked. At first, Agent Carlson frowned when he heard the question, but his facial expressions returned to normal in a second. Very little. All the scientists working under him don't even know that they are trying to recreate the super soldier serum. General Ross also lacks a base product to use as the starting point. Carlson finished with a scowl on his face. He didn't like this project, and this fact wasn't a secret from anyone. Since his personal emotions were getting in the way, Fury had to pull him out of the project. Currently, Agent Barton was overseeing the project. The reason Carlson didn't like this project was because he was an avid fan of Captain America. The recreation of super soldier serum would lead to the recreation of Captain America, and according to him there could be no one who could possibly take the place of Captain America or Steve Rogers. But Agent Barton reported back to Agent Carlson, so Carlson had to grit his teeth and carry on his job. Let's wait and see what happens, Fury said with disappointment clear in his voice. What about the project General Newman was talking about? Fury asked with a slight interest in his voice. The president is still reluctant to give the green light. He had read reports of the things General Stryker has done and the mistakes his predecessor has made. He is scared with how Leviathan would react if he finds out, Carlson stated. Both Fury and Agent Hill gave him odd looks. Leviathan had affected our way of life on a much deeper level than we had first thought, Agent Hill murmured with clear distaste in her voice. Hearing both statements, Fury's face soured. He felt like he swallowed a bug. It took a few seconds for him to get his indifferent look back on his face. There is nothing we could do now, even though I don't like it, but I agree with the president. Currently we have no way of dealing with Leviathan, and General Newman's project would definitely attract Leviathan's ire, Fury finished while he was gritting his teeth in frustration. What does this so-called project entail? Agent Hill asked curiously. She knew that General Newman was trying to get his project passed, but the president was in clear denial. She had no idea about the project, but it was clear now that both Agent Carlson and Director Fury knew about it. Agent Carlson looked towards Director Fury for permission, who just nodded his head indifferently. Carlson turned towards his fellow colleague. We already know that every human has X genes inside their bodies. What makes us different from the mutants is that the X genes are active in their bodies while those genes lie dormant in our bodies, Carlson said, and decided to take a small pause so that Agent Hill could digest the information. When Agent Hill nodded her head, Carlson decided to continue. General Newman wants to find a way to jumpstart the X genes inside our bodies without any repercussions. When he is successful, he wants to make our own force of mutants so that we could fight against Leviathan. Carlson finished with a wry smile on his face. Now, I can understand why the president would be reluctant to give the green light, Agent Hill said and nodded her head sagely. Both Carlson and Fury nodded their heads sullenly. Kamaj Taj, Nepal. With a huge grin on her face, Luna walked out of the portal followed by the Ancient One. Both of them arrived in the Ancient One's room. The Ancient One was somewhat bored, so she decided to meet Luna and invite her for some tea. Luna obviously agreed and decided to join the Ancient One. The Ancient One gestured Luna to sit, who happily plopped down. Luna had her usual dreamy look on her face. So, how have you been, Luna? The Ancient One asked and waved her hand, and sets of teacups and snacks appeared on the table. Luna beamed and happily accepted the tea and snacks. I have been nice, thanks for asking, Luna said and took a small sip from her cup. The Ancient One smiled when she heard Luna's reply. Luna, I wanted to ask you if you knew something about the disturbances in the dimensions. The Ancient One asked curiously. It has been a few days since she had noticed some minor disturbances in some dimensions. It was not major and she could have chucked them as a common occurrence, but for whatever reason, she decided to talk with Luna. Luna thought for a few seconds. She obviously knew what was causing the problems, but she wanted to check if she could tell the Ancient One about it or not. When she finally confirmed that there won't be any problems, she decided to tell the Ancient One about it. It was due to the destruction of alternate timelines, Luna answered cryptically. The destruction of alternate timeline? The Ancient One asked with a confused look on her face. Luna took another sip. Yes, alternate timelines, they could be really dangerous. So, there is an organization called Time Variation Authority that intervenes and destroys an alternate timeline when created. According to them, there should be only one timeline, and I completely agree with them, Luna said, and took a small pause to see how the Ancient One was reacting. Wow, that's a lot to take in, the Ancient One said with a shocked look on her face. I looked at the computer screen in front of me with a bored expression. This was really boring though. I understand that I love being a spy, but sitting on my ass like this every day is really boring, and if not for my regenerative healing factor, my nerves would have been damaged. After returning from Patagonia, I finally decided to move on with my life. Sitting around throughout the day doing nothing was getting on my nerves. Yes, I was still training my powers even after I have completely mastered them, but I can't train throughout the day. I am not Rumi, after all. So, I decided to do something myself. I have been helping Momo with her projects and stuff, but I found that I wasn't happy doing that kind of stuff. The action was somewhat lacking for my taste. I had no problems working for her, and I am really glad how much she helped me, but I would have liked a job with a little bit more action. So, I spent a couple of days thinking carefully and found that I can only feel myself at peace if I was doing some kind of spy work. I would have denied this thought if I was thinking about it before I decided to take the final step with Rio. That obviously helped out a lot when I promised myself to him, and I honestly want to spend my future with him. So, I decided to try it out and found that I really loved being a spy. Rio said that it was quite obvious. After all, I was built to be a spy, and I wouldn't have survived for so long if I didn't like being a spy. I would have given up somewhere in my life. That's why I decided to manage the spy network for Elysium. Well, it wasn't too hard. I still remember when Eric dropped his jaw on the floor when he saw that I suddenly got so many powers out of the blue. He knew something was up but decided to hold his tongue back because he did not have any problems as long as Elysium was safe. Maintaining the spy network was literally a joke. After all, Momo's laptop made the job so much easier that it almost took away all the fun from it, though peeking in confidential meetings made that even. It has been 3 months since I have taken over this job, and it was somewhat fine even though I was bored most of the time. A month ago, Rio took Fleur and Jean to a place called Savage Land. I looked throughout the government databases and found that there were some records about Savage Land. S.H.I.E.L.D. knew the most about Savage Land, but they knew close to nothing, and if they knew by any chance, they haven't updated their systems. Rio brought back something called antimetal from there. The thing has the ability to liquefy other metals on contact. I don't want to imagine what governments from around the world would do to get their hands on something like this. I also know that Fleur brought back some more stuff from there, namely dinosaur DNA, huge leaves which came from huge gigantic trees, and humanoid insect carcass. I only found the antimetal to be somewhat interesting. After all, I was interested in what kind of effects weapons made out of antimetal would have. That is something that interests me, not that I need any weapon any longer to kill anyone. I sighed once again because the day has been boring till now. A small notification light started to blink in a corner of the third display. Oh, that seems to be interesting because that notification should blink if something happening in Fury's office. I have started to wonder how Fury called himself a spy master. He was literally a fool if he still kept cameras in his own room even after he knew that his systems were compromised. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Yes, I understand that only Fury can see the feed with his clearance level, but that doesn't mean that he should be stupid. Well, who cares? I shrugged and pulled the video feed to the main screen. Oh, this is going to be interesting. After all, both Coulson and Hill are in there. I saw through the whole meeting and I knew that there were 2 things I needed to do. First, I needed to inform Rio about this thing called the Tesseract. Looks like something important and powerful, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is going to make weapons from that. The next thing was something personal. I knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. had marked me as missing in action, and they considered me still alive until my body was found, but unofficially they thought me to be dead. That was an advantage on my side, but I didn't mind giving it up if I could meet Barton. I owed him at least a last meeting. I am currently alive because of him. If he had decided to complete his mission, then I would have been dead in a ditch. Well, there was General Newman's project too, but Rio already knew about it, so I didn't bother with it. General Newman has been trying to get the green light for quite some time, but every time he brings it up, the president puts it down. The new president is a smart guy. They mentioned that Barton was overseeing General Ross's project, so to meet Barton, I needed his location. Browsing through the S.H.I.E.L.D. gave me all the information I needed. Barton was currently posted in some facility in the desert of Las Vegas. It was a newly made underground base. I activated the AI to record anything important. I needed to meet Rio first. I got up from the chair and put on my sweatshirt and left the room, but not before locking the room. A violet sphere appeared right in front of me and I walked right into it, appearing in Rio's training room in Knox. I saw that Rio was holding some kind of purple ball in his hand. My instinct screamed at me. It was clear that the small purple ball in Rio's palm could kill me. My regenerative healing factor will get fucked if I get hit by that thing. So, I decided to patiently wait for Rio. He had already noticed me. I had no doubts about that. After a couple of minutes, Rio finally disintegrated the purple ball. I watched in utter fascination when he was playing with the destructive ball of energy. Even though I knew that it could have killed me, I wasn't able to stop myself from watching that damn ball. I found it somewhat beautiful. Rio approached me and before I could even say anything he pulled me into a kiss. I happily returned the kiss. When he kissed me, I sometimes thought that I was a teenager once again. I can't even understand how he can get such a reaction from me through a kiss. It almost felt magical. Well, it was magical for me at least. So, what's up? Rio asked me when he pulled himself back from me. I wanted to protest that he should have continued, but the rational part of my mind gathered back my bearings. I was getting bored, so I thought of paying you a visit. Can't I do that? I teased him with a small smile on my face. Rio looked at me for a few seconds before he started chuckling. Yeah, sure. You can come whenever you want. I like it, he whispered the last part, and he wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me closer to him and leaned down for another kiss. Yes, that was definitely worth it. I was once again disappointed when Rio separated from me, but I needed to tell him about the Tesseract, and I also needed to visit Barton. Rio, I wanted to tell you about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s latest project, I said, and Rio gestured me to continue. They are experimenting with something called the Tesseract. I didn't find any relative information about that in the S.H.I.E.L.D. archives, I said, and Rio was already interested, just as I had thought. Rio knew about the Tesseract. The only thing I found is that Hydra used the Tesseract to create weapons, and it was dug up by Howard Stark after the war. I finished and took a small pause. They are calling it Phase 2, and Fury also mentioned something about Project Pegasus. I finished and Rio nodded his head in understanding. I didn't think that S.H.I.E.L.D. would use the cube so quickly. Well, obviously you wouldn't find anything about Tesseract in the S.H.I.E.L.D. archives because they also don't know what that thing is. Fury had destroyed all information related to Project Pegasus. Well, let it be for now, but keep me posted if you can, Rio said. Well, that explains why I didn't find anything about Project Pegasus. Sure, I said. Now I needed to ask him about my request. I don't know how he is going to react. Well, here goes nothing. I have a request. I asked him somewhat nervously. Rio gave me an odd look. Don't need to be nervous, you can just ask me, Rio spoke in a gentle tone. Natasha, you have never lacked confidence, don't muck up your perfect record now. I chastised myself. I wanted to meet Clint Barton. He was a friend. I started to speak, but Rio cut me off in the middle. Yeah, sure. Whatever you want, Rio said, and for a few seconds, I didn't even register what he said. I thought that he wouldn't be happy because Rio didn't like S.H.I.E.L.D. I quickly snaked my arms around his neck and gave him a tight hug. Thank you, I whispered and separated from him. I noticed that he was still smiling at me. With that done, I decided to leave. I waved at him and opened myself a portal to Las Vegas and walked in. It was a busy time in Las Vegas after Leviathan dropped the EMP warhead in Las Vegas. They have been facing a hard time since then. They called it the Blackout Day, the day the bombs started to drop. 10 months have passed since Leviathan decided to test out his EMP warhead in Las Vegas. Since then, they have improved a lot. The government obviously helped. From the front, Las Vegas might not look like much except all the lights, parties, and the casinos, but a lot of things going on in the background. The government likes the huge amounts of taxes they get from Las Vegas. That is the reason the president decided to fix Vegas at first. A lot of things have changed since the Blackout Day. A lot of jobs have opened up. It might have been 10 months since the calamity hit them, but they were still a long way from completely recovering. Most of the businesses and casinos have opened up after the basic fixes were done, but all of them lacked the state-of-the-art security they boasted before the Blackout Day, so they had to hire guards. That was the reason a lot of people could be seen on the road, and for some months this time was the busiest time in the day. While the roads were filled with people going on the jobs, a violet portal appeared on the roof of a 15-story building, and a pale-skinned woman with crimson hair and glowing blue eyes walked out. The woman carefully looked at the building right across the street. It didn't even take her a minute to find what she was looking for. Her eyes landed on a room and a small smile appeared on her face. POV Natasha. I have to say, Clint, S.H.I.E.L.D. gave you a nice cover. I noticed everything inside Clint's room. I might sound and my actions might seem to be like a perverted creep, but these things go hand in hand with being a spy. Clint was talking with someone on his phone, could be his wife or his boss in S.H.I.E.L.D. For now, I decided to patiently wait and watch until he leaves the room. Clint might be overseeing the project General Ross is working on, but Clint always liked to watch from distance. That was his specialty. So, when Carlson was pulled out, Clint was asked to get the job done. Ross knew about Clint and he had offered Clint a barrack in his facility, but Clint denied it. There could be some additional reasons why he did that, but I am not privy to all of them, or Fury might have ordered him to do so. Who knows what goes on inside Fury's paranoid head. Clint finally dropped the call and he spent a couple of minutes checking his gear. He had his arrow stuffed inside a suitcase. After all, he can't carry that damn thing through the streets. He was also sporting a sidearm. When he was finally satisfied with the checks, he left the room. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. A small smile appeared on my face and I made another portal and walked right into it. I walked out and found myself in the parking lot of Clint's apartment building. I decided to wait beside a pillar near Clint's car. He didn't disappoint me and arrived in the parking lot after a couple of minutes. With my mental powers, it was easy to keep an eye on him even when I wasn't looking at him. For a moment Clint thought something was wrong and looked around, but when he saw nothing, he decided that it must have been his imagination and resumed to approach his car. I was slightly disappointed with his action, but there was nothing I could do. My powers give me a gigantic edge against him. My, you should trust your instincts some more, I said and walked out of my cover. As soon as he heard my voice, he turned around with his gun pointed in my direction. Clint's eyes grew wide as soon as he noticed me and his mouth hung open, but he didn't lower his gun. Good, but if a fight breaks out between him and me, then that gun won't do him any good even if he puts a bullet in my head. I have found that I can also regrow my memories, but it takes some time to do that. What? No hi or hello? You aren't even going to greet your old friend? I asked him in a teasing tone but didn't make any movements. I wanted this meeting to be friendly, no matter how much action I craved nowadays. I would say that it is quite surprising to see that you are alive. The forensics said that there was no way you would have survived with how much blood you had lost in the Kelly house. So, forgive me if I didn't greet you, Clint said in a serious tone. The expression on his face was completely stony. I also have no idea if I could call you a friend any longer or not, Clint said and kept staring at me intently. A small giggle escaped from my mouth. Sorry, that was exactly what I had been expecting to hear from you, and technically I am no longer a SHIELD agent, so I am no longer your friend, right? I knew it was a rhetoric question, but I still asked. Yes, you are no longer a friend, Clint agreed, but didn't do anything other than that. You look very different from the last time I have seen you, Clint asked in a much gentler tone than his previous one, but I knew what he was doing. He was trying to gain information from me. I wasn't bothered by it because I had expected this too. Yes, that came as a surprise for me too. You see, getting stabbed made me really desperate, and when I was about to black out due to loss of blood, my ex-genes acted out and saved me. I knew that since I failed the mission, SHIELD would try to get rid of me, so I had to get away from there, and I did, I said and shrugged like it was a matter of fact. He is a fool if he thinks that I would give him any useful information. Not that it was a complete lie. I left aside the fact that my ex-genes were kickstarted by the essence of the first meta-human, and Saga. SHIELD doesn't need all that information. So, why show up now? You have been missing for 11 months, Clint spoke out in a friendly tone. Yes, obviously seeing that he is getting some information he will become friendlier. I was too busy, I said and shrugged. Clint was completely speechless after hearing that. So, do you want to return to SHIELD? I can talk with Director Fury if you want. Clint spoke in a gentle and caring tone while lowering his gun. Sorry, no need. I am happy where I am. I just came to thank you. I owe you a lot, Clint. I am only alive because of you. So I decided to thank you face to face. I wanted to do this before we find ourselves on the opposite sides, I said in a sincere tone, but hearing that I wouldn't come back, Clint was back to pointing his gun at me. You know I can't allow you to walk away after you said that you won't be coming back to SHIELD, Clint spoke with a hardened tone. His face was completely indifferent now, all of his gentle and caring expressions were gone. I giggled once again. I have learned doing this from Nemuri. Giggling in front of your enemy will irk them. When Nemuri giggled in front of me while I was still working for SHIELD, it irked me too. I would like to see you try, I said and used my mental power to make him think that I disappeared into thin air. Clint looked at where I had been standing shit, and shouted in frustration of losing me. Well, he never had me since the beginning. I only came here to clear out the things between us. I owed him and thanked him. I know that we will be enemies, but since I owed him I won't attack his family, nor I will allow someone to do that. I moved to the side to watch what Clint was going to do. He faced around a few times, then pulled out a mobile from his pocket. It was a really old model from what I used now. Agent Barton reporting. Code yellow. Secure the line, Clint said and waited for a few seconds. Connect the line to Director Fury. I have something urgent to report, Clint said and waited for a few seconds more. Sir, I have found that Natasha Romanoff is still alive. She came to meet me and told me how she survived. She said that her ex-genes were activated after she was stabbed, Clint said, but it was quite hard to pick up what Fury was saying even with my enhanced senses, but I got the gist. Fury wanted to know if he had captured me or not. No, sir. She disappeared into thin air. I think she teleported, Clint said and waited for Fury's reply. She is our enemy then. Even though she was a low-level agent while she was in SHIELD, she knows how we work, so I am putting her name on the priority list, Fury said. This time it was much clearer because I had moved closer to Clint. Yes, sir, Clint said. I rolled my eyes, like you could have said anything else. Now, get back to your job. If she is in Elysium, she is already out of our hands, Fury said and disconnected the call. Yes, sir, Clint whispered and entered his car and drove off. After his car left the building, a violet portal appeared beside me and I walked into it, arriving inside my spy room. The meeting was quite productive. Now, let's see what changes Fury is making for a little old spy like me. I kept watching Nat's perfect ass while she left to meet Clint Barton. The news I got from Nat was very important though. After all, SHIELD didn't start Phase 2 until the events of Thor 1 movie came to pass. SHIELD is definitely trying to counter me. Well, good luck to them. For now, I will allow SHIELD to keep the Tesseract. Loki was the one who brought the Mind Stone to Earth. I don't know if that is still going to happen or not. I can only hope that he brings his scepter here, or I will have to search for Thanos throughout the universe. Now, before anything else, I need to take the vibranium from Ulysses Claw. Since Fleur got her hands on the anti-metal, she has been testing and conducting experiments on it. I could have already made armors from it, but stitching fabric on anti-metal is going to be a real bother since all metals turn to liquid if it comes in contact with the anti-metal. I also wanted to cover all the bases. That is the reason I wanted to get my hands on the basic vibranium. I will also get some adamantium. In the movies, adamantium is portrayed as a space rock, but in the comics, adamantium is a virtually indestructible man-made steel alloy. I already know how to make adamantium from Sublime's mind, but I personally think that adamantium won't be suitable for my use. Adamantium might be a virtually indestructible steel alloy, but it has one major weakness: heat. Both in movies and comics it is shown that adamantium could be cut if the cutting instrument is sufficiently heated. We also know that infinity stones could heat up when used, so it might be problematic. But I will still get myself some adamantium to make some armor for ourselves. So, now that I have made my decision on what to do in the future, I went back to training. Royal Palace, Asgard. Loki was sitting leisurely on his balcony while staring towards the edge of Asgard. He found it really beautiful and it helped him relax when he was thinking about something serious or if he was really stressed. He was holding a glass of wine, twirling it from time to time, but he had mostly forgotten about that. It was a subconscious action. Loki was thinking about everything that happened after they returned from Midgard. As he had planned, he was able to get Thor into trouble. No matter how arrogant Loki was, he knew that there was no way that they could have defeated a cosmic entity, but he didn't think that cosmic entities would be able to see through his illusions. That was definitely a surprise. Just like he had planned, Odin was really angry with his son, but there was something he didn't consider. Like, how Thor was going to react after getting better. After Thor was released from the confines of his room, he had started to train non-stop. Loki had thought that Thor would go into blind rage and attack the cosmic entities once again and get himself killed. That would also lead to Odin throwing a fit and attacking the cosmic entity for revenge and die in the process, but that didn't happen since Thor suddenly started to think for himself. Loki had tried to send Thor back to Midgard several times, but Thor had denied it, saying that he was still lacking power. Odin was very happy to notice the change in his son. Loki scoffed in disgust when he thought that Odin still called him his eldest son. Odin saw that Thor was finally thinking something, and that earned Thor massive points in front of Odin. This was going to be a problem for Loki. After all, if this was allowed to continue, then in a few years Odin would hand over his throne to Thor without a doubt. This was something Loki can't allow to happen. He was the one to whom that throne belonged to, and he would go to any length to keep the throne in his grasp. That meant he needed to do something that would lead Thor to act out rashly, and he needed to do that when Odin would be passing over his throne to Thor. Yes, that would be a scene to see. He gave himself a mental pat for his brilliant plan, and a smirk made its way to his face. He looked towards the wine glass he still had in his hands and took a huge sip. Thankfully, his brother still trusted in him, or his plan would have been washed into mud. Just you wait, brother, and see how I claim my birthright, Loki whispered with a vicious grin on his face and gulped down the remaining wine. POV Ororo. I finally plopped down on the ground when Rumi finally said that I could rest. The training with Rumi was working like a charm. At least I have improved a lot since I had started to train with Rumi. My own powers have grown a lot since then. Yes, I still had a long way to go and I still had a lot to learn in the magic department, but now I could pose a threat to someone like Rumi if I was able to surprise her. According to Rumi, I could learn all the spells out there, but I could still be defeated by someone who had just started to learn. It finally trickled down to experience, power, and speed. You can be easily defeated by someone who is more experienced than you. You can know thousands of spells, but it won't do you any good if you don't know when to use them during a fight. Power and speed are self-explanatory though. If someone is magically more powerful than you, then he can easily overpower you or drag out the fight to get you out of breath. Speed is also something simple. Someone who is faster than you at spell casting would easily wipe the floor with you. I remember when I once saw Rumi sparring with Rio, it was so beautiful. I don't think that I would ever be able to fight like the two of them, and from what I knew, Nemuri was way stronger than Rumi was. She was about Rio's level. The spar ended up with Rio as the winner, and I was completely enamored by him and his moves. I found him really hot and sexy at that moment. So, what are you thinking about? Rumi sat down beside me and her question brought me out of my thoughts. This and that I said in a teasing tone with a smirk on my face. Rumi smirked back and started to chuckle. Does the, this, or that you have been thinking about have something to do with our resident lover? Rumi retorted. I clearly noticed the mirth in her eyes. It might have. I said in an unsure tone. This was a conversation I didn't want to have. It was my fault. I shouldn't have teased her. Oh, now, you don't get to change the topic, Rumi said in a sing-song manner while wagging her index finger. I noticed that her ears were also twitching. It took us a couple of months, but both me and Rumi have become close friends. So, I knew very well why her ears were twitching like that. I knew why her ears twitched. It was when someone was caressing her ears, or if she was getting pleasured. I have noticed her ears twitched when Rio was kissing the living daylights out of her. It happened during a fight, and lastly it happened when she was amused, just like it was happening right now. Yes, I might have been thinking about him. Happy now, I grumbled. Rumi gave me a look of fake pity and started to pat my shoulder. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Thanks for feeling bad for me, I said sarcastically. This made Rumi crack up. Another chuckle escaped from her lips. I turned my head away from her, but not before I gave her a stink eye. Don't be like that, Ororo. Why don't you ask him out? Rumi asked me in a sincere tone. I didn't want to say this, but I think Rumi could help me with it. Both of us have some similar aspects. Both of us are attracted towards strong men for a start. I released a sigh. I don't know. I am not sure if he will want to date me when he already has so many amazing women around him. I sighed once again and looked away from Rumi. You are a fool, you know. He actually thinks you are amazing. I haven't talked to him about you, but why don't you give it a try? It can't hurt, right? If he doesn't want you, then he will simply deny you, but if you don't ask him, then throughout the rest of your life you will keep thinking, what if I asked, and things like that, Rumi said to me in a gentle manner. I sincerely listened to everything she said and repeated them once again in my mind. I guess she is right. I could give it a try, and if it doesn't work then I will be content that I tried. Thank you, Rumi. I will talk with him, I said, and pulled Rumi into a sisterly hug. Good luck, Rumi said in a low tone when both of us finally separated from the hug. When I was finally done with my training, it was almost time for dinner back in Elysium. I didn't even notice how quickly the time passed. Well, it isn't something major. After all, I didn't have any plan with the girls. Well, if nothing else, I think I will pay a small visit to Dora. It has been a week I haven't paid her a visit and she gets really annoying when I don't visit her, even though I won't say that it's her fault. I was the one who asked her to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Currently, she is just a cannon fodder, but in a couple of years, she will reach the spot I wanted for her. She will be in the perfect place to inform me of everything going on within their organization. After all, Fury might wise up someday and remove the camera in his room. But before I could pay Dora a visit, I needed to visit Nat so that I could pick her spy skills for a certain task. The task of finding Ulysses Claw. He might be a small-time villain if he is being compared with the other villains in Marvel Universe, but he is good at one thing: hiding. When I finally gathered all of my stuff, I operated with a loud crack and appeared inside my room. The girls were still busy doing whatever they did throughout the day. I spread my senses and found that Nat was still inside her spy room. That is what she called her room. Though I would have preferred if she called it Nat Cave. I know, I sounded like a complete degenerate pervert. In other words, I sounded like Nemuri. Fortunately, no one other than me knew about that. I put down my stuff in the cupboard and Flash stepped right outside of the spy room. I knocked on the door and only after a few seconds Nat opened the door and greeted me with a gentle kiss. I was already on my way when you knocked on the door, Nat said after she pulled away from the kiss. Her powers have grown strong and she might be growing stronger by each day. Hard to tell. I will ask Momo about it. So, how was your meeting? I asked Nat, entering her spy room. She has completely customized the room since she has taken over it. The spy room was in our house, but in case anything happened she would be able to send messages to Eric Space. One side of the room was filled with screens, this is where she mainly worked, and on the other side of the wall, various types of guns were mounted. Obviously, all of them worked. Even though she no longer needed guns, she loved guns. On the other side, her latest armor was kept. It was a joint project between Fleur and Momo. The biggest highlight of this suit was that it could turn invisible along with the person wearing the suit. The suit also had a portkey built into it connected to the vitals of the wearer. If Nat was knocked out, then she would be portkeyed back to Elysium. This function was courtesy of Nemuri. She had built similar features in her robes back in the HP world. Image here. The thing might look heavy, but it is heavily enchanted. Nat was nigh immortal now, but that didn't mean that her armor can't be bulletproof. The thing was so tough that it could even withstand a tank shell and not even dent. It was so-so. I knew that Clint won't be friendly since I have no plans of returning. He acted exactly like I had thought he would. Well, no feelings lost. He wasn't a close friend. I just owed him because I am still alive because of him, Nat said and shrugged. So, had he informed S.H.I.E.L.D. about you? I asked and Nat laughed mirthlessly. Oh, yes, he did that as soon as I disappeared. He wasn't happy that I was able to get away from him, Nat said and plopped down on her chair. At least you found out where his loyalties lie, I said, and Nat nodded her head in agreement. That I did. So, how can I help you? Nat asked and wrapped her fingers on her armrests. Have you heard about a guy named Ulysses Claw? I asked her, not wanting to waste any more time. Nat cocked her eyebrow in my direction. I might have. His rap sheet is quite impressive, Nat said, trying to make a point. But I have only seen his file once. S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted him to stay alive. I don't know why though, Nat said and shrugged. How quickly can you find him? I asked Nat, who just smirked. With this thing? Nat asked and pointing towards her computer system. Not more than 15 minutes. S.H.I.E.L.D. liked to keep an eye on him, Nat said and started to browse through S.H.I.E.L.D. files. I can't even imagine how hard it would have been if we didn't have access to the S.H.I.E.L.D. files. It didn't even take Nat 5 minutes before she found out that Ulysses Claw was currently in Cuba. S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have his exact location, but it wasn't a problem. Nat took control of the nearest satellite and pointed it towards Cuba. Nat pulled up a picture of Ulysses Claw and started to run facial recognition. Just like she had said before, 15 minutes passed, Nat got a 65% match. It wasn't Nat's fault that the match was only 65%, it was because the lens on the satellite wasn't powerful enough. There you have it, Nat said and pointed towards the man on the screen. The man entered a building followed by his men and the satellite finally lost the feed. You really know what you are doing, I said with a grin on my face. So, why did you wanted to find him? Nat asked me curiously. He is a black market dealer and I don't think that there is something he could sell you, Nat finished with a confused look on her face. Yes, there is something he was able to get his hands on. A few years ago he was able to get his hands on vibranium, the same metal from which Cap's shield is made, I said, and Nat was already interested. Do you mind if I come with you? Nat asked, getting up and snaked her arms around my neck. Well, I don't know, why don't you give me some incentive? I asked her in a teasing tone. Nat raised her head and connected her lips with mine. The kiss quickly turned into a makeout session. So, how was that for an incentive, Mr. Leviathan? Nat asked me while wagging her eyebrows. That would do it, I said with a smirk on my face. My eyes finally turned towards her new suit. Have you tested it? I asked Nat, who just shook her head in denial. I still haven't gotten a chance. I was only able to check if that suit fits me or not, Nat finished in a sullen tone. Good, let's go and join the others for dinner, I said to Nat, and she activated the AI to record anything important, and then she left the room along with me, but not before she locked the room. It was her treasure. When we finally arrived in the kitchen, we found Luna, who was feeding Adela ice cream. I was immediately jealous that she didn't bring me ice cream, and here she was feeding Adela ice cream. Rio, you don't need to be jealous about cute Adela. I have kept your ice cream under a stasis charm, Luna said with a huge innocent smile on her face. I decided to ignore that she called Adela cute and concentrated on the fact that she brought me ice cream. I knew that Luna is the best girl. Thank you, Luna, I love you so much, I said and leaned down and kissed her passionately. Are you really going to ignore the fact that she called Adela cute? From the side, Fleur asked in an incredulous tone. No, Adela, she didn't mean it. You are so cute. You are most cutest basilisk in the whole universe, Luna said while caressing Adela's giant head. She then pulled the giant head of Adela into her chest and started to hug her. Yeah, Fleur. That was a really insensitive thing to say, Momo chided as soon as she arrived on the scene. Fleur just stood there completely mortified. Before anyone else could take the mickey out of Fleur, with a loud crack, Nemuri appeared in the kitchen. She was carrying huge bags in her hands. She looked around to see everyone's expressions and blinked in confusion. What's going on, guys? Nemuri asked with a confused look on her face. Nothing, Fleur grumbled, but it was clear that she wasn't angry. n/o/vel/b/c/om. Okay, Nemuri trailed in an unsure tone and turned her eyes towards me. She obviously wanted more information. Nemuri, what's in the bag? I decided to change the topic. Hearing me, Nemuri blinked a couple of times, then looked down at her bags. Oh, this. Well, I thought that we haven't tried Italian for quite some time, so I thought it would do nicely for dinner, Nemuri said and carefully kept the bags on the table. Sometimes you really surprise all of us with the amazing food you bring. Rumi decided to speak up as soon as she entered the kitchen with Ororo. I completely agree. Girls, why don't you help me set up the food? I asked, and several voices of agreement chirped around me. Ah, this is life. I woke up and found myself being cuddled by two of the most beautiful women I have ever seen. Technically both women looked exactly the same. After dinner, like I had decided, I paid a visit to Dora when suddenly Momo popped up and decided to join in the fun. Dora decided to play Guess the Twin and she turned into Momo. I have personally never asked Dora to change for me, but I would never deny a game like this. So, the three of us had a lot of fun throughout the night until both of them were completely tired. I remained in the bed, not wanting to ruin their sleep. After about half an hour, one of them finally woke up. I didn't know if it was Dora or Momo. When Dora was still a metamorphagus, I was able to recognize her through her magical signature, but after she became the goddess of mimicry, it has become quite impossible for me. Merlin's pants? I am sore, the woman whined. For her choice of words, it was already clear that it was Dora. Momo would never mention Merlin if she was cursing. I didn't hear you complaining last night though, I said in a teasing tone and pulled her into a passionate kiss. Of course, I didn't. Nowadays I don't get to spend nights with you, so I don't get any chance of getting screwed. Dora sulked and started to pout. Her hair morphed to mousy brown color. I didn't say anything and wrapped my arm around her waist and pulled her more closer to me and kept hugging her like that. After a few minutes, the real Momo finally woke up. She opened her eyes and at first stared at me and then towards Dora. Brown hair really looks awful on me, Momo said bitterly and raised up her head to kiss me. Hearing Momo's comment, Dora waved her hand and a mirror flew into her hand from the table. Dora saw her looks and nodded sullenly. Yeah, you are right, Dora said and morphed back into her natural form, but she was sporting bright electric blue hair now. Momo, did you bring potions with you? It isn't my off day and I am still sore. I don't want to report to my boss while walking funny, Dora said and pulled herself up from the bed. Yes, check my pant pocket, Momo said and pulled herself off from the bed too. Dora rummaged through Momo's pants and fished out 2 potion vials. She handed one to Momo and chugged down the other one. Both Dora and Momo grimaced at the taste but didn't complain. So, what's on your schedule today, love? Momo asked me sitting down at the edge of the bed. It was a single bed, but magic can make a lot of things easier. 1 enlargement charm and the 3 of us were happy campers. I will be going out with Nat today. We are going to hunt down someone, I said, and Momo nodded her head. Who is the unlucky bastard? Dora asked me while she walked into the washroom but didn't close the door. Ulysses Chloe, so you got any assignment today? I asked Dora, who was now brushing her teeth. Never heard of him. Currently, I don't have any mission, but that can change at any moment after reporting, Dora said in a somewhat muffled voice, but we still understood what she wanted to say. Nov, L, B / JNN. So, what are you currently working on? I turned my attention back towards Momo. Still working on the satellites, trying to make them better, and I am also perfecting their software, Momo said and picked up her panties from the corner of the room. You should have done that before launching them, Dora's muffled voice was heard once again. That wouldn't have worked. No matter how much testing I do, it couldn't have been perfected for space until those satellites are in the space, Momo protested. Listen to the expert, Dora, I said, to which Dora immediately agreed. Momo gave me a small glare and continued to dress. Are you going to stay? Momo asked me when she saw that I was still in bed. Nah, give me a sec and I will be dressed, I said and jumped out of the bed. With a wave of my hand, the clothes were on my body. See, ready in a sec, I showed off to Momo. Dora, be a dear and stay safe, Momo exclaimed when she finished dressing up. You too, Dora said from the washroom. Dora, I will also be leaving, see you next week, I said and grabbed Momo's hand. With a loud crack, both of us apparat in our room. After a nice and warm shower with Momo, we arrived in the kitchen. We didn't forget to have a quickie though. Momo insisted even though she felt slightly sore when she woke up in the morning. Since the others saw that I wasn't in the house, Nemuri called her house elves to prepare some breakfast. After breakfast, both me and Nat walked to her spy room. Nat needed to get her new suit and a couple of handguns wouldn't hurt. Nat's suit was quickly packed into her backpack. While Nat was packing her suit, I was checking out locations so that I could quickly apparate there. When both of us were ready, I offered my hand to Nat, but she gave me an odd look. We will go through my portal, it's much better than apparition, Nat said, and a violet portal appeared right in front of her. When people get new powers, they stop appreciating the older methods. Even though I grumbled inside my mind, I didn't complain out loud and entered the portal. So, where are we? I asked Nat. We appeared inside some kind of dingy and smelly building. We are in the water treatment plant of the city, Nat said and gestured me to follow her. I shrugged and decided to follow her. After all, Nat is the certified spy here. After a few turns within the building, we were already out in the open. The whole building was completely damp. That was the reason why it smelled so bad. Nat stopped and pointed towards the huge villa on a nearby hill. See, that's where Chloe is staying, Nat said and resumed walking. You really worked out all the details, it seems. I gave her a genuine compliment. Nat nodded her head and kept walking. I would be a bad spy if I didn't do my homework, Nat said proudly. So, how are we doing this? Do we go in guns blazing or do we go in stealthily? Nat asked curiously. Stealthily, I can't have Chloe accidentally dying. After all, he is a fragile human, I said. I would have preferred going in guns blazing, but that could lead to Chloe accidentally kicking the bucket and I can't have that. I needed the location of the vibranium. Then, you wouldn't mind if I take care of the rest, right? Nat asked me in a hopeful tone. Before I could give her a reply, she decided to elaborate her reason. You see, it has been quite long since I had any action. My body is itching for some kind of action and I have yet to try out my powers and my new suit in actual combat. Nat finished. It was clear that Nat really wanted to do this and she was very excited. Yeah, sure, I would also love to see you in action, I said with a smile on my face. Honestly, I would never deny my girls any kind of happiness, and this was something really minor. She just wanted to kill a few guys to try out her new suit and powers. Both of us arrived near the hill and after looking around, Nat's clothes morphed into her armor. I was quite surprised to see that after all, I clearly saw that she put her suit inside her backpack. Unable to hold back my curiosity, I asked her, how did you do that? I asked and Nat just smirked in return. A neat trick, isn't it? She asked and I just dumbly nodded. This was one of my powers, specifically the matter manipulation power, Nat said with a smile. Yep, that's definitely a neat trick, I agreed, and Nat pulled out a hood from her suit. There was a small pouch near her nape. She put on the hood and pulled out a mask from the front of her suit. I'm going to become invisible. You won't have a problem, right? Nat asked me when she was finally done putting on her mask. I will be fine, don't worry about me, I said. Nat nodded her head and vanished into thin air. Follow me, Nat said, and I silently followed her after I disillusioned myself and silenced my footsteps. We finally arrived in front of the compound and saw that several guards were roaming around the compound. All of them were carrying assault weapons. The whole compound was surrounded by barbed wires. Nat used her matter manipulation power to walk through the barbed wires. I simply flash-stepped beside Nat. Since she wanted to use her powers and her suit, I allowed her to do whatever she wanted. If I wanted, I could have done it in a much simpler way. I was obviously using my powers to map out the whole place, and I have to agree with Nat that this place would a nice target to test out her powers. We easily passed by all the guards and arrived in the inner part of the compound. Cly was enjoying himself in the pool with two topless women wrapped in his arms. Some more girls were playing in the pool, all of them were topless. I didn't even bother to take a second look at them. Even though I was a man, I won't start drooling at the sight of second-rate goods. Suddenly Cly got out of the pool and told the girls to stay there. Both me and Nat silently followed him, and when he finally arrived in his room, he dropped on the floor unconscious. I checked for any kind of surveillance inside the room but found none. How did you do that? I asked her curiously. Nat took off her mask and hood and her head appeared to be floating. Mental manipulation. I told him to go to his room, and as soon as he entered the room, I made him fall asleep, Nat said with a proud look on her face. Like promised, here is one, Ulysses Chloe, Nat said and kicked Chloe on his ribs, but the man didn't wake up. Good job, Nat, good job, I complimented Nat and finally leaned down in front of Chloe. Now, let's see, what do you have in that dirty little head of yours, I said and silenced him. As soon as he was silenced, a small crucio woke him up. Before he could see what was happening, I grabbed his head and looked into his eyes. Legilimens, I said, and dove inside his mind. I shifted through Chloe's mind without any remorse. This guy was bad, but he didn't hold a candle to the Death Eaters back in the HP world or the human in this world. I decided to ignore everything else and started to look for memories related to vibranium. I finally found what I wanted. I saw how he entered Wakanda, and how he got away. I saw how he was caught and branded as a thief. He was still lucky because he was able to get away from the Wakandans. He knew that Wakandans are going to keep a close eye on the black market. After all, Chloe could only sell the vibranium in the black market. He didn't want to be found by Wakandans, so he decided not to sell vibranium for now, until he was sure that Wakandans were no longer hunting him. So, he decided to stash away the vibranium under the floor of a newly made shopping mall in Canada. Pretty smart if I have to say. Nobody would look under the concrete floor of a parking lot inside a shopping mall. After all, no one would think that Chloe would hide something so valuable in such an open place like that. Now that I was finally done, I pulled out of his mind. From Sublime's mind, I already knew about Wakanda's location. I wasn't interested in knowing about Wakanda more than needed. If needed, I will rip the whole place apart to enter Wakanda. I got what I needed, I said to Nat, who was calmly sitting on a chair. He doesn't look too good though, Nat pointed out while getting up on her feet. I looked down at Chloe, who was drooling on the floor like a fool. It was over too quickly, so I might not have blown his brain into oblivion. There might be something left in there. But who cares? I pointed my finger in his direction and AK at him. There is no point in torturing someone who can't even feel pain. What was that? Nat asked me curiously. That was the killing curse. It kills someone without any pain, I said, and she just nodded her head in understanding. Then I will be on my way, killing everyone else in here, Nat declared and started to walk towards the door. When she arrived at the door, she turned completely invisible before closing the door. Even though she was invisible, I could still feel her due to my sensing powers. With a calm look on my face, I decided to sit down where Nat was sitting a few moments ago and decided to keep an eye on Nat using my sensing powers. I had complete trust in Nat's skills, but you could never be too careful. POV Natasha. As soon as I was out of the room, I was invisible. It was nice power. Yes, using my mental manipulation power I can make someone think that I am invisible, but it becomes hard if I am using it on multiple targets. I arrived near the pool once again and found the women were still playing inside the pool without any care. I noticed that Rio wasn't staring at their chests when we arrived here, which earned him major boyfriend points. Well, it was hard to notice his facial expressions when he was invisible, but you should never underestimate the power of a girl who is in love. They tend to gain some kind of mysterious sense related to their lovers. Unknown to Nat, just a moment ago all the women who loved Rio smiled mysteriously while Rio shuddered in terror. I used my mental manipulation power to implant an idea inside all of their minds. I told them to keep playing here no matter what kinds of sounds they hear from the outside. If I didn't have these powers, I would have to kill them all. Their deaths would be logged inside collateral damage, but I no longer needed to do that. I finally arrived at the outer parts of the compound where the guards were roaming. I silently crept behind a guard who was completely oblivious to the danger that was about to befall him. I used my telepathic powers and picked up all the important information from the guard's mind. As soon as I was done, my hand wrapped around his mouth and my knife pierced his neck. With a small slashing motion, I pulled out the knife from his neck and gently laid him down on the floor. As soon as I did that, the floor engulfed the body. Matter manipulation is an awesome power. My next target was the control room. Chloe had hired guards from some local militia who were in contact with the city police. So, if they reported about someone causing trouble in the compound, both the militia and the police force would come here guns blazing. I can't have that. I crept inside the control room and found two guys were stationed inside. One guy was standing near the window while the other was watching CCTV footage. I approached the guy who was looking at the CCTV footage. My hand snaked around his neck and I silently snapped his neck. I was so gentle while snapping his neck that the other one in the room didn't even notice that his friend was dead. I crept behind the other guy and placed one of my hands on his mouth, and with my other hand, which had a knife in it, I slit his throat. The guy died choking on his own blood. I dropped the body without any care and walked up to the radio. I pulled out my silenced handgun and shot the radio several times. I wasn't satisfied until some sparks flew out of the radio and the thing started to smoke. Now, I had nothing more to worry about. I pulled out another silenced handgun from my suit and walked out of the room. I saw two guards in front of me and shot them in their heads. Both of their bodies dropped on the floor with a thud. I was still invisible, but the thuds were heard by some guards nearby. Using my knowledge absorption power, I had already learned Spanish. Did you hear that? Let's check it out. Some random guard spoke in Spanish. Two more guards came up, and as soon as they saw the bodies, "We have an intruder. Call for reinforcements." The same guy screamed in Spanish, but unfortunately for him, that was the last thing he said before a bullet entered his skull. The guard beside him looked in horror when his fellow guard dropped on the ground dead. "Sniper," the man was able to shout before I made a hole in his neck. After that, I didn't need to wait for long before the other guards came rushing to kill me. Nov. L. B / JNN. I didn't even need to move from my initial position to kill all of them. I used my matter manipulation power and the floor engulfed all of them. It must be somewhat similar to being buried alive. I sensed that there were still two guards alive inside the compound. They were making their way to the control room. They were using another path to reach there. I slowly returned to the control room and waited for them to arrive by the door. I didn't have to wait for long when the remaining two guards came bursting into the room. They both froze in their tracks when they felt something touch the back of their heads. "Gotcha," I said in a silky tone and pulled the triggers. Phew. I released a sigh and stopped the invisibility function of the suit. Yes, my powers made it a lot easier to kill all of them. After all, I killed 90% of them by burying them alive. "Looks like you are done." I heard Rio's voice from behind me and I felt his arms snake around my waist. Yes, even though it was really disappointing, I still got to test my powers and my new suit, I said, and relished being in Rio's arms. It seems that you had a lot of fun, but we need to be somewhere else now," Rio said in a gentle tone and rested his chin over my head. I had to fight the impulse of melting in his embrace. So, where are we going? I asked huskily. I might have to ask Rio to turn me into orgasmic goo after we are done with this mission. Canada, he said, and I felt like I was being squeezed through a tube. I hate it. I hate apparition. With a loud crack, we appeared inside some parking lot. Rio took away his arms from my waist and I immediately lowered my head and started to groan. The contents of my stomach were churning. You know I hate you. I spat out and started to glare at him. Rio just smirked in a teasing manner. That was for the insult you dished out to apparition, Rio said with a smirk on his face, and I felt that my glare intensified on its own. You are going to pay for that, I said while gritting my teeth. Probably, Rio conceded, but the smug look remained on his face. Rio turned his head away from me and turned his head towards the floor. What are you looking at? I asked him, unable to hold back my curiosity. For now, I gave up my anger. This is where Chloe had buried the vibranium, Rio said, and with a wave of his hand, the whole concrete floor was ripped apart. Sometimes I really wonder if I would ever be able to reach his level or not. Rio walked up to the hole on the floor and I decided to take a look too and found a huge chunk of some silverish metal. So, this is vibranium. I know S.H.I.E.L.D. would even kill babies if it meant that they could get their hands on this metal. From the looks of it, it might be something around a quarter ton. Let's take it back to Elysium, Rio said, and pulled out the vibranium from the floor. I didn't even know how he was going to take that vibranium to Elysium. Rio pulled out some papers from his jacket and handed me some of them. It was similar to the anti-surveillance papers. Slap the papers on it, Rio said, pointing towards the vibranium, and started to slap the papers on it. The papers glowed for a moment then vanished. I shrugged and joined him. After a few minutes, we were finally done. Rio activated the runes and the whole chunk of vibranium disappeared. So those were some kind of teleportation runes. We are going back through portal, I snarked, and a violet portal appeared in front of me and I walked right into it, followed by Rio. So, what did you find, Fleur? I asked Fleur, who was too busy staring at the computer screen. For a few seconds, she didn't even bother to spare me a look. Since she was like this, I decided to wait. Several minutes had already passed when she finally turned away from the computer screen and she was quite surprised to see me standing there. When did you come here? You should have called me, Fleur said while giving me a surprised look. Yeah, right. I called you 4 times before I finally gave up and decided to wait. Sorry, I decided not to disturb you. You looked kind of focused, I said with a wry smile on my face. Fortunately, Fleur didn't notice my wry smile and beamed at my thoughtfulness. You know, you will be quite surprised to see what I found, Fleur gushed out, completely excited. Oh, that was my smartest reply at this moment. Yes, you remember the metal we found in Savage Land, the anti-metal, and the metal you brought 2 days ago are exactly the same metals, Fleur said, pulling up some reports on the screen. But for whatever reason, both of these metals have different properties. Yes, there are several differences on the molecular levels, but I don't know why that is, Fleur finished with a frown on her face. Vibranium can absorb any form of vibrations. This makes it an exceptionally hard metal, but antimetal releases a certain kind of vibration which can liquefy other metals. It's really fascinating if you consider it like that, Fleur said with a mad gleam in her eyes. Good. So, how quickly can you get me an armor made of these metals? I asked Fleur, who frowned once again after hearing my question. It will only take a week for me to make you an armor from the vibranium, but I can't say anything about the antimetal, Fleur sighed after she finished. A/N. Guys, I wanted to do a quick vote. I wanted to know if you guys want MC to have antimetal armor or simply vibranium armor. I will post 2 comments inside here. You can vote by liking the comment. After that, I spent quite some time in Fleur's lab rubbing her shoulders and back to make her relax. It could be clearly seen that she was stressed. She didn't look tired or anything, but I could see that she looked kind of stressed even though she was a phoenix. I finally walked out of her lab after an hour. We just enjoyed the time spent with each other. So, I decided to visit Luna. It has been some time since I had visited my angel. She has been planning to publish Quibbler in this world, and Nemuri had been helping her by buying her printing presses around the world. At first, Nemuri had planned to buy Luna printing presses only in the US, but when Nemuri thought carefully, she found that it was a good market to start a business, so she decided to go ahead and started to buy off printing presses all around the world. I was on the way to Luna's Rook. She named her personal room Rook in memory of her home back in the HP world. Don't need to worry, her home was still there and her dad was also fine, but according to Luna she must have a Rook here since she had one back in the HP world. This is where Luna spent most of her time nowadays. She was currently working on a design for her paper. She didn't want to use the old Quibbler design. She wanted to use something new. While on my way to the Rook, I found Jean, who has been apparently looking for me. Rio, I have been wanting to talk with you, Jean said as soon as she saw me. So what do you want to talk about? I asked Jean. Are you free this afternoon? Jean asked me in a slightly nervous tone. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Yeah, I have nothing planned for the afternoon. So, do you want to go on a date? I asked her in a teasing manner. Jean slightly blushed and started to splutter. It was almost like watching a schoolgirl. It's a date then, Jean said in a hurry as soon as she was done spluttering. Even after going on so many dates with her, she still got nervous from time to time like she was doing now. Sometimes I kind of wondered if she was a woman in her 20s or not. Is there some place you want to go? I asked Jean in a gentle tone. Jean finally stopped her blush and acted like any other woman in her 20s. Someplace romantic would be nice, Jean said with a smile on her face. Sure, I said and leaned down to kiss her. Jean eagerly returned the kiss. I told her that I will pick her up in the afternoon and resumed my journey towards the Rook. I arrived in front of Luna's door and before I could knock on the door I heard Luna's voice from inside. Yes, come in. Even though I was slightly gobsmacked, I still entered the room. After all, I knew that Luna could see the future and she must have known that I was coming here. I entered the room and found the room was completely filled with sketches of different animals. One side of the room didn't have any wall, only glass doors. Adela was poking her head inside from there. There were also several sketches of Adela hanging on the walls. I like what you did with your room, I said, and for whatever reason Luna didn't seem to appreciate the compliment. Rook, Luna said in a bland tone. I immediately knew where I messed up. Yeah, sorry. I like what you did in the Rook, I said with a wry smile on my face, and Luna beamed when she heard the compliment. Thank you, Luna said with a huge, beautiful and innocent smile on her face. So, what are you working on? I decided to change the topic. Hearing me, Luna started to rummage through her table and handed me some papers. I have been making plans for the design of my paper. I understand that magical creatures are not known by anyone in this world, but without them, Quibbler won't be Quibbler, Luna said with a frown on her face. Yeah, that could be a problem, but how come Luna doesn't know the solution? After all, she can see the future. I still decided to answer her. You can make a kids section inside the paper where you could write everything about magical creatures, I said, and Luna once again beamed with a huge smile on her face and pulled me into a hug. Thank you, Rio. You are a lifesaver, Luna said with a relieved look on her face. Luna, you can see the future, right? So, it should have been quite simple for you. I finally asked her. Oh, yes, I knew what I needed to do, but you are the one who needed to give me the idea, Luna said like it was a matter of fact and went back to her drawings. I never knew that she liked to draw though. I gently leaned down beside her to see what she was drawing. It was a sketch of a hare. I never knew that you liked to draw, I said in a questioning manner. Oh, I started to draw whenever I was free. Well, not always. I started only 2 months ago, Luna answered, but she didn't look up from the paper and continued to draw. That's really beautiful, I said, and Luna hummed in agreement. I know that Luna wasn't like any other girls, and sometimes I found myself really stumped in front of her. I spent the rest of the day with Luna, sitting right beside her watching her sketch. It was a beautiful sight. After she finished the sketch, both of us went to play fetch with Adela. Luna was an amazing woman and I definitely loved her. I love you, Luna, I said while hugging her. After we were done playing with Adela, we decided to sit in each other's embrace. I know, Luna said in a gentle tone and squirmed in my arms wanting to get closer to me. I love you too, Luna finished softly afterward. When I finally left the Rook, it was already afternoon. I remembered that I had promised Jean a date, but I lost track of the time when I was with Luna until she reminded me that I had promised Jean a date. Now where should I take her? Paris is out of option. I have been there so many times that I no longer find it romantic. Switzerland is also out of option. It's not the right time of the year. Venice, that's a nice place and I have never been to Venice. Looks like I get to sharpen my Italian speaking skills. So, where are we going by the way? Jean asked with a raised eyebrow. Obviously, I didn't tell her that I was taking her to Venice. I have asked Nemuri if she could send me pictures of any suitable apparition location. After some teasing, she sent me some pictures. She had sent me pictures of some random alley. She also sent me some nice restaurant and hotel locations. She is such a kind and understanding woman. That's going to be a surprise, my dear, I said while wagging my finger in a teasing manner. Jean simply pouted and tried to use puppy dog eyes. It was too hard to ignore, but for the greater good of our date I held strong. So, what should I wear? Jean huffed in annoyance when she saw that her pout and puppy dog eyes weren't working. She shouldn't be so disappointed though. She came really close. Nothing overly classy or sparkly though, I said and shrugged. I had no idea what I should wear myself. Once again I looked at the pictures Nemuri had sent me. Wear something casual that would go nice if you were on a vacation, I said to Jean. Okay, I will be back within an hour, Jean said and gave me a quick peck on the lips and went back to her room. Even though she said that she would be done in an hour, I decided not to hold much hope on that. After all, I already have 7 lovers and Rumi and Nat were the only who were able to get ready under 10 minutes. Just like I had thought, Jean was still getting ready even after an hour has passed. I understand that they want to look nice for me and it kind of flatters me that they want to look beautiful for me, but waiting here while doing nothing is really annoying. It took her another half an hour to get ready. I was still waiting for her in the drawing room. She was wearing a green shirt that was tucked inside her jeans, skin-tight sky blue faded jeans, and a blue denim jacket over her top. She was wearing some decent-sized heels and golden-colored earrings. Even though she was casually dressed, she looked quite gorgeous. I was gobsmacked for a few seconds. Yeah, I know how to appreciate someone's beauty, and Jean was definitely a beauty. You look gorgeous, I said in a somewhat odd tone. Jean reveled in the compliment and smiled softly while she tucked her hair behind her ear. You don't look bad yourself, Rio, Jean said softly, and I pulled her into my arms and gave a small peck on her lips. Hold me tight, I whispered in her ears in a soft tone, and with a loud crack both of us appeared in an empty alley. Thankfully Jean looked somewhat fine. You get negative points for that, Jean said with a stern face and glared at me. I gave her a mock horrified look. Look around, does this earn me points? I asked with a stutter. Jean smirked when she saw my horrified look. After hearing me, she finally started to look around and frowned when she was unable to recognize the place. It was almost evening in Venice. She pulled away from my arms and rushed towards the end of the alley and looked at the waterway. While Jean was busy looking around, I approached her from the back. Jean squealed like a schoolgirl and jumped into my arms. Since I was in school I have always wanted to visit Venice, Jean gushed out in a rapid manner. Obviously she was very excited. Does this earn me back my points? I asked her in a hopeful tone. Jean didn't say anything and pulled me down, smashed her lips on mine. It quickly turned into a makeout session. After a couple of minutes, Jean finally pulled herself back from the kiss. Jean had a flushed look on her face and both of us were breathing heavily. Oh, that definitely earned you some major points and some more, Jean cooed. Thank God. I was kind of worried there for a moment, I said in a mock relieved tone. Both of us were able to catch our breath now. The kiss didn't give you the message? Jean asked in a teasing tone. I don't know. I kind of forgot. Why don't you give me another message like that? I asked her in a hopeful tone. Even though Jean gave me a glare, I could see that it was a mock glare. I could, but that would ruin the date. It was rather hard to hold myself back. Jean shot back with a smirk. Why don't you try to please this lady and I might give you another reward like that? Maybe something more, Jean said and licked her lips seductively. Of course, my lady, I said in a cheerful tone and offered Jean my arm. Jean linked her arm with mine and we started to walk around, but not before I cast a glamour charm on myself. Can't have anyone recognizing the big bad Leviathan and ruin our date, can we? While walking away I noticed that the alley was warded with a mild notice me not and a muggle-repelling charm. It must have been Nemuri, I thought, and decided to forget about that for now. I had a lady to please now. As soon as we walked out of the alley, we started to see other people. We saw tourists around us and people going on with their own lives. For the next couple of hours, both I and Jean kept strolling through the streets while talking about various topics but mostly unimportant things. Boats were still sailing through the waterways, and without riding a boat the date would have been incomplete, so both Jean and I boarded a boat for a small trip. We arrived in Venice when it was almost evening, so we didn't have a lot of time to spend before dinner. We spent the whole boat ride in each other's arms. It was a pretty common scenario. During our trip, we came across some other couples too. They were also enjoying their own dates in each other's arms, like us. Our boat trip finally ended. Both Jean and I decided to continue looking around on foot. So, we simply strolled on foot. We have long forgotten about how long we have been walking until my stomach suddenly rumbled. Let's go and have some dinner, Jean said softly, but as soon as she finished her stomach also rumbled. Jean's cheeks turned light pink. Dinner it is, I said with a huge grin on my face. We continued our stroll through the streets, but this time I had a destination in my mind. We finally arrived in front of a nice restaurant. It looked quite busy, but when we reached the reception, they led us to the first floor where most of the tables were empty. We sat down at a table in the corner. Both of us ordered spaghetti and some wine that would go nicely with the spaghetti. The waiter finally left and I looked towards Jean. So, did you like the date? I asked her softly. Jean smiled and grabbed her hand on top of the table. No, I loved it, Jean said, and we started to chat about unimportant stuff. Jean told me about her life, how it was in her school and all. Our food finally arrived. Both the food and wine were fantastic. It was clear that Jean enjoyed the date. As soon as we left the restaurant after paying the bill, Jean started to caress my arms and chest. When I looked down at her, she licked her lips seductively. Rio, it has been a long day, Jean said huskily. Why don't we find ourselves a room? Jean moaned out each word. I have to say that I was also rather turned on. Sure, my lady, there was a hotel nearby the restaurant. Shit, I didn't bring any ID? Well, who cares? A mild confonduse will get the job done for me. We walked into the hotel and a mild confonduse was all I needed to get ourselves a room. It wasn't anything 5-star, but it was rather classy. I wasn't overly worried about the CCTVs because the glamour I had applied on me was still active. When we finally arrived at our room, neither of us were able to keep our hands to ourselves. My left hand was resting right above her ass while her hands were caressing my back, chest, and abs. We finally entered the room, and Jean started to kiss me hungrily. I used my powers to close and lock the door. Even though I allowed Jean to lead me to the bedroom, my attention was somewhere else. I was using magic to check for any hidden cameras. Fortunately, I didn't find any. After I was done checking for cameras or listening devices, I cast silencing charms around the room. Only after that did I turn my full attention to Jean. Jean was kissing my jawline while her hands were tugging my t-shirt. I grabbed the hem of my t-shirt and pulled it off. Jean slightly backed off and took off her denim jacket and it joined my t-shirt on the floor. We finally arrived in the bedroom and Jean pushed me into the bed using her telekinesis. Jean smirked at me and slowly took off her shirt and threw it on the floor. I was about to get up, but she used her power to keep me on the bed. Mister, you are going to stay right where you are, Jean purred. She was wearing a red bra underneath her shirt. Her boobs weren't large, but they were modest. Honestly, I wasn't complaining. Jean jabbed her hand in my direction and used her powers to unbuckle my belt and pull it off. Jean shook off her shoes and jumped on the bed and started to caress my crotch. I was already sporting a raging hard-on. Jean grabbed the hem of my boxers and slowly, it was torturingly slow, pulled down my boxers and freed my shaft. Jean grabbed my shaft and started to stroke it gently. She tucked her hair behind her ear and breathed down on my member. That was so sexy. That memory deserves a special place in my mind. I moaned in pleasure when her hot lips finally wrapped around my shaft. Jean didn't waste any more time and started to bob her head up and down. By each passing second I was getting closer. All of a sudden, Jean stopped. I gave her a confused look. She just got up from the bed and used her powers to pull down her pants. She was wearing a matching pair of panties. Her panties were completely soaked with her juices. She threw off her pants and laid down beside me. Inside me. I can't hold back any longer. I want you inside me, Jean moaned and started to kiss me wildly. My hands found themselves on her modest-sized bra-covered breasts. My hand went around her back and with a snap, her bra was off. Jean pulled off her unhooked bra and threw it off. I pinched her nipple and she screamed my name loudly. My right hand slowly reached towards her entrance. My fingers nimbly slid inside her wet panties and found her crevice. Jean arched back in pleasure, but I pulled my hand back. I didn't want her to come now. Jean gave me a pleading look, then it turned into a mild glare. Please, make me yours. Slam your throbbing hard cock inside my wet little cunt and fuck me raw, Jean screamed. I was taken aback when I heard her speaking dirty. I didn't expect it from Jean. My frown quickly turned into a smirk. Your wish is my command, lady, I said, and in excitement, I vanished her panties and my breath hitched when I looked at her pink dripping slit. Her pussy was cleanly shaven. I positioned myself right in front of her entrance and I slowly pushed in. Jean moaned in pure ecstasy. God, you are tight. I groaned in pleasure as her tight pussy wrapped around my member. Yes? Fuck me like there is no tomorrow, Jean said when I finally entered her completely. Hearing her talk like that was turning me on even more. At first, I started to move slowly, but I kept increasing my speed gradually. From Jean's moans, it was clear that she liked that. My hands were playing with her breasts, pinching and twisting her nipples from time to time. I am close, Jean moaned out. Hearing her, I increased my speed. I was also close. Me too, I grunted out and kept pistoning myself inside her. Inside me, inside me. Paint my insides with your seed. Jean's breath hitched and she finally reached her climax. Her walls tightened around me like a vice grip. It took only 2 more thrusts and I emptied my load inside her. Jean was laying on the bed with a look of utter bliss on her face. I slowly pulled myself out of her and laid down beside her. She turned herself to look at me and my arms wrapped around her to pull her closer. That was amazing, Jean moaned out huskily. Her eyes were still filled with lust. Yes, that was, I completely agreed with her. I wanted this for so long, Jean said and started to run her fingers through my hair. Sorry to make you wait, I said softly, and Jean shook her head and pulled me into a kiss. This kiss wasn't like the previous ones. This kiss was gentle, caring, and passionate. It wasn't your fault, both of us were busy with stuff, Jean said softly and caressed my face when she finally pulled away from the kiss. I guess so, I said with a smile and started to kiss her passionately. During the kiss, I felt Jean's fingers brushed against my already hardened member. Her hands gently wrapped around my shaft and she started to stroke me gently. Looks like you are ready for another go, Jean said with a small smirk. Oh, I wouldn't dare to disappoint you, my lady, I said with my own smirk and looked at Jean while she straddled me. She leaned down and kept kissing me while with her hand she guided my member to her entrance and slowly lowered her hips. Jean moaned when my member was completely inside her. Her right hand grabbed my left hand and she gently intertwined her fingers with mine. My right hand wrapped around her back and I started running my fingers through her hair while she rode me gently and passionately. This time was completely different than the first time. This time we were making love, completely gentle and passionate. Neither of us said anything as she continued to ride me. Sometime during the session, Jean let my hand free and I used this chance and rotated ourselves. Jean didn't mind. My hand snaked around her curvaceous body. Her hands also weren't idle. Her hands were snaked around my hand, her fingers continuously running through my hair. Both of us finally reached our climax together. I pulled her on top of me. Jean looked at me with care and love. I love you, Rio. From now on I am completely yours, Jean whispered softly. I love you too, Jean, I said with a similar smile on my face and I kept caressing her hair. The night was still long and neither of us was worn out. After another round of sex, we decided to talk some more. So, did the Phoenix say anything? After all, I represent everything opposite to her, I asked Jean, who looked thoughtful for few moments. It was clear that she was talking with the Phoenix stuffed inside her. A/N, for those who are wondering why am I calling the Phoenix as her, you can check the conversation between Rio and the Phonics. She mentioned that her gender was inconsequential, but she also mentioned that because her current host is Phoenix she wouldn't mind if referred to as a female. According to her, it's completely fine. She said that even though you represent everything opposite to her she doesn't see you as her enemy, and in her books, you are okay since it was you who freed her from the prison, Jean said with a smirk on her face. Oh, it's good then. I also don't want to be hostile with her, I said and kept caressing Jean's back. We talked enough. Jean said, got up on her fours. Do me from behind this time, Jean moaned when I ran my fingers on her slit. Nov, L.B//JNN. Who would deny such a nice invitation? So, I did her from behind. We didn't stop until it was early morning. We had decided to spend the day relaxing. Well, whenever we woke up, that is. The next day we woke up around noon. Jean wasn't sore or anything, so we had sex 3 more times in the shower. Being the host of Phoenix Fire definitely helped her. She should have been sore, but she was healed while both of us slept. The Phoenix has already modified Jean's body so that Jean could be the perfect host. Where are my panties? Jean asked when we were finally getting dressed. I tried to remember what I did with them and only then I remembered that I vanished them. I rubbed the back of my head sheepishly. I might have vanished them in my excitement, I said with a nervous laugh. Jean gave me a blank stare for a few seconds, then shrugged. Then going commando it is, Jean said, and wore her pants. I could have transfigured or conjured her a pair, but the thought of her not wearing anything inside her pants was rather exciting. After having a nice breakfast-style lunch, both of us decided to enjoy another boat ride, but this time we wanted to have a longer ride. We spent the rest of the day in each other's arms enjoying ourselves in Venice. After our boat ride was finished, both I and Jean decided to have lunch before returning. This time we decided to go for pasta, as we have already tried spaghetti yesterday and pizza is something we eat after every few days. After finishing our dinner, Jean said that she didn't want to teleport because she loved having the food she just ate inside her belly. So, we decided to fly back to Elysium. We returned to the alley where I operated yesterday, and from there we took flight. While in the air, I cast Notice Me Not charms on both of us. It took us a few hours to finally return to Elysium. Since we already had dinner, both Jean and I decided to sit it out. I noticed that Aurora kept looking at me from time to time since I came back. It wasn't something unusual, she always did that, but today she had a confident gleam in her eyes. After the others finished their dinner, Aurora called out to me and said that she wanted to talk. I already had some ideas about what she wanted to talk about. So, Aurora, what do you want to talk about? I asked her with a serious look on my face. I knew that Aurora has finally made a decision, then she must have given it a lot of thought, but that also meant that she would be determined. That is why I am going to make it hard for her. I don't want her to take the decision half-heartedly. This would only cause problems on a later date. It's not like I have something against her, but she was the one who took the most time to make a decision, so I wanted to see how determined she was. Aurora was quite determined, though even after seeing how I spoke with her, her facial expression didn't change. I was wondering if you are free tomorrow. Aurora asked me with a smile on her face. I am free tomorrow evening, I said, and my usual smile made its way to my face. I wanted to spend some time with Rumi. It has been a while since I have spent some time with her. Oh, that would do. So, do you want to go on a date tomorrow evening? Aurora asked me in a slightly hopeful tone. I didn't say anything for a few seconds, and I could see it in her eyes that her strong facade was cracking. Of course, I would love to, I said with a huge grin on my face. A smile bloomed on Aurora's face. This smile was much brighter than the smile she had all this time on her face. So, do you mind if decide the place? Aurora asked me, and I just shook my head in denial. Then I will decide something and tell you in the morning. I hope that's fine. Aurora asked. Yeah, sure, I have no problems with that, I said. Aurora pecked me on my cheek and walked away while swaying her hips. Flashback over. I was brought to the present when I heard Aurora's voice. What are you thinking about? Aurora asked me softly. She was staring at me with her beautiful blue eyes. I was thinking about the first time you asked me out, I said, and leaned down and gave her a gentle peck on her lips. Oh, I still remember that from time to time, Aurora said with a smile on her face. She was obviously reminiscing about the past. A lot has happened within a year and a half. Nemuri has finally established her company. Just in 1.5 years, she has made her company the biggest company in the world. People still gawked at her ability. Many people screamed and shouted that she must be doing something illegal. Within months, her company was inspected several times, but each and every time they came out empty-handed. Well, it was obvious, Nemuri wasn't a fool. She wouldn't do anything illegal inside her company. If she was doing something illegal, then she would obviously do it outside so that no one can make the connection, and she never hired a helping hand. If she needed to do anything illegal, then she always did it herself. This removed the risk of information leaking from the middleman. So, she finally fulfilled her dream. She was leading the whole world's economy now. Kind of ironic, since she was the one who collapsed the whole world economy. Luna was also making strides with the Quibbler when she started publishing for the first time. A lot of people criticized it, saying that it won't sell because it was filled with silly things, but soon they had to swallow their own words. When I heard about what happened for a few moments, I think that some Eastern fantasy might have made its way into the Marvel multiverse, but thankfully it was a one-time event. Her paper was currently ranked second throughout the world. The Guardian was in the lead. Children loved her paper where she wrote about the magical creatures. The adults loved her paper because of the unbiased news she printed. This made her paper face some backlash in some parts of the world. Nemuri went there and made them understand that why it wasn't a good idea to ban Quibbler in their country. Some obvious and underhanded threats were made which would never see the light of the day. Momo also finished her project. She succeeded in setting up a satellite net around the Earth. This wasn't something overly hard, but it consumed a lot of her time. Through this satellite net, she would be able to keep an eye over the whole world and no one could hide from it. Combining magic and science, she was able to create these satellites. These satellites could pick up from Earth's surface while they were orbiting outside of Earth's atmosphere. The satellites brought up such crystal clear video feed from the Earth's surface. Sometimes I wondered if I was watching a 4K movie. These satellites were obviously impossible to detect with normal means. These satellites could do a lot more, but since I didn't understand all those technicalities, I decided to give up. Momo also made an AI like Jarvis that could keep an eye on the satellite net 24/7. Thankfully, the AI had a dumbing down protocol built in, which would stop it from getting too smart and launching an attack on us. Thankfully, we won't be having a judgment day when machines decided to wipe out all the humans. Fleur had long finished her experiments with both antimetal and vibranium. It took her nearly 6 months to get me an armor made of antimetal. I don't blame her though. First of all, the typical cutting methods were useless. She had to make a laser system specifically designed to cut anti-metal. The second problem she faced was how to stitch the anti-metal on fabric. She had to modify the laser so that she could cut the anti-metal into threads. After that, she stitched them together with magic. Then she continued to make armor for the girls. It took her 1 whole year to make an anti-metal armor for Nemuri, Rumi, Natasha, and Jean. My armor took so long because of trial and error. When she finally found a way to make the armor, it was no longer a problem. Currently, she was working on the vibranium I had brought her from Chloe. She was making armor for Aurora out of vibranium. According to her, she would complete the project within a week. But Rumi was the one who showed that through training you can achieve anything. She has become so strong physically that even I can no longer fight with her. She had found a way to concentrate all her strength in one point like Tsunade. When her hits don't connect, nothing happens. Not even leaves move, but if she threw a punch in the ocean, she could literally split the ocean. Sometimes I get Saitama vibes from her, but unlike Saitama, her blows won't put a hole in a mountain range if it doesn't connect with the mountain range. The last time we fought, she broke my left hand and cracked 3 of my ribs. Both times she failed to connect her hits perfectly. I shuddered at the thought of what would happen if her hits would have connected. Well, during the fight she was using her overdrive mode. Yeah, she named it overdrive mode. It's basically like Black Rabbit's battle mode, but for Rumi. Her hair doesn't change colors, but her hair starts glowing. She was damn strong, and by each day she was growing stronger. I shuddered once again. Dora was still deep inside S.H.I.E.L.D., but she was able to raise up several ranks within 1.5 years. Currently, she sported a clearance level 5 and she was currently posted in General Ross's department. She had also made quite a name for herself. S.H.I.E.L.D. has given her the nickname of Thousand-Faced Dora. Dora obviously puffed out her chest because she received such an awesome compliment. She was over the moon and rubbed it in Nemuri's face for a week while Dora sported a smug look on her face. The way Dora received the name was also funny. S.H.I.E.L.D. sent agents to follow her because she was finishing her jobs very quickly, which should have taken months. Dora obviously knew that she was being followed, so she confounded the agents to think that she used makeup items to disguise herself. So, Fury called her into his office and asked her to disguise herself like anyone in the room. Dora confounded them and made them think that she used the kit they gave her. Fury has finally grown some brain cells and he had removed the camera from his room, so there were no cameras in the room. Everyone in the room was surprised to see when Dora transformed herself into Maria Hill. She herself was surprised to see her exact copy. Everyone in there praised her after they finally got over their shocks. Dora obviously relished being praised. That stroked her clumsy ego. Nat finally found how to use her power-enhancing abilities without turning them into mindless followers and enhanced both Jean's and Aurora's metahuman powers. Nobody knew about this, and I also decided that this thing should be kept a secret. Several months ago, Eric, Raven, and Emma approached Nat and made a request for her to train spies. Since Nat was bored out of her mind, she happily agreed. Since then, Nat has been training new spies for Elysium. Jean has also grown a lot more powerful. Even though Fleur was busy most of the time with her armor, she still trained with Jean regularly. They have learned to teleport using Phoenix flames. Their flames have also become a lot hotter. They have also learned how to control their flames. If they want, their flames could burn anything, but if they want, their flames could heal too. Yes, they can someday create life with their flames too, but they are still unable to do that. Since Jean has become a perfect host, she has also gained immortality as long as she is housing the Phoenix Force, and the Phoenix Force had taken a liking to her and has said that Jean was her best host and she was never going to leave Jean. Aurora has also grown a lot stronger. She got a boost from Nat, while her magical abilities have also increased. She still uses her wand, but now, she was able to go toe-to-toe against Rumi in a magical fight. She has also started to learn how to cast wandless magic. I was brought out of my thoughts when my phone suddenly buzzed. I pulled out my phone and found that it was Dora. Something has happened. I don't know what exactly happened, but some green monster blew apart the base and jumped away. Dora wrote, "Ha, looks like the plot is moving once again." I was brought out of my thoughts when my phone suddenly buzzed. I pulled out my phone and found that it was Dora. Something has happened. I don't know what exactly happened, but some green monster blew apart the base and jumped away. Dora wrote, "Ha, looks like the plot is moving once again. Did something happen?" Aurora asked me in a slightly worried tone. I just shook my head with a smile on my face. Nothing major has happened. An experiment has gone awry, but looks like I have to go. I sighed and put the phone back in my pocket. "It's okay," Aurora said and pulled herself up from my lap and pecked me on the lips. "Stay safe," she said with a smirk on her face and disappeared with a loud crack. I got up from the ground and used Scour Jiffy to clean my pants, and I flash-stepped right inside Nat's spy room. "I have been expecting you since Dora texted me," Nat said, and turned around along with her chair so that she could look at me. "Yeah, you know me too well," I murmured and approached Nat. Nat got up on her feet and pecked me on the lips. "That's for sure," Nat said while tilting her head slightly in amusement. Nat plopped down on her chair and turned around towards the screens. "So did you get anything?" I asked Nat and leaned down on her chair. Nat nodded her head with an excited smile. "Yes, Dora was able to get me access to their offline computer where Ross kept everything. I got my hands on almost everything before someone found out what was happening and took the computer offline once again. I haven't seen anything yet. Let's see it together," Nat said and pulled up several files on one of her smaller screens and played the first video. The video started to play on her main screen. we saw that a young man injected himself with some kind of unknown serum. Even though Nat didn't know who this person was, I easily recognized him. Dr. Robert Bruce Banner. I checked the timestamp on the video and it was dated 1 month ago. We saw how the experiment went awry for some unknown reason and the young man turned into a green rage-filled monster. But I was shocked to see that the Hulk dropped on the floor completely unconscious before he could cause any destruction. I was gobsmacked when I saw this. Something is definitely wrong. Only after a couple of minutes, 2 armed men and General Ross himself stormed into the room and the video ended. Neither Nat nor I said anything and she played the next video. In the next video, we found that Bruce Banner was being kept in a comatose state while the scientists were conducting experiments on him. This has never happened in the normal timeline. I needed to know how the hell Ross was able to knock out Hulk like that. I didn't find anything until the 5th video. In the 5th video, Ross explained how he was able to contain Banner to the scientists that were working on Banner. He told them that he had been secretly following Banner's progress for quite some time, so when Ross found that Banner was planning to test the serum on himself, Ross decided to act. There was a very small chance that Banner was going to succeed, but there was still a chance, and if the serum worked then he would have a weapon in his hands. He couldn't allow Banner to walk away after that. Banner would become his weapon one way or the other. So, Ross was somehow able to plant something on Banner's spine. In the video, Ross pulled out a small capsule-like object and said that it contained a poison that would shut down a person's nervous system until the antidote is given. Ross didn't explain how he was able to do that and I had no idea that there was a poison like that out in the world. Nat was also stumped. We heard Ross mention the poison's name and Nat immediately started to look up for it in the files she had found from the computer. But even if it was a poison that would shut down your nervous system, Hulk should have taken over and healed Banner. Why in the name of God the Hulk didn't appear? I raged inside my mind. The video ended after some time and Nat was also done with her research. Look at what I found, Nat said and pointed toward the screen. It was from the personal files of Ross. The poison was made by Trask Industries so that they could trap any dangerous metahumans inside their mind. Their mind will think that they are living their own lives, but in reality, they would be trapped inside some tank being experimented on. The fuck? Is this the Matrix? I have met Ross a few times and I know that if he is using that poison then he knew everything about it, Nat said in a solemn tone, but she was clenching her fists tightly. Yep, it's clear that he doesn't even trust his own scientists, I said with a vicious look on my face. Yes, I would love to kill this bastard. So, we watched the rest of the videos. Nat asked and I simply nodded. Nat played the 6th video and pulled it to the main screen. Nothing major happened in the 6th video. We finally played the last video. This is where everything went awry for Ross. Even without the antidote the Hulk finally came out. Bruce Banner is a very intelligent man. He must have noticed that something was wrong with his mind, and when he found out about it, the Hulk must have noticed too and they decided to break out. Then, I have currently 2 targets to deal with. After all the metahuman mess was over I thought that Trask Industries would get the message, but looks like that I need to wipe them out completely. General Ross also found himself on my shit list. Nat, why didn't you see these feeds before? I mean, this is dated a month ago, I asked Nat. She leaned back in her chair and sighed. They were keeping all the feed on a computer that wasn't connected to the network. From what I know, Dora also found about that today and connected the computer to the network so that I could get my hands on their files, Nat said and rubbed her temples. I quickly pulled out my phone and texted Dora, "Where are you? Is anyone around you?" I texted her. Within a few seconds, Dora replied back. "I am back in my room. Ross has dismissed everyone." Dora, listen carefully. I need you to check yourself for anything foreign inside you, I texted Dora. Only after a few seconds, Dora texted me back. Horrified emoji, please don't tell me that the green monster was a zombie. I don't want to become a zombie, pleading emoji. That was what Dora wrote back. I didn't even fight it and simply facepalmed myself. I think the girl has all of her priorities wrong. Just do what I asked. I won't let you become a zombie, possessive emoji, I texted her. Dora didn't reply for a minute. Relieved emoji, I love you so much, heart emoji. I don't know what I would have done without you. Well, I would have turned into a zombie, probably. Wait a sec, let me check. Yeah, nothing foreign inside me. I am completely me. Cheerful emoji, cool emoji. Dora texted me. I love you too, I said and released a sigh. Sometimes I wonder how the hell she was able to maintain her cover. Here I was worried if she was also implanted with the poison or not, while she was worried that she would turn into a zombie. How the fuck did she even reach that conclusion? Nov, L, B / JNN. So, what now? Nat asked me seriously. She never liked when things like this happened to anyone. These things brought back her memories from the Red Room. What do you want to do? I asked Nat, even though I already knew her answer. I want to help him. He has gone through a lot recently and he is out there somewhere now, scared and confused, and from what I know about Ross, he would never allow him to run free. Ross will try everything in his power to control him and won't stop until either of them are dead, Nat said and pulled up Banner's file. He was just a college graduate. He is a genius too. He could also help us with research and everything on Elysium, Nat said almost desperately. I just smirked. Yeah, sure, why not? I will take Rumi with me, I said, and Nat happily nodded her head. So, where do you think he should be? I asked Nat. Nat looked thoughtful for a few moments. Someone close to him, like girlfriend or cousin, something like that, Nat said and started to search for Banner's relatives and girlfriend. Nat pulled out the file of Banner's girlfriend and read the name, Elizabeth Ross, and shook her head. Relative it is, I said dryly, and she pulled up Banner's relatives. Banner only had one living relative, Jennifer Walters, who lives in Los Angeles, California. So, Jennifer Walters does exist in this world. You and Rumi should check out Los Angeles before anything else, Nat said, and I nodded my head. In the original timeline, Banner went after his girlfriend, but this time the story is different. He was experimented on. There is a big chance that he would look for his family before anyone else. So, where are we going? Rumi asked while putting on the last piece of her armor. Image here. Los Angeles, California. Have you ever been there? I asked Rumi while looking at my own armor. Yeah, it has been quite some time since I wanted to try it out in a fight, but I never got a chance. Image here. Yeah, a few times. There are a lot of underground fight clubs there, Rumi said. You went there to fight? I didn't know that you liked to fight weak guys, I said in a teasing tone. A tick mark appeared on Rumi's head and she punched my arm, but thankfully she didn't use her full power. I only found myself embedded in the wall. That was a really bad joke, and I don't get jollies from fighting weak guys. I went there to watch the fights, Rumi finished with her own smirk on her face. I pulled myself out of the wall. I wasn't even bothered. I waved my hand and the wall was completely fixed. I guess I deserved that for cracking such a bad joke, I said dryly and offered Rumi my hand. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Rumi grabbed my hand and both of us flash stepped to Los Angeles. Throughout the last year, I have improved the flash step. Back in the HP world, I restricted the jump distance because of our fragile human bodies. Yes, it might not have been a problem for Rumi because of her armament hacky, but she would have faced problems too. But now we no longer have problems of owning a fragile human body. Teleportation is basically traveling through space, and traveling through space at such a high speed puts a huge amount of stress on your body. Human bodies were not built to withstand such heavy stress. Now our bodies were strong and we no longer faced that problem, so I removed the distance restriction from the flash step and it worked completely fine, and our bodies were also fine. Well, I did have to make some adjustments to the spell. It had some rough edges, but now it worked perfectly fine. We no longer used apparition. It was now an obsolete form of teleportation. Well, Ororo used apparition since she was still a human and her body won't handle such big distance jumps through flash steps. Without a sound, both me and Rumi appeared on top of a building. So, where are we? Rumi asked and blinked several times when she noticed that the building in front of us was surrounded by the army. I was also surprised because Nat said that the army was on their way. Looks like we were slightly late, but from the silence, it was pretty clear that Banner wasn't here. The last I heard from Nat, she also told me that Jennifer should be in her office, but it looks like she is also gone. I thought we should have first looked at Jennifer Walters' office. I will go and take a look. You can go nuts. I don't care, I said in a dismissive manner. Rumi nodded her head with an excited grin on her face, and without any more words, I turned invisible while Rumi looked down at the streets where the army was gathered. POV Rumi. As soon as Rio mentioned that I could go nuts, I couldn't stop myself from grinning in excitement. Oh, I knew why Rio decided to go on his own to look for Banner. He did this so that the army could get distracted by me and become unable to search for the duo. While the army is busy with me, he could look for Banner and his cousin in the meantime. I have no problem being the distraction. I will also be able to get myself some fun. I extended my leg out of the roof and fell down when I continued to shift my weight forward. With a loud boom, I landed on the street. I didn't need to look up to see that all the guns were pointing in my direction. Lady, please stand down. This place is off limits, someone shouted from the army. I didn't even bother to dignify him with a reply and slowly stood up. With complete grace, I started to walk forward. Stop or we will shoot, the same voice was heard once again. I saw all of them loading their guns and just smirked. Didn't they see my entrance? Do they really think that guns like these can hurt me? Stun her and drop her, the same voice boomed once again. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 projectiles were shot in my direction. Are they talking about the police stunners? I plucked out the projectiles from the air. Electricity coursed through my body but nothing happened. Yeah, police stunners? I thought dryly and dropped them. I saw everyone take a step away from me and murmurs were heard of me being a mutant. Are they fucking stupid? Didn't they just see me landing like that from the roof? Drop her. She is not human, the same voice boomed. Not a human? Even I know that mutants are humans with powers. They are definitely diligent rule followers. I didn't even bother to dodge the bullets. Yes, I could have dodged them, but it seemed to be a bother, so I just stood there and let them hit me. Only after few seconds, the firing stopped and all of them gulped and took several steps back in fear. From the back of the road, I heard that the reporters were speaking rapidly about the incident. I looked down towards my feet and saw that the ground was littered with patches of liquid metal. I smirked and looked up towards the soldiers. Is that all you got? I was expecting some kind of challenge, I said, and another round of fear-addled gulps were heard. Take this for a challenge, damn mutant. The same voice shouting till now was heard now, but this time he was hiding behind the others. I looked towards where the voice came from and found a stupid-looking man pointing a missile launcher towards me. Go to hell, bitch, the man screamed and fired the missile launcher. This time I did raise up my hand to stop the rocket. I can't allow my hair to get messed up on global news or Fleur will chew me out. I don't understand, I am out here spreading chaos and fear, but Fleur is worried about my looks. She needs to straighten her priorities. The rocket collided with my hand and my right side was engulfed in flames. The flames vanished within a second and all the soldiers looked at me slack-jawed. Well, that wasn't nice, I said with a fake sad look on my face. The man who launched the rocket at me was staring at me with clear fear in his eyes. I raised my hand towards the man and made a fist. A small shockwave was launched from my fist, but the man who I was pointing my fist at would definitely disagree. The man slowly looked down and found a fist-sized gaping hole in his chest. After that, he was unable to do anything more and dropped on the ground with a wet flop. The whole place was completely silent except for the noises coming from the helicopters hovering around us. It might have looked like I didn't move my hand, but in reality, I was so fast that no one was able to see it. I pulled my hand back slightly and pushed forward to launch an air projectile kind of attack. A/N. The attack was like the one hit used in Dragon Ball Super. I don't exactly remember the exact name, but I think everyone will be able to understand what kind of attack I am talking about. Now, what should I do next? I said and giggled. I was knowingly wasting more time so that I could gather the army's attention towards me. POV Rio. After I disillusioned myself, I flash stepped right outside of the building doors. I saw that Rumi jumped down from the building. I have to say she knows how to cause distraction. I entered the building and took the stairs. The army had cut off electricity, and Jennifer's office was on the second floor, so I had no problem climbing the stairs. Now, the reason I decided to check her office even after I knew that she wasn't here because I wanted to see what the army has found out about her and then obliviate the officers. While I was climbing the stairs, I heard shots being fired. I didn't even bother to check it out. It would be stupid to think that these bullets would be able to harm Rumi. That is the reason. I had wanted Rumi to become the distraction. I didn't want the army finding the duo before me, so if the army is busy with Rumi, then I will be free to do whatever I wanted. Sometimes things should be done silently like this. After all, Nat asked me to help Banner, and if he changes into Hulk, then I would have to break some bones in the least. Hulk had also shown that he is somewhat resistant to magic, at least in the comics. I don't want to take any chances. I arrived in front of Jennifer's office and found the place was crawling with army officers. I raised my hand and bolts of lightning shot out from my hand, and before any one of them could react, all of them were on the floor. I walked up to the most important looking person. He should be in charge. I picked him up and entered the guy's mind. They didn't know a lot about Jennifer except what was on her file. These guys didn't even know if Banner came to Jennifer for help. They wanted to capture Jennifer so that they could force Banner to willingly become their weapon. With a wave of my hand, I disintegrated all of them. Well, my hand slipped. Sir, you should hear this. An unknown soldier who was driving General Ross's Humvee turned around and spoke. The soldier turned on the volume of the radio so that General Ross could hear it. They were currently en route to Los Angeles. Beside General Ross, Emil Blinsky was sitting. He has been recently administered the super soldier serum Bruce Banner has made accidentally, but only after several tweaks were made in the serum. Emil Blinsky wasn't the only one who was injected with the new serum though. Right in front of Emil Blinsky, a man named Jason Turner, OC, was sitting. Both of them have been injected with the modified super soldier serum the scientists have made through reverse engineering Bruce Banner's blood. The two of them have already started to show a lot of improvement. They had improved eyesight, improved reflexes, improved speed, improved strength, and improved brain activity. In other words, they were just better all around, but they haven't changed even once. The scientists working under General Ross were about to start testing their other forms, but before they could do that, Bruce Banner woke and broke out of the facility. General Ross knew that it was going to be a huge blow for him. After all, he had kept everything under the wraps regarding Banner. Nobody knew about Banner, neither S.H.I.E.L.D. knew nor the president. Ross wanted to gain control over Banner before informing everyone about Banner, but Banner had ruined the plan now. Banner had run away after causing a lot of destruction. The president was not happy with his stunt, and Fury also showed his displeasure. That is why General Ross devised this underhanded plan. Finding out the living relatives of Bruce Banner was done with just some taps on a keyboard. Ross wanted to capture Jennifer Walters, Bruce Banner's cousin, so that he could force Banner to work for him. Sir, we are under attack by an unknown female mutant. Ross heard someone shouting from the other side of the radio. Ross wasn't happy. He picked up the microphone. Then what the hell are you people doing? Kill her? She isn't a human. She has no rights. Ross barked out in fury. Sir, we tried, the man from the other side said nervously. Sir, RPGs don't even put a scratch on her, the man said hurriedly because he didn't want to get screamed upon. Ross was gobsmacked now. After all, he had himself issued the team equipment and he knew that he didn't give them anything more than RPGs. He turned towards Jason Turner. Go and take care of her. This is the best opportunity to test how much the serum improved you, Ross said, and Turner nodded his head in understanding. Turner opened the door of the running Humvee and signaled the Humvee behind them to stop. The Humvee slowed down and Turner jumped off the Humvee he was traveling in. Turner walked up to the Humvee he had signaled to stop. He got in the car and told the driver about his destination. Ross only sent Turner because, just before he received the report of his team getting attacked by an unknown female mutant, he had received a report from the local police station that Jennifer Walters has been admitted to the hospital after she was shot. Before sending his team to Los Angeles, Ross has informed the local police that Jennifer Walters was a dangerous criminal and they are on their way to arrest her, and if something happens then they should inform him before approaching Walters. After all, there was no way Ross would do something half-heartedly. Neither was he born yesterday, nor did he become a general yesterday. POV Rio. Well, now that she isn't in her office, where the hell she should be? Before going to her house I should confirm it from Nat. I pulled out my phone and called Nat. Hello, Nat, can you tell me where Jennifer Walters is? I asked and Nat huffed in annoyance. See, I told you, but no? You said you could do it on your own. How is that turning out? Nat said mockingly. I felt another headache hammering my head. Nat, I never said that I won't need your help. I just said that you don't need to contact me anymore after I enter Los Angeles. I could find my way on my own, I said in a gentle tone. Who could have thought that Nat would reach a conclusion like that? Before I left her spy room, I told her that she didn't need to contact me after I am in Los Angeles. After all, I didn't think that General Ross's men would already be here or that their plan would be to capture Jennifer Walters to use against Banner. Women are complicated, well, but there is no denying that it adds to their charms and I like mysteries. Fine, but I want a date, Nat said, and I released a relieved sigh. A date wasn't something overly complicated, and I loved spending time with my girls. Looks like Jennifer Walters is really unlucky today. She has been shot by someone and she is currently admitted in the hospital, and you wouldn't believe it. Someone named Bruce Banner brought her to the hospital and gave her blood, Nat said in a neutral tone. I cursed inside my mind. Yeah, fate is really a mysterious force. Now, I would find that abomination is already a thing. Just as soon as finished the thought, I heard a loud roar from the outside of the building. I didn't need to look outside and I knew that I had jinxed myself. I am not going to think about it anymore. Which hospital was she taken to? I asked Nat after I released a frustrated sigh. Kindred Hospital, Los Angeles. I am sending the directions to your phone. Oh, and Ross is already on his way there, Nat said in a chipped tone. Yeah, she still hasn't forgiven my mistake even though it wasn't my mistake. Thank you, love. I don't know what I would have done without you, I said in a loving tone. Good boy. I love you too, Nat said and cut off the phone. My shoulders sagged and I released a defeated sigh. I think having a harem should come along with a manual. After that, I simply made my way towards the Kindred Hospital. POV Rumi. After killing the one who launched the rocket at me, I didn't even bother to attack anyone else. They were already running around like headless chickens. I heard someone radio his boss. I allowed him. This would obviously work in my favor. I was brought out of my thoughts when someone decided that it would be nice to shoot me with 50 calories. I looked up and saw that someone from a helicopter had decided to be a hero. Well, I can't have that. I rushed towards the nearest Humvee and yanked a door off from it. I turned my body around and threw the door towards the helicopter. The door smashed through the front of the helicopter. The helicopter shifted through the air a couple of times and dropped on the ground like a bird whose wings have been cut off. After that, nobody attacked me again. They kept an eye on me but they didn't dare to attack. They just kept watching me from a distance. I was bored only after a few seconds, so I started to break the Humvee from which I had plucked the door out of. This seemed to scare the soldiers even more. I smashed my fist on the hood of the Humvee in frustration and its axles collapsed and the front of the vehicle was completely crushed. Looks like this will be another boring mission. I climbed on the crushed hood and leaned down. Only after a few minutes another Humvee arrived and a man walked out of it like he owned this place. So you are the mutant filth that was causing problems, the man spat out in clear disdain while looking towards me. Did he just call me mutant filth? Who are you, bug? I said in a cold tone and got up from the crushed vehicle. I shouldn't have expected anything more from a filth. Can't even answer their betters, the man said and sneered. Why don't we let our fists talk and find out who is the better one? I asked and walked up to him. Oh, I was planning to do that, the man said and rushed at me with a sidearm in one of his hands while a knife in his other hand. The man pointed his gun in my direction and before he could even blink I grabbed the muzzle of the gun. I twisted the gun to take it out of his hand. Seeing that I got the better of him, he let go of his gun and slashed at me with his knife. I didn't even bother to put up a guard. The knife slashed against my breastplate. Seeing that it didn't affect my armor, he backed off. I threw away the gun which was already melting. Is that all you got? All bark no bite? Just like your knife, I mocked him. The man scowled and looked at his knife and found that it was already melting. The man looked at the knife with disdain and threw it away. Let me show you how I am your better, the man proclaimed, and blue veins started to appear on the man's body. Oh, this is something new, I thought, completely excited. The man's muscle mass started to grow and he started to stretch out his armor. The man was completely blue now. The man cracked his neck and lunged towards me. I simply sidestepped and dodged the attack. He swiped his hand in my direction wanting to grab me. Instead, I grabbed his hand and twisted it behind his back. A loud snap was heard. Nov, L, B /JNN. The man howled in pain but stopped when my right fist landed on his face and a crunch sound of his nose breaking was heard. The man once again howled in pain. My grip on the man's broken arm tightened and I slammed my right fist into his chest. At a rapid pace, I landed several more punches. I finally let go of his hand and a roundhouse kick to his chest sent him sailing towards the Humvee he came in. He collided with the Humvee and the Humvee skid back because of the force of my kick. I didn't even use half of my power and this was the result. The man spat out blood and dropped to the ground. He was already half dead. All bark and no bite. Yeah, right. You are so much better than me, I cooed in a mocking tone. The man looked at me with pure hatred in his eyes. The man's body started to pulse once again. Does he have more tricks to show? I thought with a small hope in my mind. The man's muscles started to bulge and his broken hand snapped back and healed. His nose was also healed, while he slowly rose up from the ground. The man started to tear out off his clothes. The man was getting bigger by each passing second and he finally stopped growing when he was about 10 feet tall. He could no longer be called a human now. He was a pure monstrosity, an abomination. Roar. The blue thing roared loudly, looking towards me. I couldn't stop myself from grinning, my whole body was shaking in excitement. Haha, this is too much fun. Come, let's dance, I said and lunged towards the blue abomination with my right fist pulled back, and the abomination also did the same. He lunged towards me while pulling his right fist back. As soon as I walked out of the building, I flew towards Kindred Hospital. Huh? Nat sent road directions, but who uses roads when they can fly? Well, dates are an exception. It only took me a couple of minutes to arrive at Kindred Hospital. I didn't waste any time and entered the hospital. I found something unusual going on. There were way too many police officers crawling here. I cast a notice me not on myself and grabbed a police officer. Nobody even bothered to look in our direction. Before the police officer could do anything stupid and forfeit his life, I dived into his mind. Oh, I have to say that Ross doesn't do anything half-heartedly. So, he had informed the local police that Jennifer Walters was a dangerous criminal and they were on their way to capture her. The guy won't have any brain damage since I didn't stay inside his mind for too long, and I only checked his recent memories. I obliviated the guy and sent him on his way after telling him that everything was fine. I also got Jennifer Walters' room number from the guy's head. Thankfully, none of these guys have reported back to Ross that Bruce Banner was here. Hehehe. Since I am already here, it is my duty to make Ross unable to find Jennifer's room. Without wasting any more time, I headed straight towards Jennifer Walters' room. While I was on my way towards Jennifer's room, I felt several vehicles and 2 helicopters entered my sensory range. Looks like Ross is here, let him run around for now. I arrived in front of Jennifer's room. I already knew that 2 people were inside there. The police weren't being subtle anymore as 6 officers were roaming down the hall. I pointed my finger towards the gates and cast Notice Me Not, Muggle Repelling Charms, and some privacy wards. Without making a sound, I entered the room and found Jennifer was laying on the bed. She was awake but she looked kind of weak, and Bruce Banner was sitting beside her bed cutting fruits for her. I deactivated the Notice Me Not charm on myself and appeared out of thin air. Both Jennifer and Banner were shocked and Banner shot out of his chair. Sorry, it wasn't my intention to scare both of you, I said in a neutral tone. Leviathan. Jennifer stuttered out in fear. Banner got in front of Jennifer in a manner of guarding her. Trust me, you don't want to do this, Banner said and kept staring at me. I don't know if it would mean anything or not, but I come in peace, I said in a cheerful tone and raised my hand to make a peace sign. Both Banner and Jennifer were stunned speechless. Yes, this must be because of my shocking personality. POV Rumi. Come, let's dance, I said and lunged towards the blue abomination with my right fist pulled back, and the abomination also did the same. He lunged towards me while pulling his right fist back. I remembered to hold back my power. I didn't want to turn him into a bloody mist before I could have my fun. So, I decided to use 50% strength of my base form. I decided not to use either armament haki or my overdrive mode from the get-go. Let's check the waters first. Both of our fists collided while we were in midair. A shockwave erupted from the collision of our fists. Seems like my guess was right. 50% of my strength in my base form is equal to his full power. Both of us landed on the ground and rushed towards each other once again. His huge fist shot towards my head. I tilted my head and his attack completely missed me. I closed the gap between us and my left hand shot towards his midsection. Thankfully, the abomination has lost his genitals, or I would have hated engaging with him in close combat. My left hand landed on his midsection and the beast staggered back. I didn't waste any time, put my feet on his knee to raise myself. After all, he was almost 10 feet tall. The monster was surprised when I used his knee as a stepping stone, and he was even more shocked when my right elbow smashed on his chin. The monster's head shot back and he landed on the ground on his back like a sack of potatoes, while my landing was completely graceful. The monster got on his feet and shook his head to clear the daze. My abomination looked at me with hatred in his eyes and roared once again. Come on, big guy, show me what you got, I said in a mocking tone. The monster roared once again and lunged at me. I decided to meet him head-on and met his punch with mine. Another shockwave erupted from the collision, but this time the shockwave was much louder and we ended up cracking all the glass windows around us. I heard several screams and saw that the reporters were still there. Well, there is no cure for stupidity, the most dangerous disease for humans. The abomination didn't back out this time and threw another punch. I stopped his punch, his mine again, and another shockwave erupted from our fists. Yes, I am loving this. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Neither of us backed out and we kept throwing punches at each other. Ha ha ha. I laughed out loudly, unable to stop myself. This was the thrill I have been missing. I know I am holding back a lot, but the thrill is still there. I can only spar with Rio, and when I do that, I know there is no risk. Yes, I hit him and he hits me, but both of us deliberately ignore important places. I was having a lot of fun, but the abomination's moves started to turn sluggish. No, this can't be happening. I was just starting to have fun. I screamed inside my mind, and for the first time his punch lacked power, and when his fist met with mine, he was blown back and howled in pain. No, come on, fight me, damn it. I screamed in frustration and kicked him into the nearby building when he wasn't able to return the attack. Even though my disappointment was immeasurable, I needed to calm down. I released a sigh and grabbed a sniper bullet out of thin air. I looked towards the direction from where the bullet came from and threw it in that direction with my full power. The road beneath me cracked and caved in. The whole top part of the building was blown away when the bullet hit the building. I sensed that the abomination was moving once again and a huge chunk of concrete came flying towards me. I swatted the concrete block using my full power and it blew it to bits. The abomination roared once again and threw a Humvee at me next. I jumped away from the place and the Humvee crashed down. The abomination looked at me and huffed. He saw a police car and ripped it apart from the middle. The abomination picked up both parts and like they were boxing gloves, a good plan, but this time I wasn't holding back. He started to run in my direction and I decided to wait for him this time. He threw a punch towards me but this time I didn't even bother to dodge and allowed him to hit me, but not to take any chances I activated armament haki. His car-gloved hand landed on my upper body and I didn't even budge from where I was standing. This seemed to shock the monster. He pulled back his fist and stared at his own fist with a confused look on his face. He huffed once again and threw another punch, but this time I decided to retaliate. I deactivated my armament haki and met his car-gloved punch with mine. Something happened that the monster wasn't expecting at all. His right side of the body was completely gone along with the building behind him, creating a building-sized canyon in the middle of Los Angeles. The abomination dropped on the ground with a wet plop, but he wasn't dead though. I could see that he was already healing. I calmly walked behind the monster and gently placed my hands around his head. I pulled him up from the ground and fixed my grip on his head. I placed my foot on his back and started to pull back his head gently, but gradually I increased my power. He was no longer a human, so I had no problems doing this. As far as I was concerned, I was putting down a mad monster. The monster started to trash and howl in pain, but I didn't let go. I kept pulling his head back. A loud snap was heard and with that, my grip tightened on his head. My fingers dug into his eyes and grabbed the corner of his eye sockets for a better grip. Slowly his head started to get ripped from his body, a small yank and his head was completely separated from his body now. I took a look at the head in my hands and tossed it away like garbage. Both Banner and Jennifer were stunned speechless. Yes, this must be because of my shocking personality. With that, I gave myself a mental pat. A few seconds passed but none of us said anything. Banner still didn't drop his guard. A small mental probe gave me all the answers. He was worried about his only living family member. After all, she has been shot recently. I conjured myself a wooden chair and sat down on it. So, why are you here? Banner asked me after he gulped loudly. It was clear that Banner was very nervous. Have either of you seen the news? I asked and both of them shook their heads in denial. I used my powers and turned on the TV and with a small wave of my hand the TV remote flew into my hand. On every news channel, Rumi was being portrayed as a supervillain. All of them were live telecasting from the scene. They were saying how Rumi was attacking the army who were just doing their jobs. A lot of weird theories were flying around. The fight between the Abomination and Rumi seemed to be already over and Rumi could be seen standing in front of a building-sized canyon and a giant blue body was lying beside her. Wait, blue body? The fuck? Don't tell that there is another abomination running out there. I will check it out after I deal with the duo here. I didn't like what the news channels were saying about Rumi, but they were right in some regard, so I decided not to destroy them. Nowadays my impulse to destroy things is getting quite stronger. It must be something related to the Leviathan of destruction. Hey, that's my office. Jennifer blurted out but then cringed and moaned in pain. Banner immediately started fussing over her like a mother hen. Oh, good. I was kind of wondering if you would able to recognize that place or not. After all, you have been through a lot of stress recently, I said and clapped my hands. Both Banner and Jennifer gave me weird looks but didn't say anything more than that. But what has what's happening out there have to do with us? Banner asked me with a confused look on his face. Jennifer was also giving me confused looks. Well, they are there for you, Jennifer Walters, I said while looking at Jennifer. Jennifer turned completely pale. Well, she was already pale because of all the blood she had lost, but she still managed to turn pale. Quite impressive. But why? Jennifer wailed loudly. I didn't do anything wrong. Jennifer protested. While this was going on, Bruce Banner was completely silent, but he had a horrified look on his face. He was looking at the TV with an aghast look on his face. Oh, you did nothing wrong. After all, you can't choose who your family is, I said cryptically. This seemed to confuse Jennifer even more. What? My family? Jennifer asked with a lost look on her face. My only living family is Bruce. Jennifer finished with a confused look and looked towards Banner. He was horrified and his face was marred with a guilt-stricken look. This is because of me. They are after you because of me. I shouldn't have come for you, Banner whispered while staring at the ground. He didn't dare to look towards Jennifer any longer. n/o/vel/b/c/om. What the hell are you saying, Bruce? Jennifer snarled in anger. I don't understand. What do you have anything to do with anything happening out there? Jennifer almost screamed, but as soon as she was done with her rant she cringed in pain. So Bruce explained everything that has happened to him in the last month. Jennifer was horrified to learn what has been done to her cousin. I silently listened to Banner's story. At least now I know what he was feeling from his perspective. For him, everything was normal when he was under the drug's influence, but one day he noticed something. He was unable to go anywhere he didn't know about. Banner didn't have a habit of reading the newspaper. One day his eyes fell on a newspaper and saw that it was the same article he has seen some time ago. He picked up the newspaper and started to read the article, but his world crashed down when he saw the date. According to the newspaper shop owner, this was the latest newspaper, but it was dated a month ago. He showed all his colleagues the newspaper, but all of them said that it was completely fine and there was nothing wrong with it, but Banner already knew that something was wrong, very wrong. So, he decided to wait another day and the same newspaper was published the next day too. Bruce was immediately horrified and went to meet Jennifer so that Banner could help her too, but found that she was also saying that nothing was wrong. Banner reached two conclusions. Either he has gone mad or something is going on with his mind. That is when the Hulk took over and broke Banner out of his mental prison. After escaping the facility, the Hulk went back to sleep and Banner was back in control. Since Banner was in the back seat, it was the second time he transformed. His memories were fuzzy, but he knew that he needed to save Jennifer, so once again he traveled to Los Angeles. When Bruce finally arrived at Jennifer's house, he heard a gunshot and came to see that Jennifer was bleeding on the ground. Banner was angry, but he decided to save his cousin, so he brought her to the hospital and gave her blood. I am still surprised that if Banner was angry, then why didn't he transformed into Hulk? I love solving mysteries. While Banner was pouring his heart to Jennifer, I texted Rumi that if she wanted she could go back, and I also informed Nat about our guests and asked her to prepare the infirmary. Rumi said that she was going back because no one even dared to fire at her. Well, that's good and all, but they didn't come here to capture you. They don't even know that you are in Los Angeles, I said when I noticed that Banner's story was over. Jennifer was gently holding her cousin's hand for support throughout the story. What do you mean? Obviously, they know that I am here, or why would they look for Jennifer? She is a law-abiding citizen, she is a lawyer, god damn it. Banner retorted aggressively. I raised my hands up in surrender. It won't do me any good if Banner turns into Hulk now, all my hard work would go down the drain. I am not saying that she is someone bad, but if a person like General Ross says she is bad, then she is bad. From the looks it seems that you got what I meant, I said, and Banner didn't say anything for a few moments. They have framed her, they want to capture her as a leverage against me, Banner whispered in a low tone. Ding, 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 and we have a winner, I said in a cheerful tone. But even if Ross wasn't planning to use her, her life has already changed. Her life has changed when you gave her your blood, I said, and realization finally dawned on Banner. So, you are saying that his blood gave me the powers he had? That I will also turn into a green monster? Jennifer asked with a depressed look on her face. Yes, but I don't know if you are going to be the same as him or not, I confirmed, and Banner didn't know what to do anymore. He was clenching his fists tightly while he was biting his lips. That doesn't look good. I need to calm him down before turns into Hulk. That is why I am here. Both of you will no longer be able to live peacefully. Even if Ross is dealt with, someone new will take his place and he or she will not leave you alone, only because they can't control you, and both of you will be a constant risk, I said, and both of them nodded in understanding. So, here is my offer. You are welcome in Elysium and we would help both of you as much as possible, I said, sounding like an insurance guy. I can't believe I am doing this. I sound like a fucking salesman. It's not like we have any other options, Banner sighed in a defeated tone and looked at his cousin. I am really sorry, Jen. I shouldn't have dragged you into all of this, Banner said and looked away from Jennifer. Don't you dare say anything like that, Bruce. I was on my front porch bleeding to death when you came. I am only alive because of you. Jennifer chastised. I say whatever happens we face it together. After all, we are family, Jennifer said in a soothing tone. It was a really touching moment, but suddenly they turned towards me. Please, don't stop on my account. My lips will be complexly sealed, and if you want, I can look the other way. Don't worry. I understand that you support incest for the wincest, I said and did a zipping motion on my lips. Both of them blushed up a storm. There is nothing like that between us, both screamed in protest. Yeah, sure, whatever you say. So, do you want to come to Elysium or not? I asked and both of them agreed. I picked up the coffee mug laying on the table and made it a portkaya. I handed the portkaya to Banner. Grab it, both of you, it will take you two to Elysium. You will arrive in Elysium Infirmary and you don't have to worry. I have already informed them of your possible arrival, I said, and didn't give them any time to reply and activated the portkaya. Both of them were whisked away and I was left alone in the room. Now that Banner and Jennifer are gone, let's check if there is another abomination or not. I should first look for Emil Blinsky. If he is alive, then this was a different abomination, and the original abomination, Emil Blinsky, needs to die. I stretched out my arms and released, and a satisfied moan came out of my lips when I heard a small pop from my shoulders. Today has been rather boring. The day for me started like any other day. I spent my whole morning while training along with Fleur. She is an awesome training partner and an awesome sister. I still remember how she helped me gather my courage. I have grown a lot closer to them since that date in Venice. A lot has changed since the day I have finally decided to become Rio's woman, but I haven't regretted it for a single time. So, after returning from Venice, I decided to chase my passion once again. That is why I decided to work in the Elysium Infirmary. After returning home after training, I went to my room. Well, it wasn't my room exactly. It was our room now. Even though I had my own room, I liked to keep all of my stuff in our room. This was way more convenient. After all, I spent most of the day in here and I also slept here. I took out some new clothes from my wardrobe and laid them down on the bed. I quickly stripped out of my clothes and entered the shower. I am a huge fan of Momo. She made this awesome automatic washing machine. As soon as you throw your clothes inside, it will start running. Thank God for small mercies. After a nice and long relaxing shower, I came out of the shower, and with a flash of flames, I was completely dry. After getting dressed, I went to the kitchen and found that only Luna was there. Luna was drawing something while listening to music. It was a common sight nowadays. Hello, Luna, I greeted her. Luna looked up from the sketch and beamed at me with a huge smile. Hi, Jean. How are your studies and research going on? Luna asked me with a bright smile on her face. Both of them are completely fine, thanks for asking though. So, what are you drawing? I asked her curiously. Oh, I am happy for you. I am drawing heliopaths for my next Quibbler special edition, Luna said with a dreamy look on her face. I have no idea what heliopaths were, but I will read about them in the Quibbler. I find them quite fascinating. I called a house elf and asked her to bring me some food, but before she could pop away I stopped her and asked if Luna wanted some food too. Luna beamed at me with another one of her bright smiles. Thanks for asking. I would like some pancakes and a cup of pudding, Luna finished with a bright smile. The house elf nodded and popped away. While the house elf was preparing the food, I kept chatting with Luna. After a nice lunch, I bid farewell to Luna and with a flash of flames, I appeared right outside of Elysium Infirmary. N/O/vel/b/c/om. They called it an infirmary because it wasn't anything big like hospitals they have seen. They didn't even have that many patients in here. Most people showed up with some minor problems which could be treated by first aid. I liked working in the infirmary, well, mainly healing and helping people. Back in the Xavier mansion, the infirmary was under my jurisdiction too. Seeing that no one needed any help, I decided to read some medical research papers on the computer. It's better this way rather than wasting my time while doing nothing. I always found them quite fascinating. Suddenly, my phone started to ring. I pulled out my phone and saw that Nat was calling. She told me that 2 people will be coming here via Port Kea and one of them needed some help. Nat said that she will be also joining me. Only after a few minutes, a violet portal appeared and Nat walked out of it. When are they coming? I asked Nat, who shrugged. In a few minutes. Nat said in an unsure tone. I wasn't even sure if she was asking me or answering me. Looks like our wait was quite fruitful. Only after a couple of minutes, 2 people appeared in the infirmary and landed on the beds. A man and a woman to be specific. The woman howled in pain while grabbing her stomach. The man shot out of the bed and started to look around, then turned towards the woman with a caring look in his eyes. I started to approach them, but the man looked at me with cautious eyes. I raised my hands in a surrendering manner. You don't need to be alarmed. I just want to help her, I said in a soft tone and resumed my approach towards the woman when the man nodded his head. I noticed Nat was standing at the back while carefully looking at the duo. Who are you? Where are we? The man asked in a slightly guarded tone, and I finally arrived near their bed and I started to check the woman. My name is Jean Grey and you are in Elysium, I said, and continued my job. Everything looks fine. She seems to have lost a lot of blood and she was injured, but her wound had already been stitched nicely. Nat, bring me a skin mending potion and a blood replenishing potion, I said, looking towards Nat. She seemed reluctant but made a portal and walked right into it. She returned only after a few seconds with 2 potion vials in her hands. I took the potions from her and handed the skin mending potion to the woman. This is a skin mending potion. This will completely heal your wound. This will taste very bad, but you just need to gulp it down, I said, and opened the potion vial. Wait. There is stuff like that. The man blurted out with a shocked look on his face, but he had some interest in his eyes. Looks like he is a scientist too. Yes, now bottoms up, I said, and handed the vial to the woman. The woman looked at the bottle critically and gulped down the contents. Her face twisted in disgust and gave me a weird look. That was very disgusting, the woman said, and handed me back the vial, and I handed her blood replenishing potion. Now bottoms up. This is the last one, I said, and the woman grimaced but down the potion in her mouth. Once again her face twisted in disgust, but she gulped down everything. I am never doing that again, but I am already feeling well, the woman said while handing back the potion vial. Jennifer Walters, Bruce Banner, let me officially welcome you to Elysium. Suddenly Nat spoke up while coming forward. POV Rio. I walked out of Jennifer's room after applying a notice me not on myself and saw that now both the army and police were crawling throughout the hospital looking for something. They must still be looking for Jennifer's room. I had to stop myself from cackling madly. Seeing that, I grabbed an army officer to check if Ross and Emil Blinsky were here, and they were in fact in here, screaming their heads off to the police chief. After all, Ross was thinking that Jennifer was somehow able to get away and the police are covering up their failure by making up a new room name. This time I did cackle in mad glee. I threw away the man inside Jennifer's room and started to walk towards where Ross and Emil Blinsky were. I finally arrived in front of a room and I could sense 4 people inside the room. I shot silencing charms on the door and walls. I entered the room and saw 3 men and a woman were shouting at themselves. The woman was wearing a business suit. Looks like the FBI. Ross and Emil Blinsky were here, so I used my powers and closed the doors. This seemed to get their attention. I deactivated the notice me not. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, how are you this evening? I asked, and Blinsky pulled out a gun, but the gun didn't fire when he pulled the trigger. Forgive me, but I don't like being shot, I said while shaking my head. If they didn't know any better they would have thought that I was being genuinely sad. But it seemed like Emil Blinsky didn't get the message and attacked me with bare hands. I grabbed his fist and one punch to his throat dropped him to the ground. Ross, you should put a leash on your dog, I said mockingly. What do you want, Leviathan? The woman asked me. Even though she was showing a strong front, she was completely shaken. I want to kill the 2 of them, I said honestly, and pointed towards Blinsky and Ross. May I know the reason why? The woman asked, and Ross looked at her with a betrayed look on her face. The woman shot Ross a scathing glare. What? You are the one who started this problem, your mistakes brought Leviathan here. Please forgive me if I am throwing you under the bus, the woman said and glared at Ross. Blinsky was still choking on the ground. Puny mortal. I agree with her, the police chief said with a dumb look on his face. I had to say the FBI agent has brains. Miss FBI agent, I like you. You aren't like your colleague here, I said and pointed towards Ross. You have brains and know how to use it, something I appreciate. So, not only will I tell you why I will kill him, I will allow you to leave, I said, and I pointed my finger towards Ross and shot a silencing charm and body binding charm. I will kill him because he did something I don't approve of, I said while nodding my head seriously. The woman understood that she won't get anything more from me, so she decided to back off. Just like I have said, she is a smart woman. Come here, Ross, and face your justice, I said, and Ross floated towards me. He was trying to say something, but I didn't give him a chance. I grabbed his throat and looked into his eyes. Legilimens, I said, and dived into his mind. I shifted through his memory, and just like I had thought, Blinsky was an abomination. I knew that Turner was dead. Rumi killed him. Ross did have some of Banner's blood and DNA stored back in his facility. I ripped through his mind without any remorse. I wanted to get everything before I killed him. I finally pulled out from his mind and saw that his whole body was shaking uncontrollably while he was frothing from his mouth. I dropped him on the ground and I cast a skin-melting curse at him. Both the police chief and the FBI agent saw the scene in complete horror but didn't say anything and remained completely silent. Blinsky's whole body was pulsing with grey light now, so he had decided to turn into the abomination. Well, he is facing the wrong opponent. I am not Rumi that I would allow him to transform so that I could get myself a nice fight. I pointed my palm towards Blinsky and my palm glowed with a purple light. Hakai, as soon as the words escaped from my mouth, Blinsky started to disintegrate. He screamed loudly and finally disappeared into thin air. I heard 2 gulps and looked towards the FBI agent and the police chief. I smiled at them and waved, "It's nice meeting both of you. I hope the next time we meet, we could skip the unpleasant rise," I said and flash stepped directly into Ross's office. I shuffled through his files and got my hands on a lot of dirt. A feral grin appeared on my face and Flash stepped into his lab. The whole facility was empty now. Soldiers were only posted outside the building as security, but no one was inside the building. I confirmed that Banner's blood and DNA were here. "Fiend fire," I said, and a Leviathan made of fire erupted from my palm. This time I used only one arm because with my other arm I was holding the files. Within seconds the whole room was engulfed by the cursed flames. I flash stepped outside the facility to watch the chaos. Everything was silent now, but I didn't have to wait for long. Only after a few minutes, faint fire had engulfed the whole facility. Happy with my handiwork, I flash stepped back to Elysium. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am sure that all of you know the reason I called all of you here," the president asked solemnly. Yes, everyone in the room chorused in agreement. "Then what do you think I should do to avert our current crisis?" the president asked. For a few minutes, nobody said anything. "Sir, why don't we ban the Quibbler and tell the public that we did it because they were spreading fake news to cause unrest in our society? It is obvious now that Quibbler is connected to Elysium." A colonel from the back presented the idea. A man in the front scoffed at him. "Colonel, you should remember that this isn't a battlefield and you can't use battlefield tactics here. Banning the Quibbler is simple and framing them for telling lies will be even simpler, but what won't be simple is the shitstorm we will face after that," a man that was wearing a business suit said. The man didn't have any ID. "So, you are saying that we allow the Quibbler to continue this agenda? If this continues to go on, then our own citizens will rise against us," a Secretary of Defense retorted. "Do you even know who Nemuri Kayama is?" another man in a business suit asked. The man had an FBI badge hanging around his neck. "From your looks, you don't even know who she is. Then let me enlighten you. Currently, she is the sole owner of Kayama Industries, and through her company, she holds the world economy within her palms," the man finished and huffed. "If that isn't enough, she also owns shares in all our companies. Rand Industries, Stark Industries, Trask Industries. You want me to keep going? She also owns the major energy corporations in our country, and the reason we are telling you this is because Nemuri Kayama herself is backing the Quibbler." The finance minister decided to pick up the argument from where the FBI director dropped it. "Sir, may I speak freely?" One special service agent came forward and asked the president. The president gestured him to speak up. "Sir, there is no hiding this anymore. The Quibbler isn't the only problem. Leviathan handed over all the evidence to every news agency in our country. Sir, I think we should put everyone involved with the illegal experiments on trial," the agent said, but no one in the room looked happy. "So, you are saying that we throw them under the bus and wash our hands with them?" Fury growled in anger. "No sir, you misunderstand me. I am saying that we put them on the trial and convict them, but no one will check if they are actually being punished or not. We transfer them to a secure facility." The agent left the last part unfinished. The gears started to click in their heads and everyone in the room smiled. "That is the best thing I have heard today. So, does anyone have a better plan?" the president asked with a proud smile on his face. No one said anything. "Then let's proceed with this plan," the president said, and a lot of people nodded their heads and a small cheer erupted. "What happened to the corpse of the first monster?" When everything calmed down, the president asked. "Sir, the whole convoy has gone missing. Most of my men were found at the roadside, but none of them remember anything. They don't even remember that I had given them a mission," a man in army uniform reported. That's Fox's MO. Nobody except Fox uses that kind of method. If it was Leviathan then he would have simply killed all of them, Fury said as a matter of fact. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. What are the chances of Leviathan and Fox working together? The president asked Fury. Very likely, Fury said with a grimace on his face. The president released a huge sigh. Fine, we follow the plan. I will make the announcement today. All of you are dismissed. Fury, stay back. The president dismissed everyone. All of them left the room one by one except Nick Fury. Fury, you said you wanted to talk about the 10 rings? So what is their status? The president asked in a solemn tone. Fury nodded his head and straightened his back. Sir, right after the economic collapse they disappeared without a trace. Some said that they were gone for good, but that wasn't the case. Recently I have found some signs that they are hiding in the Asian countries, Fury said, and the president leaned back in his chair in deep thoughts. After we deal with our current mess, send a couple of your agents to scout. No assault, the mission will be only for scouting. From what you are saying it seems that they are lying low and they want everyone to think that they are gone. I don't want to spook them. Let them think that we have no clue about their survival, the president said. Yes, sir. It will be done, Fury said and got up from his chair and started to walk towards the door. He was about to leave the office when the president called him. Keep an eye on Newman, he was looking quite spooked. I don't want another mess in our hands, the president said, and Fury nodded his head and left the office. No matter how much either Fury or the president hated Leviathan, they just couldn't afford Leviathan making another appearance. Their problems started yesterday when all of the dirty laundries of General Ross were brought in the open along with pictures of his files by the Quibbler. Later every news network was handed the same evidence by an anonymous source. Just like the president said, it was a huge mess, and not only that, the body of the monster was also gone. While Fury was still talking with the president inside the Oval Office, one colonel left the meeting with a huge grin on his face. The colonel went straight to the girls' washroom and transformed into a beautiful woman with a bright green mohawk. Infiltrating the White House was a piece of cake, the woman said, and immediately tripped on the floor but somehow stopped herself from planting her heart-shaped face on the floor. Bugger you floor, the woman exclaimed and opened a toilet booth and found a man was stuffed inside. The man looked exactly how the woman looked a few moments ago. Hump. No one can stop Agent Tonks, the woman proclaimed proudly and started to modify the man's memory so that he would think that he was in the meeting. As soon as the woman was done, she disappeared from the washroom without making a sound. POV Rio. I really love this site. I don't know why, but burning down a building with fiend fire, destroying a building with Shinra Tensei, or hakuing a whole building gives me a lot of satisfaction. Is this the last one? Nat asked me while looking towards the burning building. Yes, that's the last one. Trask Industries is no more, I said with a proud smile on my face. I am still surprised that when you told Nemuri about it she didn't throw a tantrum, Nat said and looked at me in awe. You are forgetting that when I told her, she was half stupid from all the sex and she was begging for more, and all of us know what Nemuri wants more. I said and smiled. Can't argue with that, Nat conceded, and both of us stood silently watching the beautiful sight before us. Currently, the two of us were in Greenland. What's up, Luna? I suddenly spoke out. That's cheating. I wanted to play Guess Who with you, Luna whined and pouted while making puppy dog eyes. Sorry. Let's just consider that I don't know you are here and play the game. I asked Luna, who continued to pout. It doesn't work like that, Luna chastised me. But before I could say anything more my phone buzzed. I took out my phone and saw a text from Dora. Nice to see you too, Luna. Nat greeted Luna and Luna beamed at her with one of her signature innocent smiles and greeted her back. I opened the text and saw that Dora had sent me what the president had decided to do with Ross's lackeys. I didn't even tell Dora to do it. Good girl. I will reward her later. Rio, I have something important to tell you, Luna said with a serious look on her face. I knew that when Luna was in this mode then it must be something serious like world-ending things. Okay, then, I guess I will leave both of you. Nat decided to leave since didn't want to interrupt our chat. She also knew that Luna being serious like this is something really bad. No, Nat, you can stay, Luna said looking towards Nat and smiled at her. Tell me, Rio, what are your thoughts about bringing people from the dead? Luna asked me. Well, honestly, I have never thought of practicing necromancy, at least that's my personal idea. Something that shouldn't be done. Necromancy is a really bad branch of magic, I said. My personal ideas aside, necromancy isn't something that should be practiced in common worlds. Yes, in some worlds like solo leveling, the second ranker, kill the hero, or stop friendly fire, the curtain between the living world and the afterworld is pretty thin so the MCs get away even after using necromancy, but in most of the worlds, the result won't be good for you if you try necromancy. But I am not talking about simple necromancy. People will be brought back from the other side, in their complete form, Luna said with a grave look on her face. That doesn't sound like something nice, Nat pointed out. I think I know what Luna is talking about. No, that's not good at all. Dead people should stay dead. Things like this shouldn't be messed with. There is a balance that must be maintained. The dead belong to Lady Death and they should enter the cycle normally. If this thing goes through then a huge calamity will come to this world. This world will be judged, Luna said almost desperately. So no Project Tahiti, and from being judged did she mean Living Tribunal or the host? Looks like I need to work harder. There is no fucking way that I can fight someone like Living Tribunal or even the host. I need to tell Momo to make the spaceship. Sure, I will stop them from doing that, I said, and Luna nodded her head with a smile. Good, and I hope that you find all the answers quite soon, Luna said and pecked me on the lips and disappeared. The heck did she mean by that last line? Looks like we need more training, Nat said, and I dumbly nodded at her. Why all the men except Rio are stupid fucks. I internally groaned. Now Nemuri, don't need to blow a gasket, you must think about something that makes you happy. Yes, Nemuri, be a good girl and think about Rio's hot dog going inside my donut. Miss Kayama, so what have you decided? The man sitting on the opposite side of the table asked me. I gave him a stink eye. The man's name was Ward Meacham, an annoying little bastard. Mr. Meacham, then let me ask you, did you not understand what I told you a few days ago? I asked him while gritting my teeth. Why the fuck did I decide to play business? Yes, I wanted my name written in history, stupid me. I am sorry, Miss Kayama, but you have to understand that the board doesn't agree with you. Joy Meacham spoke up from the side. I looked at the woman beside Ward Meacham for a few seconds. Useless bint. They have stuck their head so far up their asses that they could smell their toothpaste in the morning. The shit stains don't even know that their company has been taken over by a criminal organization, and here I am trying to manipulate them to do good and they get their panties in a twist. You know what? Fuck the board, I will buy your whole damn company if I need to do this, I said in a dismissive tone. Now, run away to your precious board and tell them about it. Not that it would matter, I said, and both looked at me like they have eaten a lemon. Miss Kayama, I don't understand, why are you hellbent on doing this? If we decrease the medicine prices, then the other companies will start to make more profit than us, and we are not running a charity here. We are here to earn money, both you and I. Ward Meacham gave an interesting speech. He would have won an award if he wasn't a fool. These two fools in front of me might be running a big company like Rand Enterprises, but they are too short-sighted. They simply can't understand that if we slightly lower the prices of the medicines, then we would be attracting a lot of new customers. Even the rich will buy medicine from us. This would plummet the business of the other companies and we will slowly monopolize the whole medicine industry. These fucks can't simply understand that sometimes we need to play the long game to earn money so that we can buy shiny things. Miss Kayama, is there any way that we can agree on a middle ground? Joy Meacham asked me, bringing me out of my thoughts. I gave her a stink eye. I was thinking about my shiny things? Yes, there might be something I can think of. Now, you will need to excuse me. I have a scheduled appointment, I said, and dismissed them. The reason the joint CEOs of Rand Enterprises came to meet me personally because I was now the proud owner of 30% of their company shares. Only beaten by the joint CEOs who own 35% of the company, and the rest is owned by the riffraffs. I already knew that I had to get my hands dirty if I needed to run my business smoothly. I guess I will need to clear the trash myself, but before that, I would need to visit the launch site for my upcoming space travel. I got up from my chair and walked out of my office and waved my hand to close the door. I don't want anyone getting any ideas now. There was no one else other than me on this floor, not even guards. After all, I didn't need any guards, that would have been an insult. I flash-stepped right into the parking lot and called the receptionist to tell her that I was leaving. I entered my car, which was obviously shiny, and drove out of the building. With Ward and Joy Meacham. What do you think she would do? Joy asked Ward in a slightly worried tone. They knew because of the economic crises Nemuri Kayama was able to get her hands, claws, into so much of their company, but there was no denying the fact that she wasn't dangerous. She won't give up, that's for sure. Yes, she might agree to back off a little bit, but she won't give this up, Ward said while shaking his head. He needed to inform his father about how the meeting proceeded. A/N, Draco vibes. But the board would never agree with her, Joy said in a solemn tone. She knew what Nemuri Kayama wanted to do was for the humans, A/N, only if she knew. But Joy thought that Nemuri Kayama was a naive fool who didn't even know how these companies worked. Sigh, let's wait and see what she does. Ward sighed and leaned back in the seat. He was feeling that his headache was rising. Neither of them said anything more. Ward dropped Joy at her house and then he went to meet his father. He arrived in front of his father's penthouse and knocked on the door. After a few seconds, his father opened the door and invited his son inside. Ward walked inside the house and released a defeated sigh. A/N, it has been only a few months since Harold has faked his death, so he currently lives in the penthouse alone. He hasn't hired his helping hand. From your looks, the meeting was fruitful, right? Harold asked his son and sat down on the opposite couch. No, Dad, she is very stubborn. From what I have guessed, she is planning to take over, Ward said and sighed once again. He hasn't told Joy about this. After all, telling her would have gained nothing. This is very bad news, his father said while nodding at himself. He needed to inform Madame Gao about this. Don't worry, son, I will take care of it, Harold said cryptically. Ward simply nodded his head while he grimaced slightly. He knew what kind of underhanded things happened to keep businesses running smoothly. After that, Harold talked with his son for quite some time. Harold called it father-son bonding, and when Ward finally left, Harold sent a message to his Madame Gao. Gao came to the penthouse within an hour, after she received the message from Harold that there was an emergency. Gao was someone who was very serious about her business, and she would go to any lengths to stop it from getting ruined. She also liked to keep everything under her control. So, what is this emergency you talked about? Gao asked in a simple tone. Madame Gao, Nemuri Kayama is becoming a huge problem. She wants to take over the company, Harold said in a respectful tone. Gao frowned but quickly schooled her expressions. That isn't good, not good at all, Gao said while shaking her hand. Looks like Kayama needs to be dealt with. I have tried approaching her before, but she had denied me. But she might have some uses, Gao said and started to pace around the room slowly. What can you tell me about her company? Gao asked with interest in her voice. Not much is known about her company, Madam Gao, but currently she owns the biggest company in the whole world. Her company is holding the world economy together or it would collapse again, Harold said. Gao heard him and nodded her head. She owns this company on her own right. Gao asked and Harold nodded his head. Looks like taking her out might have to wait then. She is a golden goose and you don't kill the golden goose if she can keep giving eggs. But if the goose chooses not to follow her master then it must be put down, Gao said in an ominous tone. Harold didn't say anything while Gao was monologuing. Good work, Harold. I will deal with our golden goose, Gao said and left the penthouse. POV Namuri. I finally arrived at the launch site and found that the group was already waiting there for me. A sneer made its way to my face when I saw Doom. I still hated Doom. I parked the car and walked towards the group. We quickly got the pleasantries out of the way. What's the progress? I asked and took off my shades. Wearing shades was also a bother now. After all, my ears were on top of my head. Everything is going around smoothly. Come, Miss Kayama, let us show you around, Susan said with a smile on her face. They lead me inside the launch station. They showed me around but I wasn't much interested in all of these. They finally took me to the control room. Yes, this was something I was interested in. Everything in this room was the latest tech. Looks like my money wasn't wasted, I remarked and looked around the room. Throughout this whole time, Doom didn't say anything. This place was owned by Doom's company but he didn't have the money to do anything. I am glad that no expenses were spared. Show me the shuttle, I said. Susan and Reed happily lead me towards the balcony. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. The shuttle was strapped onto a rocket and it was completely ready to be launched, but we still needed to wait about 4 months. After all, if we go there too early then our trip will be completely wasted. Now, why the fuck the rocket looks like a giant dildo ready to pierce the heavens? Hehe, this is so fucking easy. Hehehe, I should have done this before. I slowly crept into Lawrence Wilkins's house. He was a proud owner of 5% of the shares of Rand Enterprises. He was a fucked up prick and I picked him up as my first target because no one will miss him. His wife would have missed him if she wasn't riding her neighbor while Wilkins was here, snoring like a pig in his house, but I am pretty sure that she will miss the money. He owned a lot more than 5% but I am a generous fox, so I graciously bought them from him during the economic collapse. After all, he needed money to continue frolicking with prostitutes and he needed to pay the installments for the Cayman Islands he had bought for me. Well, they were mine. He didn't know that yet. Don't worry, Wilkins, after I send you to your next great adventure, I will take care of your island too. After all, never decline gifts of goodwill. I am the fox of generosity. What? I am generous to myself, never said that I am generous to other people. I cast a body bind and a silencing charm on Wilkins who was still in his dreamland. Thankfully he was covered by his duvet. I shot a stinging curse towards his crotch, well, where I thought his crotch should have been. His eyes flew open really wide, I could see the pain in his eyes. Looks like I hit the bullseye. He finally noticed me and his eyes were now filled with fear. I pulled out some documents from my handbag. Imperio, I said, and Wilkins's eyes got glazed. Wilkins, be a good boy and sign these papers with the above-mentioned date, I said and handed him the documents and a pen. Wilkins signed the papers with a smile on his face. I had already used magic to change the dates so no one could say that I am the one who killed him. The papers were dated 2 months ago. Good boy. Now, why don't you write a suicide letter, mentioning that you found your wife getting humped by your neighbor and you decided to off yourself? Oh, and don't use the words I just said. Use words that would even make Jesus proud of you, I said, and Wilkins nodded. I quickly got out of the house but not before casting a life-sensing charm on Wilkins. As soon as he offs himself I would get notified. I looked at the papers and a bright smile appeared on my face. Now, I owned 35% of the shares like those joint CEOs. I could already feel that the next meeting would be more awesome. Now, I needed to visit one more place before I could call it a night. My smile widened when I felt Wilkins's life sign disappear, and with that, I also disappeared. POV Rio. Rio, let me help you with the food, Ororo said and pecked me on the lips. Yeah sure, you can cut the vegetables, I said with a smile and resumed frying the bacon. Even though I was frying the bacon, I kept watching Ororo. An old memory suddenly surfaced in my mind. It was our first date. Flashback. So, are you ready to go? I asked Ororo, who was fiddling with her cargo shorts. She was wearing a half-sleeve yellow t-shirt. I love green was printed on the front of her t-shirt. Oh, yes, Ororo said and checked me out. I was wearing a brown jogger and a half-sleeved black t-shirt. Ororo had told me to wear clothes that would be nice for a walk. I still had no idea where she wanted to take me though. It looks like you approve. I asked her in a teasing manner. Ororo simply smiled and didn't say anything. She took out a metal ball from her pocket. So, where is this portkaya going to take us? I asked Ororo, who shook her head. You can find out after we arrive there, Ororo said and extended her hand towards me. I smirked and took her hand. Ororo said the activation word and with a familiar tug around my navel, I was whisked away along with Ororo. I found myself in the middle of a forest. I spread out my senses but didn't found any humans nearby. Oh, I did find some humans but they were gathered in a single spot and they were quite far from here. Though I did find a lot of animals around us. So, do you like it? Ororo asked me in an excited tone. There is nothing to not like, I said with a smile. I still had no idea where I was, at least this wasn't Africa, that much I knew. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Let's go for a walk, Ororo said, and I happily agreed. I felt somewhat weird here because of the lack of metals around me. Though I didn't mind it much, it was just slightly weird. Both Ororo and I walked through the forest while talking about several things like our childhood. I told her how I grew up but didn't give her much information about other worlds. She told me about the struggles she faced in her childhood. Throughout our walk, we saw different kinds of animals, nothing dangerous though. Well, there are no animals that could be a danger to me anymore. We saw a group of elks and pronghorns. Ororo wanted to pet them but they didn't seem to appreciate Ororo's wish. So, did you decipher where we are? Ororo asked me. I have no idea if this an important place to her or not. Sorry. When it comes to forests I kind of lack all the knowledge, I said in a slightly sheepish tone. Luna said that you won't know, Ororo said and started to giggle. I simply pouted. Fine, go on, keep laughing on my lack of knowledge on forests, I whined and continued pouting. So cute, sorry. For future reference, we are currently in Yellowstone National Park, Ororo said. When she called me cute it hurt my manly ego and I won't accept such an insult. I am not cute, I am manly, I said proudly and puffed out my chest. Well, that you are. No arguments there, Ororo accepted with a smile on her face. Even though she was smiling I knew that she wasn't making fun of me, she genuinely believed that. We spent the whole day roaming in the forest hand in hand. We did return to Elysium once for some food, then I apparated back with her. We did see a pair of bobcats sleeping on a tree branch just before we ended our date. We had a lot of fun there, we clicked a lot of pictures. When we finally returned Ororo gave me a hot and steamy kiss before walking away to her own room. Yeah, I kind of liked that. Flashback ends. Oh hey, the Quibblers here, Ororo said and brought me out of my thoughts. Even though we all lived with Luna she denied showing us her papers before she started sending them out. Oh, the people who were working with Ross and experimenting on Banner are being put on a trial, Ororo read out loud. Oh, I did know about this but because of Dora I already knew that the trial was going to be a farce. I have received their full plan from Dora. First, they were going to hold this farce of a trial, then they were going to transfer all these men and women to a secured facility in Colorado and wait for the heat to dissipate. So, after a couple of months, all of these men and women were going to be put under something similar to Witness Protection Act and they would be given new identities. Quite a brilliant plan, but I am going to kill all of them while they are in Colorado. While they were in Colorado their task was to recreate the super soldier serum. Banner, Blinsky, and Turner were injected with. Humans are never going to change. I could have hunted down all these people easily but I thought that I should give humans a chance. But here we were once again, humans giving in to their greed and their delusions of superiority. They still can't accept that there are humans out there who are superior to them. After coming to Elysium, metahumans haven't caused a single incident in human territories but humans still want to control metahumans. So, let it be. If humans don't understand that they need to back off then I will play their game too, but before I could do that I needed to get stronger. I have gotten a lot stronger in this 1.5 years but I know that I still had a long way to go. Good, and I hope that you find all the answers quite soon. Luna's words rang inside my head once again. I have no idea what Luna meant from those words but since Luna said them, they definitely mean something. Ororo, hand me the vegetables, I said to Ororo and she handed me the chopped vegetables. Before I could become unmatched in the Omniverse I needed to finish cooking breakfast. I have to keep my priorities in check. The next day news of Lawrence Wilkins and Durbin Miller finally got out. Lawrence Wilkins hanged himself because he found his wife was cheating on him and Durbin Miller died because of electrocution. Anyone would have suspected foul play but neither police nor the detectives found anything. Everything was completely normal like it should have been, no signs of break-ins or anything. But alarms were raised in everyone's mind when they found that they have left all of their properties to one named Nemuri Kayama. She immediately became the lead suspect. Nobody knew where Nemuri Kayama lived so they decided to wait in front of her company. The FBI had to be involved because of the high priority target and the detectives were told to be careful with how they speak. After all, it won't do them any good if they face lawsuits without any reason and Nemuri Kayama was currently the richest person in the whole world. So, 2 FBI agents and 2 detectives could be seen waiting for Nemuri Kayama in front of the reception. But unfortunately for them, Nemuri didn't even come through the front door. After parking the car the Nemuri directly stepped into her office. Excuse me, officers, Lady Kayama is already in. If you want I can ping you in, the receptionist asked them. How did she even go up there? The female detective asked, slightly bewildered. All of them were so confused that they didn't even bother to correct the receptionist that they referred to them as officers instead of detectives and agents. The receptionist just shrugged and called Nemuri. Lady Kayama, there are 4 officers here to meet you. The receptionist once again messed up their titles but none of them bothered to correct her. Yes, ma'am, I am sending them up, the receptionist said and ended the call. Lady Kayama will meet you, the topmost floor, the receptionist said, and the 2 detectives followed by the 2 FBI agents entered the lift and pressed the button for the top floor. They finally arrived on Nemuri's floor and the 4 of them were completely gobsmacked and they still haven't entered Nemuri's office. They stilled when they saw the majestic golden doors. The doors opened on their own and they felt for a moment that they have entered some kind of holy land. They have never seen so much shine in real life. They saw Nemuri Kayama sitting on a majestic golden throne. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. They thought themselves blessed that they were at least able to see such a sight. POV Nemuri. Tisk. They are pretty fast when a human kicks the bucket. Yes, that is the kind of expression I expect from mortals when they enter this generous and majestic fox's lair. Please take a seat, ladies and gentlemen, I said with a smile. Yes, always smile when you are doing business. The 4 gobsmacked and stunned humans robotically arrived in front of the table and sat down. Now, detectives and agents, how may I help you? I asked them. It looked like they took a few seconds to reboot their brains. Hello, ma'am, my name is Desmond Park and this is my partner Franchise Cross. We are both from NYPD and we are here to ask you some questions if you don't mind. The male detective named Desmond spoke up and the woman Franchise nodded her head when introduced. My name is Brian Jones and this is my partner Samuel Churns. We are from the FBI. We are here with the detectives to help with the investigation. The FBI agents also introduced themselves. Sure, anything for justice. So how can I help you? I asked them once again. Ma'am, this morning we found Lawrence Wilkins and Durbin Miller have died last night. The one named Samuel said carefully. A pity, I said, and my smile thinned. Ma'am, can you tell us if you knew them? Franchise asked. Strictly business, nothing more. I haven't even met them more than 3 times. 1 time for a business deal and 2 times during board meeting in Rand Enterprises, I said primly. Nothing needs to be said more than necessary. Then you are saying that you didn't know them outside of business? Brian asked me and I simply nodded my head. Then can you tell us why they named you as the beneficiary in their wills? Desmond asked carefully. I have noticed that till now they have been respectful. Oh, that's because they owed me money. A lot of money which could be only covered by everything they owned. Kept leverage, I said and smiled. Of course, I have been waiting for this question since the beginning. Ma'am, if you don't mind, can we see the documents? Samuel asked. I got up from my chair and walked towards the drawer by the wall and took out 2 files from it. After some looking, I knew exactly where they were even without looking, but I needed to play my part. I handed the files to Desmond but didn't let go. You would have needed a warrant for this, but out of goodwill I am allowing you to see this, I said sharply and let the files go. We understand, ma'am, and we appreciate your cooperation, both Brian and Samuel said at the same time. Desmond and Franchise carefully looked through the files and handed the files back. I took them and dropped them on the table. Ma'am, can you tell us why neither Lawrence Wilkins nor Durbin Miller had their files? Franchise asked. I shrugged dismissively. How would I know? They could be hiding it from their wives or children for all I care, I said nonchalantly, and I shrugged once again. None of them spoke for a few seconds. They only kept looking at each other while gesturing. Ma'am, do you have any idea why they took the money? Brain asked. I can't be sure, but from what my sources had told me, they asked for money so that they could continue using high-class prostitutes, I said nonchalantly in a dismissive tone, like it didn't even matter to me. They were stunned and none of them said anything for a few seconds. Excuse me, ma'am, but you didn't mind giving them money for such a trivial reason? Samuel asked me. Honestly, I don't care what they did with the money as long as it wasn't used for something illegal. I just checked why they needed the money and if I could collect collateral if they failed to pay me back. I didn't care if they frolicked with prostitutes. After all, it's not my place to judge them, I said and shrugged once again. That will be all, ma'am. Thank you for your cooperation, Brian said after a few seconds of silence. After that, they left my office, but not before taking another look with the detectives and agents. They finally exited the building and walked towards the parking lot on the opposite side of the street. They bought coffee from a shop, went towards their cars. So, was she a damn mutant? Brian asked and Samuel shook his head in denial. You know, but there seems to be something fishy going on. I mean, she was way too perfect. She wasn't even worried for a second during the questioning. I have been doing this for almost 12 years and I have never seen someone come like that, Franchise said while pacing in front of the car. Yes, I noticed that too, and I have been in the department for 16 years and she the picture of calm and perfect. She wasn't even bothered with our line of questioning, but we can't ask for a warrant because she was calm, Desmond said and sighed in defeat. Boss said that she has always been like this. This isn't the first time she was being questioned or audited, Samuel said and sipped his coffee. Well, whatever. We finished our job and we found nothing except those files showing that she is in the right. I can't speak for you guys, but I would stay away from that woman. She isn't the richest woman for show. She got the blinks and the lawyers too, Brian said and finished his coffee. I am with Brian on this. Don't look too deep or you will see only darkness, Samuel said in amusement and entered the car followed by Brian. Desmond and Franchise stayed back sipping their coffee. They were not able to put a finger on it, but they knew that something was wrong with Nemuri Kayama, and they weren't the first to think that. With Nemuri. Nemuri was sitting in the office and giggling like a degenerate. She was holding a small comic in her hands. Obviously, it was smut. Nemuri giggled once again and turned the page. She was proud of the act she pulled in front of those detectives and FBI agents, so she decided to reward herself with a new smut comic. Suddenly the phone on her table started to ring and Nemuri groaned. Nemuri picked up the phone with a sour look on her face. Yes. Nemuri said. Nov. L. B / JNN. Ma'am, there is someone here named Madame Gao. She wants to meet you, the receptionist said. As soon as Nemuri heard the name Madame Gao, she was interested. She already knew who Gao was because the hand had already tried to approach her, but she didn't expect that Gao would approach her so soon. Send her to my office, Nemuri said and put away her komas and got up from her chair. When she was establishing her company, since then the hand has been a problem for her. Now, this was the perfect chance to start the war in earnest. You don't play the game of cunning with a fox, Nemuri declared inside her mind, and a vicious smile appeared on her face. Your office is quite impressive, Miss Kayama, Gao said with an accent. I expected nothing more. Even though she was an old hag, she knew how to appreciate art. Good for her. Thanks for the compliment. So, what can I do for you, Madam Gao? I said with a brilliant smile on my face. I hated to call her madam, but small sacrifices like this must be made for business. Miss Kayama, from your name can I assume that you are of Japanese ancestry? Gao asked with a small smile on her face. Oh, I have seen this smile a lot of times. The best example would be O.L. Dumbles. He smiled like this when he pulled that caring grandfatherly act. Gao seems to be doing the same. Well, I shouldn't have expected anything less from an ancient hag like that. But I had to keep up the act, can't let her know. So, as soon as I heard her question, I slightly frowned. Yes, I am from a Japanese family, I said in a slightly defensive tone. I don't understand, what does that have anything to do with business? I said, and Gao smiled widened slightly and she smiled at me caringly. You misunderstand me, child. I didn't mean any offense. I was just curious. Sometimes old people like us get slightly curious. Gao finished and looked at me with care-filled eyes. Sure, boomer, two can play the game. Sorry, I also reacted impulsively, I said, sounding really regretful, and nodded at her respectfully and used legilimency to probe her slightly. I wanted to check if she had any kind of special mental barriers or not. Surprise, surprise, she doesn't have any kind of special mental barriers. Now that I confirmed that she only had her normal barriers, which every human did, I decided to use passive legilimency on her. Can't have the ancient hag swindling me. Of course, child. It wasn't anything major, Gao said in a dismissive manner and smiled. Since I was reading her thoughts, I knew that was all an act, and she was happy that her act was working. So, Madam Gao, what can I do for you? I asked her once again, but this time I kept my voice softer and started to release a colorless and odorless scent. This scent will loosen her inhibitions and make her drop her guard. She would speak more openly. I kept the effect mild so that she won't notice it. Child, I wanted to propose a business venture along with your company. The Kayama Industries currently own all the major import and export companies. I would like to strike a business deal with you regarding those services, Gao said smoothly. Tisk. Nice, nice. At first act like a caring grandma and then ask them to smuggle drugs into the country. Well, I honestly don't give a flying fuck what kind of harm drugs can do, nor do I care that it ruins families, but what I do care about are children. This isn't something unknown that most drug addicts are introduced to drugs even before they turn 18. No matter how much I change, I can't bring myself to hate children. Before everything, I am a teacher. I might have stopped teaching some decades ago, but that doesn't mean that I have started hating children. n/o/vel/b/c/in.c//om. If her business would have been anything like weapon smuggling or prostitute management, only adult prostitutes though, then I would have happily helped her with it. Well, I would have helped her at the beginning and then slowly acquire the business for my own. After all, Gao is really old and I would have loved to send her to the next great adventure. But her drug business needs to stop. I am not a naive fool that I would think that killing Gao would stop this business. As soon as Gao's business disappears, someone new will pop up. Honestly, people are stupid and they would never stop buying drugs. If the old seller is not available, then they would find a new seller. So, what I can do mostly is manage and monopolize the market. If I take over Gao's business, then I could at least stop drugs being sold to minors. It will be hard, but let's see what can be done. I haven't taken over anything yet. Madam Gao, would you mind if I think about this? I need to check everything. I just can't sign a deal without checking everything, I said hurriedly. It would be nice to show her that I hate rejecting her idea, but my hands are tied. Yes, of course, Gao said in a slightly disappointed tone, but her smile returned afterward. Though she wasn't actually disappointed in the truth. She was rather happy that I could hold my own if we started a business venture together. Child, it has come to my attention that you recently became the major shareholder of Rand Enterprises. I wanted to know what you plan to do with that company, Gao asked me sincerely. I haven't planned anything yet, but I didn't know that you also own a part of the company. I asked her curiously. Oh, yes, I obviously knew what she did there, but I needed to hear it from her so that I can finally meet with her subordinates who were my target. From what I know about Gao, there is a chance that she might break out of Imperius using her chi powers or whatever they are, but her subordinates won't be that lucky. I am not sure if Gao could break out of my Imperius or not, but I don't want to take a chance with her. I can't have her finding out what I am doing. Then I would have to use brute force, and even though I have a lot of raw power, I hate using brute strength from the get-go. It kind of goes against my principles. First, manipulate, then if manipulation fails, then try subterfuge. If subterfuge also fails, then try assassination. Most of the time I get things done with assassination. Till now, I didn't have to use brute strength. Well, the riddle graveyard doesn't count. I was helping Rio to off scum on Earth. So, I am going to take over Gao's business through her underlings, and when the time comes I will off Gao. Well, not off Gao, after all she can be resurrected by the other members of Han, so I will obliviate the hell out of her, so even if she would be resurrected she would think of herself as a newborn baby. Yeah, that would work nicely. No, I am not a board member. We are just involved in a particular business venture, Gao said and smiled. Looks like the scent has filled her brain up to the brim. Most of her thoughts were kind of fuzzy now, but she definitely thought that I was trustworthy and she could tell me things which she would have never told anyone. Till now, she hasn't doubted that anything is going wrong with her brain. She was thinking that I have brought her whole act of being a caring grandma. Ah, sure, you can continue the business. I won't intervene there, but I would like to meet some of your associates if you don't mind, I said, and my smile widened when I noticed that Gao nodded her head. Of course, after all, from now on you are the owner of Rand Enterprises, Gao said with a smile and nodded her head once again like any other granda. Yup, hook, line, and sinker, the ancient hag took the bait. For the last time, I checked her thoughts and found that she was rather happy with herself, thinking that her plan worked and it won't be long before she can get me under her thumb. Hehe. Majestic Fox 1 and Ancient Hag 0. After that, I talked with Gao some more and she finally left. I decided to walk her out and found that 2 guards were waiting for her. After 2 quick waves, both of them were under Imperious, and my first order for them was to stay serving Gao as they have done till now. I am going to call it a day, I said to the receptionist. She nodded her head and I decided to walk to the parking lot today for a change. I arrived in the parking lot and entered my car. With a huge smile plastered on my face, I drove back to Nox. After I parked my car in Nox, I flash stepped to our house in Elysium and found that Rio was eating ice cream on the couch while watching TV with Momo. I lunged into Rio's arms and kissed him hungrily. Get off, you horny fox, Momo shouted, but I didn't back out. Oh, yes, I have been a bad fox. You must punish me, I moaned while staring into Rio's eyes. So, what got you so excited? Rio asked me with a smile and pulled me into his lap. I leaned on his chest and sighed in content. Must have been something really nice, Momo said, and leaned on Rio's right shoulder and she started to run her fingers through his hair. Oh, yes, it was, let me tell you, I said and started to tell them what has happened since morning. First I told them about the detectives and the FBI agents, and then I told them about Madame Gao and my plans for her. If you need, you can always call me, Rio said with a smirk. Oh, yes, but first let me go forward with this plan. If something goes awry then you are the first person I am going to call, I purred. So, Rio, what do you say? Should we accept Nemuri's offer and punish her for being a bad fox? Momo asked and licked his ear. Rio shivered in excitement. I was already grinding my hips in his lap. I could also feel his excitement poking me. Nothing could be better than this. Manipulate people throughout the day and then getting fucked silly by Rio's man meat. I couldn't ask for anything more. But suddenly Rio's phone started to ring. All 3 of us groaned in annoyance. Rio waved his hand and his phone flew into his hand. It was Nat, even though I wasn't happy with it, but I could understand that it might be something important. Rio accepted the call. Rio, something has happened with Logan. He went nuts and started attacking everyone. Eric and Emma were able to put him down. Quickly come to the infirmary, that is what Nat said, and cut the call. All 3 of us looked at each other and all 3 of us said the same thing at the same time. The fuck? A/N, can anyone guess what is going to happen next? So, what exactly happened? I asked Eric, who was standing outside the MRI room while staring at Logan through the glass panel. Jean along with 2 other people were running the scans of Logan's brain. I also want to know that Eric almost growled. He was out in the bar drinking with some friends, but all of a sudden he went nuts and started to attack them. One of them is grievously injured while 2 only received some minor scratches and cuts, Eric said and sighed. Emma said that he wasn't himself when he went out of control. Emma wanted to take a look in his mind on her own, but Jean stopped her, saying that it isn't safe, Eric said with a grim look on his face. So, how did you knock him out? I asked curiously. Emma knocked him out actually, that is when she found out that he wasn't himself. After bringing him here, I wanted to restrain him, but Jean stopped me and gave me something called the Draft of Living Death, Eric said, and I nodded my head. Yes, using the Draft of Living Death is much better than using any restraining methods. Now, I can only think of 2 reasons why Logan went nuts like that. There could be something implanted inside of him during the Weapon X project, but Stryker is dead, so it is highly unlikely that someone was able to get their hands on the controller, and everything was probably destroyed in the Alkali Lake, but this is something I can't overlook. Now, the second reason is someone took control over his mind. There are a lot of people within Elysium who can do that, but they have no reason to specifically choose Logan. After all, his powers aren't something world-breaking. Whoever did this specifically targeted Logan. The person didn't want anything to happen, but he wanted to make Logan's life miserable. Logan went out of control and attacked his friends. Now Logan would no longer have friends, and there is only one person who could do this. Romulus. I can already see that Jean and the others aren't going to find anything wrong with his brain. They also won't find anything implanted within his body. Now, how the hell I look for Romulus? I don't think that he will have an ID or something. From the corner of my eyes I noticed and Bruce and Jennifer. Bruce and Jennifer were still here. Jean wanted to know why Hulk came out and what would trigger the change. Jennifer was there because Jean wanted to confirm if she had gained Hulk-like powers because of the blood transfusion or not. Both of them were solving the puzzle in Quibbler now. Suddenly an idea popped into my head. Yes, I remember how Romulus looked from the comics, and if I show that particular memory to Luna, then she can draw me a nice sketch. Then I could use that sketch to search for Romulus using Momo's satellite net. Yes, that's a brilliant plan. But for now, I decided to wait. After about an hour all the tests finished and the results came. It took so long for the tests to finish because of his thick adamantium skull. They didn't find anything wrong with his brain and they didn't find any implants. Well, I already knew that. Then don't wake him up tonight, Eric said while looking at Logan. Let him rest for tonight, Eric said and walked out. All of us knew why he said that, but nobody said anything and agreed. I understand that Logan's life was really miserable and it wasn't his fault that he lost control, but I could understand why Eric did that. Eric was now responsible for all the metahumans in Elysium. He can't risk everyone's life on a whim. What if he wasn't fast enough the next time and someone died because of that? Eric would hate it if something like that happened. After that, Flash stepped right outside Luna's rook. "Come in." Luna's cheerful voice was heard from the inside. I opened the door and entered the room and saw that Luna already had a pensieve on her table. "Did you see this happening?" I said, and Luna beamed at me with her innocent smile and nodded her head like a woodpecker. "Of course I did, but I needed you to come to me on your own," Luna said with a huge smile on her face. Well, I can understand her reasoning. Telling me would have changed the timeline. I walked towards Luna's table and pulled out Romulus's face from my memory. I dropped the memory in the pensieve. Luna smiled and entered the pensieve and came out after a few seconds. Luna picked up her sketchbook and pencil and started to draw Romulus while humming some song. Like always, Adela was there too. While Luna was working on the sketch, I decided to spend some time with Adela and sat down beside her giant head and started to pat her head. Adela hissed in satisfaction. Adela talked to me about her adventures with Luna. I happily listened to her and kept patting her head. It took Luna about 10 minutes to finish the sketch. "Here, it's done," Luna said and tore off the paper from her sketchbook and handed me the sketch of Romulus. I took a look at the picture and found something odd. "This seems to be a lot more detailed than the memory I gave you," I said. Luna looked at me with her dreamy eyes. "Well, my visions also helped me draw him, but to maintain the timeline I needed you to give me the memory," Luna said like it was a matter of fact and nodded her head. "Well, she knows better." "Luna, thanks for the help," I said and was about to leave her when I stopped and remembered what Nemuri told me today. I know that the hand is also involved in the resurrection business, so is it possible that Luna meant to tell me about the hand? "Luna, Nemuri told me about an organization that has used resurrection throughout centuries. So, did you want to tell me about them?" I asked Luna, who smiled at my question. "I didn't speak about any specific organization, that is all I can say for now. Everything will reveal itself when the time is right," Luna said cryptically. Why do seers always speak cryptically like this? "Thanks." I thanked Luna once again and she beamed after hearing the compliment. With the sketch in my hand, I flash stepped outside of the jacuzzi. After receiving the message from Nat, I decided to visit the infirmary while Momo and Nemuri decided to enjoy themselves in the jacuzzi. I walked in and found Momo and Nemuri were soaking in the water. Nemuri was naked, nothing surprising there, while Momo was wearing a blue bikini. Momo was no longer an exhibitionist. "Rio, come and join us," Momo called me out. "Momo, can you put this sketch in your satellite net? I want to find this guy as soon as possible," I said. Momo pulled herself out of the water and wiped her hands on the towel. She took the sketch from me and picked up her pen, which she had placed on the table along with her clothes. A blue light came out of her pen and it scanned the whole picture. She ordered her AI to find the person in the sketch as soon as possible. "Now, join us." "I won't listen to any excuse," Nemuri whined and pouted. I chuckled and Flash stepped into my room. With a wave of my hand, I was out of my clothes and oxyoed my swimming trunks and put them on. I knew that I was going to end up naked, but I still decided to put them on. I Flash stepped directly into the jacuzzi and wrapped my arm around Nemuri and pulled her closer. My other hand wrapped around Momo and I pulled her closer too. "So, Momo, why don't we punish this naughty fox?" I asked Momo and squeezed her boob. Momo moaned and Nemuri squirmed in my arms in excitement. "Yes," Momo said and pulled me down and started to kiss me hungrily. Time skipped 2 hours, A/N, sorry, if you were expecting a lemon. I was laying over a towel, both Nemuri and Momo were laying their heads on my chest. Momo was on my left side while Nemuri was on my right. "Honey, I have a doubt. In porns how can they shoot out such impressive comes hots and orgasms but we can't even though we are a lot superior to the humans?" Nemuri asked me while stroking my ABS. My head shot towards Nemuri and I looked at her weirdly. Momo also pulled up her head from my chest and gave Nemuri weird looks. Nemuri finally noticed our weird looks and pulled herself up from my chest. "What?" Nemuri asked, looking genuinely curious. "Nov, L, B / JNN. Is it possible that she doesn't know the truth? Is there any possibility of that happening? But should I reveal the truth to her? Her whole world will shatter. Can I do something so cruel to her? But as her lover, I needed to do this even though this would bring her world crashing down on her." I looked towards Momo, who nodded at me with a grave look on her face. I nodded back with similar looks on my face. "Nemuri, what we are going to tell you won't be pleasant, but you must know that we would be there to support you," I said and grabbed Nemuri's hand with care. As soon as Nemuri heard me, she was worried. Momo also grabbed Nemuri's hand and looked at her with care in her eyes. "Nemuri, we would be there for you. You must remain strong and fight," Momo said with sympathy in her voice. "Nemuri, those scenes in porn are faked," I finally said. Nemuri didn't react for a few seconds. Her face turned completely pale and shattering noises could be heard throughout the room, but the room was completely fine. Nemuri's eyes grew wide and her jaw dropped open in shock. "You mean to say that my whole life was a lie?" Nemuri asked. She looked like she lost her whole life. Both Momo and I had to hold ourselves back from laughing out loud. Momo finally turned her back towards us and she was shaking. I could feel that she was laughing. Unable to hold myself back, I also burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha." Both Momo and I started to laugh and Nemuri started to glare at us, wanting to set fire on us. This isn't funny, Nemuri snarled and kept glaring at us while both Momo and I stopped laughing when we heard her and then resumed laughing once again. Nemuri, don't be like that, I said during breakfast the next day. Nemuri was still sulking and playing with her food. Yeah, Nemuri, it isn't the end of life, you know. You still got your business and all, Momo said soothing words to Nemuri, who nodded her head with a solemn look on her face and started to eat her food. The rest of us were having a really hard time holding back our laughter. All of us somehow finished our breakfast without bursting out laughing. Last night I thought about who should I deal with first. Romulus or the Hand. I finally decided to deal with Romulus. After all, the Hand cannot do anything to Elysium, but Romulus had already tried. Nemuri can keep the Hand busy for the time being while I deal with Romulus. Romulus isn't anything special though. From what I remember, his only known weakness was Muramasa Blade, but I don't think he could survive if I fiendfire his ass. So, after breakfast, I decided to visit Momo's lab. So, what are you currently working on? I asked Momo while we were on the way to her lab. Something you wanted me to make, Momo said cryptically and smiled. Something I wanted her to make? Recently I have only asked her to make a spaceship for me, which means she is making me a spaceship. You are making a spaceship for me? I asked her in an excited tone. Momo nodded her head and we were finally in front of her lab. The door opened with a swish and both of us entered, and I was awed when I saw the chassis of the ship. It is far from finished. I was just dabbling with some designs and I chose this design because of aerodynamics, Momo said and waved her hand, and a hologram appeared in front of us. It was a hologram of a finished model. A/N. I will post the picture when Momo finally unveils the finished product. From what you have told me, you want a ship that is capable of hyperspace jumps. Currently, I am working on that, Momo said with a sigh and sat down behind her computer. Until I find a way to jump through space, the project will be stuck here, Momo said and leaned back in her chair. Why don't you try magic? I asked Momo, who shook her head in disappointment. The method we used back in the HP world is obsolete now. It won't work because it wasn't made for ships that would be going into some other galaxy. Well, I just have to make something new, Momo said with a smirk and pulled up some simulation scenarios on her screen. Of course, you can. You are the smartest person I know, I said with a smile. Momo smirked hearing the compliment. Mr. Itsuki, flattery will get you everywhere, but not now. I have to work now. Why don't you come over here and help me with all these magical formulas? Momo finished with a smirk and handed me a notebook filled with complex magical formulas. Well, it won't be a problem because it was magical formulas. So, I oxyoed a chair and sat down on a nearby table. Momo created an empty notebook and banished the notebook into my hands. The magical formulas were the most complicated formulas I have ever seen in my life, but nothing I couldn't solve. I liked challenges which involved magical theory. I helped Momo throughout the day and solved most of the problems she had. During the evening we decided to take a small break. When I finally handed back her the notebook, she looked really impressed. I knew that you are the right person to ask for help. I had asked Fleur, but her specialty are charms and enchanting, Momo said in a cheerful tone. Pleased to help you, m'lady, I said with a smirk on my face and bowed down. She swatted my shoulder and started to chuckle. Momo called a house elf and asked him to bring us some snacks. The house elf returned after a few minutes with some snacks and popped away. Both Momo and I ate the snacks while laughing and having fun. Suddenly Momo's phone started to buzz. Momo stopped and checked her phone and smiled at me. Looks like the guy you were looking for is on Muir Island, Momo said and pulled up the live feed, and as soon as I saw the man on the screen, I knew it was Romulus. From what I remember, Muir Island is where Moira MacTaggart opened the world's first mutant research center. Moira chose the place because of its remote location. What's on that island? I asked Momo, who turned towards her computer screen. Even though I knew a lot about that island from my memories, but I have changed a lot of shit, and finding out more about the island won't hurt me. Wait, let me take a look, Momo said and started to search the archives. Well, Moira MacTaggart chose that island to make the world's first mutant research center, but later she handed it to the CIA so that they could train metahumans as agents. But after Elysium was built, the metahumans kept their revolted and came here, Momo said and kept looking. Since that place has been empty, but CIA has been running some tests. Since it wasn't being done on metahumans, the AI didn't act. Momo finished her report and turned around. For starters, I knew Moira MacTaggart was a bitch. She was the one who wanted to kill Eric when he decided to attack the human ships when they launched missiles on them during the X-Men First Class movie. But she ended up crippling the old fool, Charles. May God bless his poor soul. Humans would always help humans, no matter how they act otherwise. Humans would always try to stay superior, and they simply can't swallow the pill that they are inferior to someone. What are they experimenting on? I asked Momo. I can understand that it was nobody's fault that this thing went completely unnoticed. After all, they weren't experimenting on metahumans. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Something called Inhumans. Not much is known about them, but they are somewhat similar to metahumans because of their powers, Momo said and shrugged. Shit. I didn't think that I would find Inhumans in such a manner. I will deal with Jiuying when the time comes, and if it necessary. She is currently inconsequential. If she decides to still butt heads with S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future, then I might even help her. Where is this Moira MacTaggart now? Did she kick the bucket? I asked Momo, who shook her head. After the Elysium fiasco, she was transferred back to Muir Island, Momo said, and I shook my head in disappointment. Momo, good work. I will be out, I said happily and pecked her on the lips. Be safe, Momo chirped in before I flash stepped into my room. After wearing my armor, I flash stepped right outside Eric's office. I have decided to take Eric with me. After all, metahumans are his responsibility. I could have taken Nat, but she tends to go overboard and bury everyone alive. I have seen her handiwork when both Nat and I were destroying the Trask Industries. Well, it was quite natural for her to do that after all. It wasn't long since she got her powers. Rumi likes to fight. She won't find anyone worthy of her time there. She would just get bored and blow up the whole place with a punch or a kick. Jean was already in the infirmary. Her passion was there, and Aurora didn't like missions like these. She didn't care much for humans, but she wasn't going to kill them. I knocked on his door and with a swish the door opened. Rio, from your getup it looks like someone is going to die, Eric said and gestured me towards a seat. Eric was busy with paperwork. Yes, I did find someone to kill. You see, I found what happened with Logan, I said, and Eric shot out of his chair. So, foul play was involved, Eric said and contemplated. Yes, there is a guy named Romulus out there. The guy is ancient and probably the progenitor of Logan's family. He has the ability to manipulate Logan and make Logan dance on his tunes, I said, and Eric didn't say anything for a few moments and digested the info I gave him. When he was finally done, he looked completely enraged. How can a metahuman do this to his fellow metahuman? Eric growled in anger. I just shrugged in a dismissive manner. That is the person we are going to hunt. But do you remember someone named Moira MacTaggart? I asked Eric. His eyes went wide, but didn't say anything. Yeah, the CIA bitch, I remember very well. How is she involved in this? Eric asked in a cold tone. Well, you would be surprised to find that after the fiasco with Sebastian Shaw ended, she opened a mutant research center. On the front, it was a place where they helped metahumans, but in reality, she was helping the CIA recruit new agents for them. When I finally finished, Eric looked murderous. You are here to invite me, right? Eric asked and I nodded my head. Then, tell the rest after Emma joins us. You don't mind if she comes with us, right? Eric asked and I shrugged once again. Eric sent a message to Emma and only after few minutes Emma arrived. So, what's happening? Emma asked curiously when she saw me dressed in my armor. Everyone knew that when I was in my armor there was a good chance that someone was going to die. Emma, we are going to hunt down a wolf, I said in a cheerful tone and clapped my hands. Both Emma and Eric gave me weird looks. Please tell me that we won't be operating there. Emma asked, looking slightly worried. Of course, they didn't know that I have stopped operating long ago. Nope, we are going to take a portkaya, I said and picked up a stone from the ground and made a portkaya. That isn't much better though, Eric murmured under his breath. Both of them were dressed in the costumes they have used in comics and movies. Eric was using his movie getup while Emma was dressed up like she did in comics. I looked at them and smirked. I know how they hated both portkaya and apparition. Momo had sent me several pictures of Muir Island, so I was able to easily make a portkaya. I asked Emma and Eric to place their hands on my shoulder and with a familiar tug around my navel, and I was whisked away along with Emma and Eric. All three of us appeared slightly above the ground. Both Emma and I were able to land on our feet, but Eric fell down on his face. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Eric, my boy, I am so disappointed in you, I said while shaking my head. Look at Emma, and I hope you learned something from her, I said, and both Emma and I burst out laughing. Eric growled in anger, but he didn't say anything to us. His attention was somewhere else because he hit his face on a metal lid. I also noticed where he was looking. It was a metal lid. I waved my hand and a small metal box came out of the ground. I didn't know why, but I found that box interesting. It could be a coincidence that this box was buried exactly where Eric landed his face, but it might be something more. I cast a scour jiffy on the box and all the dust and grime it had accumulated were gone. On the top of the lid, something was written. The three of us leaned down to read it. To Leviathan, from Destiny. The fuck? As soon as I read the words my brain went into overdrive. Destiny, so Irene Adler left this for me, so she must have known that I would be coming here and Eric would slam his face on the box. How the hell did anyone know that we are going to be here? Eric asked, completely bewildered. But what is Destiny? Is it a metahuman or something else? Emma asked in a confused tone while looking at me. Irene Adler, she is a metahuman, she is the one who calls herself Destiny, I said and opened the box and found an envelope wrapped in plastic. I tore off the plastic and took out the letter. Irene Adler. Irene Adler. I have heard that name somewhere. Oh, yes? She was the blind girl who was romantically involved with Raven. She was a lovely girl. Pity she died. Eric looked really saddened. So, Irene Adler is already dead? Irene's story seems to be different here from the comics. I opened the envelope and found a letter. To Leviathan. Truth to be told, I don't know if you would have been offended if I had called you with your given name, so I am referring to you as Leviathan. I know that you will find this later. I hope that I could have told you all of this face to face, but that isn't my destiny. Now, enough greetings. Let's move on to more important topics, such as why I am writing this letter to you. Moira MacTaggart of this universe is dead. She was killed by an unstable metahuman whom she was trying to force to join the CIA. But her place was taken by another Moira MacTaggart, who was somehow transported into our universe. This Moira MacTaggart has only one ambition. She wants to cure the mutants. I don't know about her motivations, but she will do a lot of questionable things to reach that goal. By the time this letter reaches you, you will still have some time. I don't know why she turned against her own kind, but you must find the answer. You must stop her. She must not succeed. What she is making is an airborne cure. If she releases it in the air, then it will spread throughout the world in a matter of minutes, and the metahumans would lose their powers, and most of us will even die because of the shock of losing their powers. I know that you have already done a lot for the metahumans, and I can't possibly ask for anything more from you. So, I decided to look for some answers you have been searching for. I tried, but I wasn't able to find much though. I am not that powerful. You will find most of the answers to your questions through the stones. You must find the stones. I don't know what those stones are, but those stones will give you all the answers. You will find your first stone on a very distant land. I hope that I was somehow able to help you. Farewell, Leviathan. Irene Adler, Destiny. The letter finally ended. Wow. Just wow. Whatever I was expecting, I wasn't expecting this. Why the fuck my life revolves around seers? Yes, I understand that the information regarding Moira MacTaggart was important and the clue she gave me was also nice, but it could have been simpler. From what I understood, she meant the Infinity Stone when she was referring to the stones, and she said that I will find my first stone on a very distant land. Nothing on Earth is distant from me, which means my first Infinity Stone won't be the Space Stone or the Time Stone, and since I was already interested in the Power Stone, my first Infinity Stone must be the Power Stone. Wow, that's a lot, Emma said with a frown. We came here to hunt a wolf, but this is much bigger now. We must kill Moira MacTaggart. We can't allow her to finish the cure, Eric said while gritting his teeth. Rio, what did she meant by the stones though? Emma asked curiously. Infinity Stones. I started to speak and gave them a brief explanation. Both were odd when they heard about the Infinity Stones. Neither of them knew what to say after I finished my explanation. Come on, let's go. We have wasted a lot of time here, I said and gestured them to come forward. I have already sensed where the facility was. The facility was built behind a hill so that some random ship crew can't find them. We finally arrived near the facility and turned around to look at Emma and Eric. We will sneak in. I don't want either Moira MacTaggart or Romulus running away. If there is something Romulus is good at, then it would be hiding. He hides like a coward, I said, and both of them nodded their head in understanding. I am going to turn you both invisible. Emma, it should be easy with your powers to know where the two of us are, right? Emma nodded her head in agreement. Eric, you can also easily sense us because of metals we have on our body, I said, and Eric nodded in understanding. With that, I cast Notice Me Not charms on all of us and then disillusioned the two of them, and I disillusioned myself. We arrived in the front of the facility and saw that 4 guards were stationed on the roof, 1 in each corner, and 2 guards were guarding the gates. Now, before infiltrating, I wanted to find if they had any escape routes or not. I could sense several metal vessels right under the base, but I didn't know what they were exactly. Emma scanned both of their heads and tell me if they have any evacuation route or not. I whispered, looking at empty space, but Emma was there. Yes, give me a sec, Emma's whispered in a low tone. Few seconds passed and Emma spoke up once again. Yes, they have built an underwater cave right under this facility. They have several boats and a submarine docked in there, Emma said, and I hummed while contemplating. Okay, first we visit their underground cave and sabotage all the boats and the submarines. This way they won't be able to escape, I said. Oh, so, that's what I had sensed kept under the facility. At first, I didn't think them to be boats or a damn submarine. We didn't knock out the guards, we simply entered the building through the huge gates. The guards were standing at each side of the gate. Emma directly led us towards the underground cave. Eric had a field day when I told him to destroy all their engines. It didn't take too long and we were finally done. Some guards were also stationed in the cave. While Eric was having his fun, I grabbed a guard and placed my hand over his mouth so that he couldn't scream. I looked into his eyes. Legilimens, I shifted through his mind without remorse and found where Moira was. I also found Romulus's location. I also got the location of the Inhumans they were experimenting on. On the front, nobody knew what Moira was actually doing, at least this guard didn't know. They thought that they were looking for a way to replicate the powers Inhumans possessed. I AK'd the guard and dropped the body in water. Magic is something really awesome. Because of the Notice Me Not, nobody noticed that I dropped the body in the water. I am done, Eric said and returned to us. Good, I also got Moira's location, I said, and the two of them silently followed me. I silently crept inside Moira's lab. Entering someone's room without raising an alarm is a child's play for me with all of my powers. Eric and Emma were waiting outside the lab. Moira was working on some kind of serum and her back was turned in my direction, so she failed to notice that her door opened on its own. Sometimes I wonder if these people willingly make it easy for me to break into their rooms. I still remembered the time I had spent in the HP world breaking into places. Ah, such marvelous memories. I pointed my finger towards Moira's back and stunned her, but I didn't allow her body to fall down. I levitated her body and placed her on her chair and placed a body binding curse on her. I dropped the disillusionment charm and used my power to open the door. Eric and Emma got the signal and entered the room. I dropped their disillusionment charm too. Did you kill her? Emma asked when she saw how Moira. I already said that I need answers from her, so there is no way that I am going to kill her, I said, and started to cast silencing charms on the wall. As soon as I was done, I revived Moira. For a moment she looked around with surprise written on her face. Her eyes finally landed on me, Eric, and Emma. Her face turned completely pale and her eyes grew wide in fear. Leviathan, she stuttered out in horror. I am flattered that someone from a different universe also knows me, I said in an amused tone, but Moira wasn't amused at all. She was already pale since she saw me, but now her face lost all color. I don't know what you are talking about, Moira stuttered out, trying to show a brave front. When we heard her lie, all three of us burst out laughing. Moira, you might be a lot of things, but it seems that you are not a good liar, Eric said and laughed. She is definitely a terrible liar. I wonder how she was able to fool those metahumans to join the CIA, Emma asked with a confused look on her face. They were coerced into joining. As soon as I announced about Elysium, they revolted and ran away, I deadpanned. The three of our eyes turned towards Moira, who shuddered. Now, Moira, you might not know about me, but I am someone very generous. So, I will give you one chance to speak up before I start motivating you, I said in a gentle tone, and Moira shuddered once again. You know I can read her mind, right? It saves a lot of time, Emma chirped in. I know, but we are not in a hurry. But like this, I am giving Moira a chance at redemption. Now everyone deserves a chance at redemption. Won't you agree, Miss MacTaggart? I asked Moira, who was now shaking in fear, and she was looking anywhere other than my eyes. Eric immediately understood that I was simply playing a game with Moira and decided to go along with it. I also agree with Leviathan here. Everyone deserves a second chance, Eric spoke out. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Emma shrugged her shoulders. Sure, why not, Emma said, and all of us turned back towards Moira. Now, I want to know, why are you trying to kill off all metahumans? I asked Moira, and she looked really confused, and I used legilimency and found that she didn't really know that her cure was going to kill off metahumans. You seem to really confused. Then let me rephrase my question. Why are you trying to cure metahumans? I asked her. This time she did understand the question, but a thought of defiance appeared in her mind. I don't know anything about any cure, she lied, but this time her lie was way better than her previous try. Miss MacTaggart, you shouldn't have lied, I said, and pointed my finger towards Moira. Crucio. As soon as the word left my mouth, Moira's screams echoed throughout the room. Both Eric and Emma flinched. I stopped the spell only after 10 seconds, and Moira leaned back on the chair and started to breathe heavily. Like I said, I will start motivating you. I want answers, I said in a cold tone. Now, should I repeat the question? I asked her, and now I was back to using my gentle tone with her. No, wait, I will answer you, Moira said between her breaths. I shrugged and decided to wait. After a minute, Moira finally caught her breath. I wanted to heal the mutants. A lot of harm has been caused to humans because of mutants, Moira said with anger clear in her voice. Oh, and you aren't doing this because you hate that you aren't normal? I asked. Hearing me, Moira was completely stunned. She didn't say anything for a few seconds before she reluctantly nodded her head. Mutants aren't natural. When I found my powers, I thought that I wasn't natural, so I decided to find a cure for mutants, but before I could do anything I was transported into this world. That is when I found how much pain you have caused the humans. My determination became stronger, Moira said while gritted her teeth. If there weren't any mutants, then everything would have been fine. Because of you, so many humans paid the price, Moira screamed in rage. She must be from Earth TRN 248. I have read about her in the comics, and this must be her third life where she was killed by Destiny, but Destiny here is already dead. When she came here and saw what I was doing, must have twisted her mind. After all, it could be possible that she was able to meet Charles Xavier in her second life and didn't die in the plane crash. Well, I believe you, but you say there is a minor problem. If I hadn't done what I did, then the humans would have chased metahumans into extinction. Your power is reincarnation with a perfect recollection of your past lives, I stated. Moira was surprised that I also knew about her power. Both Eric and Emma were surprised to hear about her power. So, what now? Are you going to kill me? Moira snarked. I should just kill her, but this might cause a problem because her mind is twisted now. Because there is no way to be sure what she would do in her next life. My head snapped towards Emma. Read her mind. Tell me everything that is inside her mind, I said, and Emma nodded her head and entered Moira's mind. Moira started to scream at Emma to get out of her mind, but Emma didn't listen to her. Half an hour passed just like that, and Emma was finally done. Emma recollected everything she had seen in her mind. Just like I had thought this was her third life, but this time something different did happen. In her original third life she didn't meet Charles because she found him arrogant, but this time she did meet him, and Charles's philosophy that humans must be protected captured her mind. Her first two lives were exactly like I have read in the comics. Moira arrived in this world in the year 1999, and the Moira of this world was killed in 1997. This Moira took the original Moira's place and met with Charles. So, when I launched my metahuman supremacy campaign, she decided to stop me. Moira, I am really sorry, but I can't allow you to move on like this. So, I'm going to give you a fresh start, I said, and pointed my finger towards her head. Obliviate, I said, and her eyes glazed over. For a good measure, I obliviated her a few more times. When I was finally sure that she didn't have any memories, I simply AK'd her. You killed her painlessly? Eric asked, slightly confused. Well, it wasn't her fault exactly. Her mind became twisted because of several reasons. What she did was wrong, that is why I killed her, but I gave her a fresh start so she doesn't cause problems in her next life, I said, and I felt a new presence inside the room. I didn't say anything, and two hands covered my eyes. I heard shushing sounds and I couldn't stop myself from smiling. Guess who? I heard a feminine voice behind me. I already knew who it was. Luna Lovegood, I said with a smile, and Luna let me go and started to pout. Mao, that isn't fair. You aren't allowed to recognize my voice, Luna said, and kept pouting cutely. Next time, I will keep that in my mind, I said with a smirk and pecked her on the lips. You know what you did for her was nice. Even though she lost memories of 3 lives, you gave her a better life, Luna said with a gentle smile on her face. The decision you took changed the whole course of several worlds. If you would have just killed her, then she would have caused a lot of problems in her next life. Luna beamed and smiled innocently. You also found a clue for the answers I spoke about. I hope that I could help you more, but I can't influence you, Luna said, and her innocent smile turned sad. My hands wrapped around Luna and pulled her into a hug. I know and I understand. Telling me the future will change the timeline, I said, and Luna nodded her head. I let go of her and patted her head. Happy hunting, Luna said and waved towards the 3 of us and teleported away. I wrapped my fingers against the door. Only after a few seconds, Hilsey called me in. Enter. I heard Hilsey's voice and entered the room and saluted Hilsey. Agent Tonks reporting for duty, ma'am, I said when I lowered my arm after saluting. Hilsey nodded her head and gestured me to take a seat. I pulled back the chair and sat down and released a silent sigh. Huh? Now, I don't need to be worried about tripping. Agent Tonks, we have a new assignment for you, Hilsey said and pushed a file towards my direction. I just hope that this doesn't end up like your last mission. That was a political clusterfuck, Hilsey said and leaned back in her chair. I grimaced as soon as she mentioned my last mission. That was a mission I am not proud of. It was my mistake that I thought that everything was fine and forgot the primary rule of spying. Never trust anyone when you are at work. I am sorry. I began to say, but Hilsey raised up her hand and stopped me. It wasn't your fault. Who could have thought that Ross would go behind the presidents and shields back to conduct experiments, Hilsey said, and I somewhat eased. She had said multiple times that this wasn't my fault, but I personally think that I messed it up. I should have found out about Banner sooner. Thank God, I didn't end becoming a zombie. I should pay more attention to my mission. What would Mum say if she found out that I relaxed in my job and ended up as a zombie? She won't be happy at all. Huh? I sighed internally to calm myself down. Getting your panties in a twist won't help you, Dora. Dora, you need to put on your game face. I picked up the file and took a look. 10 rings, this looks interesting. A solo reconnaissance mission in India? I read the whole file and found that 10 rings is a dangerous terrorist organization and sending me there alone. Sure, this mission would be a piece of cake for me, but that doesn't mean that they can send on this mission alone. I finally finished reading the file and looked towards Hilsey. Ma'am, may I ask why I am being assigned on such a dangerous mission on my own? I asked Hilsey. Her eyes narrowed at me and looked at me carefully, but I didn't back down. As you may have already read in the file that this mission is very dangerous and this mission is strictly reconnaissance and no one in this DEM office is better than you when it comes to disguises, Hilsey said and sighed. This is a very important mission. We have been after the 10 rings for a long time and they have been planning something, but thanks to the economic collapse of 2002 they had to back out and they went into hiding, Hilsey said and got up from her chair and walked towards the window. Well, it wasn't a window actually, it was a screen which worked like a window. The thing is that they are hiding and they want us to think that they are gone for good, so we can't allow them to know that we are already on to them. That is why we are giving you this mission. Treat this as a holiday if you want. Hilsey turned towards me and smiled. Ma'am, what kind of support would I have if everything goes sideways? I asked her and she handed me an envelope. I looked at her and raised an eyebrow. She just shrugged. I tore the envelope and found a paper on which a phone number, and address, and a code were written. Memorize the phone number, the address, and the code. If you are compromised, then you go to the address or call the number and give them the code. They will pull you out. I understand, ma'am, I said, and Hilsey finally dismissed me after that. Well, I have never been to India and I have always wanted to try Pani Puri since Nemuri told me about them, though I would have loved it if Rio was with me. Let's see, I can always invite him. POV Rio. Let's go and find Romulus, Eric said, and I looked at him weirdly. I have already sensed a metal skeleton inside this facility. But I guess Eric can't be blamed since he has no idea that Romulus has also coated his bones with adamantium like Logan. I already have his location from that guard's mind, but first let me destroy all her research, I said, and Eric and Emma decided to help me. We didn't need to do much. Eric used his powers and smashed everything and I hacked her research papers. We made a lot of noise. Are you sure that anyone didn't hear us? Emma asked, looking slightly worried. No, there is no way anything was heard from outside, I said, completely confident, and Emma nodded her head. When we were finally done, I reapplied the Notice Me Not and the disillusionment charms on us and we left Moira's lab, which was completely destroyed now, and I started to walk towards where the adamantium skeleton was. Now, I was pretty sure that Romulus would still notice us even after we were disillusioned. I still remember that Logan noticed from inside the tank when I killed Sublime, and I think if Logan can notice me, then Romulus will definitely notice us. So, I decided to change plans. Both of you go and start causing ruckus. I will go and kill Romulus. I stopped and spoke to Eric and Emma. I dropped the charms on ourselves so we could talk nicely. Eric, you go and cause the ruckus while I will go and look for the Inhumans they have been experimenting on, Emma said hurriedly. Eric was about to say something but Emma stopped him once again. Eric, you know how I feel about this. They might not be metahumans, but they need our help and they also face the same kind of problems we do. They would be a nice ally, Emma said while glaring at Eric. He didn't want to but still nodded his head reluctantly. I patiently stood at the side and watched their banter with amusement. Ahem, I cleared my throat and both of them looked towards me. Get a room, you two. The sexual tension between you is getting out of control, I chastised the two of them. The two of them were completely mortified when they heard me, but before they could say anything I walked away while laughing inside my mind. When I was about to turn the corner they shouted, "It's nothing like that." Both of them spat at the same time. I turned around and looked at them. Sure, you aren't. I will also ignore the fact that you two were in complete sync. I finished with a smirk at the two of them, and I am pretty sure that the guards heard that, so you two better get on with your jobs. I finished and walked away. Since I was no longer under the disillusionment or the notice me not, the guards quickly noticed me and started to shoot. They must be coming in this direction because they heard Emma's and Eric's voices. I mused in my mind and killed any guards who shot at me. Since I wasn't hiding my face, the guards easily recognized me and some of them dropped their guns and raised their hands. I didn't kill the guards who dropped their guns and stunned them. Yeah, I decided to leave their survival on fate. After all, if somebody doesn't awake you, then you will stay like that until you die if you are stunned. For magical people, it was different because their magical core woke them up, but since these guys didn't have a magical core, they won't be waking up on their own. They could still be awoken by someone non-magical by splashing water on them or something similar. But the ones who shot at me met a horrifying end. The adamantium skeleton finally started to move, and from his movements, I could say that he is going towards the underground cave so that he could escape. He must have seen that it was me and he knew that he didn't have a chance and decided to run. I allowed him to run. After all, there was nowhere to run. He was trapped on the island along with me. That sounded really bad and not so straight. Ugh, I should be careful about what I think next time. I slaughtered or stunned all the guards who came to stop me. I finally entered the lift and found that someone cut the lift's power. Sure. I deadpanned inside my mind and used my powers to lower the lift. The adamantium skeleton was already in the cave for a couple of minutes. He was checking each vessel, but he must have found them not working. I finally arrived on the lowest floor and without a ding, the door opened because it didn't have any power. I walked out of the lift and walked towards where Romulus was. Romulus must have noticed me because his speed increased. I was bored with the game of cat and mouse, so I used my powers and Romulus pulled him from wherever he was. Romulus dropped in front of me with a loud thud. "Stay," I said like I was commanding a dog. Romulus looked up and growled at me and continued trying to get up, but unfortunately for him, his own bones weren't following his commands. "Let me go. I have no enmity with you, Leviathan." Romulus screamed and growled. "Oh, is that so? Then you should have thought about it before using Logan to cause an attack on Elysium," I said coldly and stared at him with complete disgust. "I don't know what you are talking about." Romulus ground out while gritting his teeth. "Sure you don't," I said blandly, and his right hand started to swell. Romulus howled in pain. Yeah, he is surely a wolf or whatever. The skin on his hand ripped open, and his muscle tissues started to get torn. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. I was doing the same thing that Magneto did to Logan in the comics. I was ripping the adamantium coating on his bones, but what I was doing was torture. Plain and simple, because I was doing it slowly. Romulus kept howling in pain, but he was still unable to move. I finally finished ripping adamantium from his right forearm, but to stop him from moving, I morphed the adamantium into a spike and nailed his hand on the ground with it. Romulus howled once again and started to whimper in pain. "So, ready to speak now?" I asked him, and he was still whimpering on the ground. "Sure, have it your way," I said, and started the same process with his left hand. Then without asking him anything I moved on to his legs. When I was finally ripping the adamantium from his left leg, he finally stopped howling. Why did you stop?" I looked at his face and his eyes were completely hollow now. Oh, oopsie, looks like he lost his mind. It will be completely useless to torture him anymore. I expected a lot more from him, but looks like he was weak and pathetic. Logan is a lot stronger than him. I shook my head in disappointment and decided to deal with him permanently. "Fiend fire," I said while pointing my arm towards him, and his body was engulfed in the cursed fire. It only took a minute, but his body was completely gone. He didn't even leave behind any trace of him except a lump of red-hot molten adamantium. I decided to take it back to Elysium to see if the adamantium could be still used now. I finally released a sigh. I am going to take a small break. I finally finished typing the report and rubbed my temples. There was no easy way to break this to Bruce and Jennifer, but nothing could be done now. They needed to be told. In the morning I woke up Logan, and at first he was completely confused and disarrayed. He asked me what happened. According to him, he didn't remember anything. I was kind of expecting this since we didn't find anything wrong with his brain. He was obviously influenced by an outside source. I already knew this from Rio, but his behavior confirmed it. I told him to wait and went to meet the other people who work here. After a very intense game of rock, paper, scissors, I returned to the room with a defeated look on my face. Today I found that being the host of Phoenix Force doesn't mean that you can become lucky, and I had long stopped peeking inside people's heads for trivial things like this, and I have learned to respect people's privacy, unlike a certain late bald professor. So, I told Logan what happened. He was really shaken after he heard what happened and left after thanking me. It was pretty clear that he was sad and depressed, but there is nothing I could do there. I just hope that Rio is able to find the guy who did it. Last night he did mention something about that, but I didn't pay much attention since I was busy laughing at Nemuri like the others. I have to say, I never expected someone perverted like Nemuri wouldn't know that orgasms in porn are faked. I sighed once again when I remembered my job. This time there won't be any game of rock, paper, scissors because Bruce and Jennifer were my responsibility. Now, I think that it would have been much better if I had used telepathy in the last game. I stood up and took my coat and started to walk towards Bruce's and Jennifer's room. I arrived in front of their room and walked in while sliding the curtain. Since this was a private room, there was no door in the room. Good afternoon, Bruce, Jennifer, how are you both? I greeted them and both of them greeted me back with smiles on their faces. I have got both of your reports here. It took me some time to get your profiles ready, but here they are. If you want, you can read them yourselves or I can explain them to you if you want, I said gently and used my telekinesis to pull a stool and sat down in front of their beds. You tell me, even though I am a doctor, I don't think that I will be able to understand everything written in there, Bruce said and chuckled nervously. I was a lawyer before I came here. I won't be able to make heads or tails of it, Jennifer said and giggled. Hearing both of the answers, I took a deep sigh. Okay, so let me start with Bruce first. Bruce, firstly, I want to tell you that you were very stupid. I can't even fathom why you decided to test an experimental serum on yourself without any sort of tests. I chastised him. He might be a doctor, but he is pretty stupid even with that degree. A degree won't make you smart. This is something related to common sense that you shouldn't inject yourself with untested serum. Bruce looked really ashamed and lowered his head in shame. What he did was something kids do. They put anything in their mouth when their parents aren't looking. Bruce had done something equally stupid. He should have died, though I have a theory why he survived and I am pretty sure that I am right. Your foolishness aside, I sighed internally to calm myself. Due to the whole experiment, not just the serum, you have developed another personality. When your other personality takes over, you turn into the Hulk. Since I haven't talked with your other personality, I can't tell you anything about him and I don't think that it would be happening, I said in a neutral tone. Both Bruce and Jennifer were listening to me patiently. During the previous questioning session, Bruce himself had told me that his other personality called himself Hulk, or there was no way I could have found out about it. The amount of gamma radiation your body had absorbed should have killed you, but my theory is that the other you, the Hulk, saved your life, I said, and Bruce looked completely bewildered. You mean to say that he saved me? Why? Bruce asked with a confused look on his face. Just like I mentioned a few seconds ago, he might have a doctorate degree, but when it comes to common sense he is pretty dense. If you would have died, then he would have also gone with you. Both of you come in a package deal, I deadpanned. Bruce looked sheepish and nodded his head. Now, when your heart rate increases you will turn into the Hulk, so you better not do anything that might raise your heart rate, I sniped, and Bruce nodded his head like a good kid. Now, for you, I said and turned towards Jennifer. It's good that Bruce gave you his blood. If it was anyone else's blood, then you might have died. Bruce's blood is special. His blood carries the super soldier serum and his blood is filled with gamma radiation, I said, and took a small pause so that Jennifer could digest all the info I dumped on her. So, when Bruce gave you his blood, he also gave you some of his powers, and his special blood saved you. You also got powers like Bruce here, but fortunately, you didn't get a second personality. You are completely you, I said, and both Jennifer and Bruce nodded in understanding. But I don't know what might cause you to transform. It might be on your will or it might depend on some other factor. For now, I can't say anything for sure. If you had transformed before, then I might have been able to reach some conclusion, but I don't want to shoot arrows in the dark, I finished and released a deep sigh. For a few minutes, none of us said anything. Bruce and Jennifer were contemplating everything they just heard, and I decided to stay here to see their decision. So, what now? What is going to happen to us now? Jennifer gulped loudly and asked. That's for you to decide. No one will make any decision for you. You can stay on Elysium or we will send you back if you want, I said, and I knew that they won't choose the second option. Both of them have read the Quibbler. After the fake trials, the US government decided to tie up all the loose ends and declared Jennifer Walters as a criminal. After all, the whole police force in Los Angeles knew that Ross wanted to capture Jennifer because she was a criminal. After Ross died, the police chief babbled to the press. Now, the government was already facing a scandal with Ross's dirty laundry being aired, and they couldn't risk the truth about Jennifer Walters getting out, so they declared her as a genuine criminal. That is why I hate politics. Now, I understand what Nemuri does is very important. Nat once told us that doing the right thing is good and all, but the government won't do the right thing if they don't gain anything from it. She mentioned that money is given to any martyr's family not because it is the right thing to do, but it will boost their political image. But if you decide to stay, then Bruce will have to stay somewhere remote until we find out how to exactly control his transformation, or he himself finds out about it. We can't have him rampaging right in the middle of Elysium, I said, and Bruce nodded his understanding. From the looks of it, it seems that Bruce hasn't accepted the Hulk being a part of him. If he wants to control his power, then he needs to accept it first. Well, this is something that could be discussed at a later date. Both cousins looked at each other and nodded and looked like they finally made their decision. We have decided to stay. Jennifer was the one who spoke. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Good, I will inform Eric about it, I said, and got up from the stool. I used my power to put back the stool from where I took it. Wait, Eric? Isn't Leviathan responsible for the management of the island? Bruce blurted out with a confused look on his face. No, Leviathan is pretty lazy and he always has something to do, and he thinks managing a country isn't for him, so that's why he gave the responsibility to Eric, I said, and shrugged. After that, I left their room and texted Nat to inform Eric about Bruce's and Jennifer's decision. After receiving Nat's reply, I happily returned to my office so that I could continue studying the research papers. While I was returning to where Eric and Emma were, I sighed once again. I was really disappointed when Romulus's mind broke. At first, it didn't register in my mind, but when it finally did, I wasn't happy. Yes, Rio, that is why you shouldn't dish out pain before asking them questions. Well, it wasn't a huge loss for me though. He wasn't sublime after all, and not getting his memories won't matter much. From what I have seen in comics, it didn't matter much. Romulus spent most of his extremely long life destroying and playing with other people's lives. He might have looked tough, but he was a coward through and through. After all, he did everything from the shadows. I finally arrived where Emma was and found out that she, along with some other people, Inhumans, were stuck in a hall because they were being shot at from the other side of the wall. There was quite a distance between the two groups. That must be why Emma was unable to use her mental powers. Since Emma was in a pinch, I decided to give her some help. After using some really nasty spells on the guards, the firing finally stopped. It's clear now, I said in a loud voice, and Emma immediately walked out of their cover along with the Inhumans. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Is that all of them? I asked, gesturing towards the 5 individuals behind her. All 5 of them looked like they were teenagers. 2 of them were girls while the rest were boys. Yes, there was another one, but he succumbed to the experiments, Emma said, looking sad, and I nodded my head in understanding. The 5 of them looked really scared. I was about to say something, but all of a sudden, a huge explosion shook the whole facility. Let's get out of here. We can talk later, I said, because the explosion was so large that the whole place was falling apart. The hell is Eric doing? Emma nodded and started to follow me. The kids also followed Emma without saying anything. When we finally came out of the facility, we saw that Eric was floating over the facility and dropping off huge chunks of metals over the facility. I signaled Eric to come down. Most of the guards were already dead now. Eric had already noticed us, and when he saw my signal, he floated down and landed in front of us. The 2 of you go back to Elysium and take the 5 of them with you. I will deal with this place, I said in a no-nonsense tone, and both Eric and Emma agreed. I pulled a small chunk of metal from the building and made it into a portkaya and handed it to the 2 of them. I said the activation phrase and the 7 of them were whisked away. Then I finally turned towards the facility. Looks like the stunned guards were also destined to die. I mused in my mind. With that thought, I started to gather my power. Shinra Tensei. As soon as the words escaped my lips, a huge force erupted from my body and everything around me was blown away. When the dust cloud finally settled down, I found myself standing in the middle of a giant crater. My powers have grown a lot stronger. Satisfied with my work, I decided to return. I was in no hurry to talk with the Inhumans, and Eric and Emma could already manage it on their own, so I decided flash step to my home. So, I flash stepped right outside my house. I was about to walk in when I sensed a metal skeleton sitting on the nearby hill. Looks like Logan was allowed to leave. I sighed once again and decided to talk with the guy. Without making a sound, I flash stepped once again and appeared behind Logan. Logan was staring at the ocean while drinking beer. Trust me, bub, you don't want to be near me, Logan said in a mocking tone. I don't think that you would be able to do anything to me, I said, and Logan finally turned around. His eyes grew slightly wide when he saw me. True. I won't be able to do anything to you even if I tried, Logan mused, and I sat down beside him. Can I get a bottle too? I asked, and Logan didn't say anything and handed me a beer bottle from the ice crate he had brought along with him. I heard what happened to you yesterday, and believe me, it wasn't your fault, I said, and took a sip from the bottle. None of that matters now, Logan said in a lost tone. Yes, it matters because you are getting a completely fresh start. The guy who did that to you is dead now, so now you are completely free from his influence, I said, and Logan's head shot towards me. Who was it? Logan growled out in anger. His name was Romulus. He was some kind of ancestor to your family. He liked to play with people's lives, and he was doing the same with yours, I said, and took a large swig from the bottle. Then he deserved to die by my hands, not you, Logan said in clear rage. Yes, I don't deny that, but this was much bigger than your revenge. You can't always be selfish, right? I am only telling you this so that you could leave all of this behind and start anew, I said, and chugged down the rest of the beer in the bottle. Logan didn't say anything during that time and looked contemplative. For whatever it's worth. Thank you, Logan said in a grateful tone. I simply nodded my head and flash stepped right inside my room. After getting freshened up, I came out of my room and decided to visit Momo's lab and see if there was anything I could help her with or not. POV Agent Tonks. Even though I didn't like the mission, there wasn't anything I could do, so I decided to treat this mission like a holiday, just like Hilsey recommended. But before I could do that, I needed to get my hands on some files. The file contained every detail regarding the Colorado facility where the people from the Fars trial were being moved. Nobody would know anything is wrong until it's too late because I am not swapping the files. I am copying the contents. Nobody would doubt me since I had already checked out of the gate and there was no way of entering the base if you don't check your ID at the entrance. Well, that's the rule for normal agents like us. I don't know if Fury needs to do that too or not. I finally finished copying everything inside the file. Hump. I bet nobody has ever planned something like this. Nothing can stop Agent Tonks. As soon as I thought that, I tripped. My foot hit the rack stand and I skillfully planted my face on the floor. Ugh. Yes, nobody is a match for Agent Tonks except the floor and all the types of furniture. Thankfully the skin on my face is very thick due to intensive training I did since I was a child, or my poor face would have been bruised. I pouted and pulled myself up from the floor. Not wanting to meet my equal once again, I flash stepped right into my apartment. I kept the file on the bed and went to take a shower. A hard-working agent like me deserves a nice and warm shower after the end of the day. I tripped once again, but this time I expected it, so I caught myself before I could have landed on my face. After enjoying a nice shower, I got dressed in casual clothes and picked up the file. What kind of hair should I sport today? I contemplated for a few minutes when an idea popped into my mind. My hair turned into neon yellow and my hair morphed into a mohawk with huge fringes hanging in front of my face. This looks perfect on me, I cheered internally, and Flash stepped right outside our house in Elysium. I entered the door and headed straight for the kitchen and found Jean was already there. Hi, Ja. I was cut in the middle when my foot hit the fridge and I tripped. I was about to plant my face on the floor once again, but I stopped midair. Hello, Dora. I like what you did with your hair, Jean greeted me in an amused tone. I was pulled up to my feet and I looked at Jean in complete awe. Before Jean could say anything, I pulled her into a tight hug. You saved me. You are the best sister I could have asked for, I said when I separated from her and wiped off a tear from my eye. Jean looked completely overwhelmed and didn't know what to say. Yes, she must be overwhelmed because the awesome Agent Tonks said something so heartfelt to her. I sat down and decided to wait for the others. The others arrived soon and I finally handed the file to Rio. But before taking a look, he pecked me on the lips. Butterflies fluttered inside my stomach. Rio checked the file while preparing the food for us. During dinner, I finally told Rio about my latest mission and he agreed to go along with me. I cheered internally when no one else decided to join us. Hehe, after working so hard I definitely deserve some holiday with my boyfriend. In the darkness of early morning, a man clad in crimson armor appeared on top of a building roof. This was a small city inside the state of Colorado. This place was pretty famous among the crowd of people who loved skiing. Everything in this city was completely normal, but there was something in this city that the people didn't know anything about. Well, the thing wasn't exactly inside the city, so the people couldn't be blamed. It would be more correct to say that the place was built on the mountain range outside the city. The man clad in the crimson armor stood on the roof for a few seconds before the man started to rise in the air, and with a small but loud boom the man flew towards the outskirts of the city. The man landed in front of a rundown abandoned building outside the city. The building was covered with snow, but if someone paid attention then they would clearly notice the trails in the snow leading inside the building. The man clad in the crimson armor waved his hands few times around the building. To the naked eyes, nothing changed, but for someone who could notice the difference, it was a completely different story. The man looked around and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The man walked inside the building without the slightest care. Only a few seconds passed and a loud scream was heard from inside the building, and just after that, the alarm started to blare loudly. Soon the sound of the alarm was cascaded by sounds of gunfire. While gunshots were still ringing, people's screams were still heard. After a few minutes, everything became silent once again and nothing was heard from inside the building. After a few seconds, the man walked out of the building and the whole building was engulfed in flames. The flames seemed to be alive. The flames were so hot that all the snow nearby had already melted. The man turned back and took another look at the burning building, and with a wave of his hand all the flames were gone. The man nodded his head with a satisfied smile on his face and dropped a disc where he was standing. The man looked around and disappeared from that place without a trace. Several hours later, the building was completely surrounded by people with shield emblems on their uniforms. A black car arrived on the scene and stopped. Agent Phil Carlson walked out of the car and looked around. As soon as his eyes landed on the building, he grimaced. He really hated the sight. He closed the car door and approached the person in charge. The agent noticed Phil Carlson and saluted the man. At ease, Agent Carlson ordered. The agent in front of him visibly eased down. So, did you find anything? Agent Carlson asked the unnamed agent in a solemn tone. Yes, sir. It was Leviathan. He left the CCTV drive right outside the building on the ground, the unnamed agent blurted out and gulped loudly. Agent Carlson grimaced once again as soon as he heard Leviathan's name. Show me, Agent Carlson said, and the unnamed agent handed Carlson a tablet. Carlson silently watched the whole video and saw Leviathan's brutality and wanted to puke. Until now, Leviathan had never shown his killing methods, nor were they able to find any bodies. Carlson immediately understood what Leviathan was doing here. He was leaving a message for S.H.I.E.L.D. It was a complete massacre or slaughter, whatever you wanted to call it. When Leviathan finally finished killing the last man, Leviathan turned towards the nearest camera and said, "Tell your boss that I will be paying him a visit," and with that, the feed ended. Carlson didn't know how to react to this. So Leviathan finally decided to attack us directly. Carlson mused. I need to inform Director Fury as quickly as possible, Carlson thought, and hurriedly pulled out his phone and called Director Fury, but Director Fury didn't pick up the phone. Carlson wanted to scream in frustration, but he knew that doing that won't do him any good. Put anything that could be used inside the evidence bag and spread a story, Carlson ordered the unnamed agent, who frantically nodded his head. Carlson handed back the tablet to the unnamed agent and walked back to his car. POV Rio. From Dora, I already knew when I could find Fury in his office. She didn't know when he arrived, but she was quite sure that I would find him after 10 a.m. So, I decided to make myself comfortable in Fury's office. I planted several listening charms inside the room, but someone paranoid like Fury might change his office because I broke in. Yes, that will be really funny. After waiting for about an hour, the door finally clicked open and Fury walked in dressed in his usual garb. Everything black. I have to commend Fury's senses, as he didn't even see me completely and pulled out his gun and pointed in my direction. You are fast, I decided to give him a compliment. Fury's face visibly paled as soon as he saw me and pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. Motherfucker. Fury yelled and looked at his gun. Isn't it funny that when you need it the most, your gun decides to betray you? I asked in a mocking tone. It was obviously me who stopped his gun from being fired, but he doesn't need to know that. Why are you here, Leviathan, or should I call you Itsuki Ryo? Fury questioned. He wanted to get the upper hand. Obviously a fool. You can call me Ryo or Leviathan. I don't mind either, I shrugged dismissively. I thought someone like you would hate that I know your name. Fury spoke but kept his gun pointed towards me even though it didn't fire. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. I never hid my name. I know how you found my name. If I cared about it then I would have killed Charles and Newman before they could have opened their mouths, I said in a dismissive tone. So, Ryo, is there a reason you are paying me a visit? Fury asked and shifted slightly towards his left towards his desk. He thought that I didn't notice him but I did. Just wanted to meet the person I am going to kill in the future. You know I really love when a person breaks down because of fearing me, I said in a cheerful tone. Fury's eyebrows shot up. Why not kill me now? That will be much easier for you, won't it? Fury questioned and kept moving to his left. I allowed him to do that, whatever he wanted to do. Yes, but it won't be fun. Someone like you doesn't deserve to die easily. Before killing you I will destroy everything you have built, everything you have worked hard for. When you see everything crumbling down in front of you and you lose all hope, only after that will I kill you, I said like it was a matter of fact. Fury gave me a weird look. You know, you are one messed up individual, Fury said and finally arrived beside his table. Coming from you that must be a compliment. Fury, I think you aren't trying hard enough. I want you to try hard enough. I was saying but stopped when Fury jumped over his table and pressed the alarm button and the alarm started to blare. He pulled out another gun from under his table and shot at me, but this gun also failed to fire. Motherfucker. Fury screamed and threw the gun in rage. Oh, don't mind me, there are some more guns hidden in this room, want to give all of them a try? You might get lucky and one of them might work, I mocked him. Fury gritted his teeth but didn't say anything. Some bangs were heard from the door. I was using my powers to keep it closed and reinforcing it at the same time. Fury looked at me and sat down in his chair. If you want to kill me then you should do it now, Fury said and leaned on his table. Looks like you are misunderstanding something here. You seem to think that I can't kill you whenever I want. All these men and women working for S.H.I.E.L.D. are meaningless if I decide to kill you, I said and walked to his table. I can kill you anytime I want. It's not a matter of how, it's a matter of when. You are living on borrowed time, Fury, I said and backed away with a smile on my face. Tick-tock, Fury, tick-tock. Your countdown has started, I finished with a smirk on my face, and I flash-stepped to Elysium. I don't know if Fury got the message or not, but I would say that our first meeting was successful. This will make Fury take even more drastic actions against me. After all, he is a paranoid bastard. This will make it even more fun when I break his hope and mind slowly. I was brought out of my thoughts when I felt someone wrap around their arms around my right arm while the same person laid down her head on my shoulder and moaned in satisfaction. I looked down and saw Dora had already closed her eyes and most probably she was already asleep. She has been really excited since yesterday and wasn't able to sleep last night. She must have been really tired. I mused and started to caress Dora's hair. She cuddled closer to me. She has been so excited that even getting tripped everywhere didn't ruin it for her. She was giddy like a small kid and she demanded that she should be the one to get the window seat. This wasn't the first time she was traveling via plane, but she would never expect anything other than the window seat. Yesterday has been a tiring day for her. At first, Fury raised hell in the morning. Thankfully Dora was able to avoid most of the tasks because she needed to prepare everything for her mission, but it still wrecked her nerves. After returning from her office she wasn't able to calm down because of her excitement, and due to that, she failed to fall asleep. She was also busy secretly booking my seats beside her. She needed to do this carefully or S.H.I.E.L.D. would have noticed. Nat had to help the poor girl. I knew that this was going to be a really long flight. First, we were going to land in New Delhi and after that, we had to take another flight from New Delhi to Kolkata. Dora's mission was in Kolkata. This was also my first time visiting Kolkata. There were still a few hours left before we were scheduled to land in New Delhi, so I decided to set an alarm in my phone and closed my eyes too. The alarm woke me up. I opened my eyes slowly and felt that we were descending. We should be landing soon. So, I gently shook Dora, who woke up and started to rub her eyes cutely. Are we there yet? Dora asked in a sleepy tone. Yes, we are about to land, I said, and Dora stretched her arms and yawned like a cat. Dora pecked me on the lips and started to stare outside the window. After some time the plane finally landed and both of us exited the plane in an orderly fashion. After all, both of us were civilized people. Both of us arrived in the waiting area and decided to wait. Dora left after a few minutes. She needed to use some female facilities in the airport. After she returned I left to bring ourselves some snacks. We enjoyed ourselves just sitting there and talking to each other, but nobody around us looked towards Dora and me. I was using a strong notice me not along with anti-surveillance charms. This way, no one would be able to record me or Dora. Our next flight was after 3 hours. We didn't even notice how the time passed and it was finally time to board. Once again, Dora claimed the window seat. Well, I didn't mind her taking the window seat. After another long flight, we finally arrived in Kolkata. When we finally arrived in Kolkata it was almost noon because of the time difference. We have flown for almost a full day. Both of us decided that it would be best if we took some rest before looking around. Nov. L.B//JNN. Dora had already booked a room in the Oberoi Grand, Kolkata. This was currently the best hotel in Kolkata, A/N, ITC Royal Bengal wasn't there in the year 2004. We hailed a cab and after a long ride, we arrived in the Oberoi Grand. Dora showed the receptionist her passport so that she could claim her reserved room. We finally arrived in our room but none of the staff noticed the fact that neither of us were carrying any luggage with us. As soon as Dora entered the room, Dora threw herself on the bed and moaned in satisfaction. "Looks like the bed is up to your satisfaction," I asked her in an amused tone. "Oh yes," Dora moaned and rolled in the bed. "This isn't comparable to anything we have in either Knox or our home in Elysium, but after such a long journey, this is heaven," Dora said and kept rolling in the bed. While Dora was busy checking the bed, I made myself busy with another important task. I started to check if there was any kind of surveillance device in the room or not. When I was finally done, I was about to crash into the couch but stopped when I sensed that someone arrived right outside our door. The person knocked on the door. It felt like the person teleported, and there aren't a lot of people who could teleport. I looked through the peephole and found the Ancient One was standing on the other side of the door in all of her bald glory. I opened the door and gave her a blank stare. "I am really sorry for interrupting your vacation, but may I come in?" the Ancient One asked, and I stiffly nodded my head and invited her in. "Who is it?" "Rio." Dora's voice was heard. "An acquaintance," I said, and only after a few moments Dora also joined us. I gestured the Ancient One towards the couch, who nodded and sat down. "Hello, I don't believe we have met. I am Tonks, the most awesome person you will ever meet," Dora said and extended her hand towards the Ancient One. The Ancient One looked at Dora weirdly but still accepted her hand and shook it. "It's nice to meet you, Tonks. I am the Ancient One. Luna has told me about you." The Ancient One spoke with a thin smile on her face. "All good things, I hope." "I can't wait to meet the Ancient too," Dora said in an excited tone. Both I and the Ancient One gave her weird looks now. I almost facepalmed myself. "Dora, the Ancient One is a title. It is used to refer to the Sorcerer Supreme, and there is no Ancient 2 or 3, I said with a wry smile on my face. "Oh, you should have said that sooner," Dora said and leaned back in the chair with a calm look on her face. "So, why are you here?" I asked the Ancient One. The Ancient One looked slightly nervous and fidgeted in her seat for a few seconds. "Some of my students have gone rogue," the Ancient One finished with a sigh. I looked at her weirdly. Does she think that I am going to her to control her students? They plan to open Earth to other dimensions. For that purpose they have stolen a lot of artifacts from the sanctums. The Ancient One was saying, but I decided to cut her off. "You want me to stop them?" I asked the Ancient One, who shook her head in denial. "No, I will not ask you to do something like that. What I am asking of you is, if we fail to stop them, then can I depend on you to stop the other dimensions from destroying Earth?" the Ancient One asked me. I decided to think about it first. Well, what she is asking of me isn't something outrageous, and I would have helped her with it even if she didn't ask for help. After all, Earth is my home and I would protect it, obviously. "Sure, I can help you with that," I said, and the Ancient One released a huge sigh. "I owe you one, Itsuki Rio. If you ever need any help you can ask me," the Ancient One said in a relieved tone. There is nothing I should ask of her. Since she is the Sorcerer Supreme, she must know a lot of spells and she must know a lot about enchanting. She could help Momo with the spaceship. Getting me a spaceship will also help me with getting stronger. "There is something you could help me with," I said, and the Ancient One's interest peaked after hearing me. "Do you know anything about making a spaceship?" I asked her bluntly, and the Ancient One frowned after hearing my question. After some time, the Ancient One finally left, but she said that she was going to help Momo. She had no idea how to build spaceships, but she knew how to enchant things or join materials using magic. After a nice and satisfying lunch, both me and Dora decided that we should explore each other. It has been some time since we had done that. When we finally stopped, it was almost evening. After taking rest for some time, we decided to take a stroll on the streets and look around. We saw several street food stalls by the side of the roads. Dora dragged me towards them and snacked from all those stalls. I was simply unable to comprehend how cheap it was. After Dora finished snacking, we continued strolling by the streets looking around. In the food stalls, the people were looking at us weirdly, so I cast a notice me not and anti-surveillance charm on us as soon as we left the stalls. We heard from someone that there was a market nearby, so we decided to pay a visit there. Obviously, Dora tripped several times during the trip and I saved her every time she was about to land face first. She looked at me like I was God, and every time I saved her she mentioned how much she loved me. Strolling through the market was a completely new experience for us. We finally returned back to the hotel when the shops started to close. It was a sign that it was late now. We ordered some nice Indian-style dinner along with some whiskey and vodka. Dora didn't like wine at all, quite understandable. After all, Dora was an oddball in our group. When we were about to go to sleep, someone else decided to pay us a visit. With a flash of flame, Fleur appeared in the room. At first, Dora gave the female phoenix the stink eye but didn't say anything after that. The three of us enjoyed an awesome session of nightly activities and Fleur decided to stay for the night. Dora was an orgasmic puddle, so she didn't mind. The next day the three of us enjoyed another round of sex in the shower while washing ourselves, and Fleur finally left, much to Dora's pleasure. I can understand Dora's feelings too. She is the one who gets to spend the least amount of time with me, so she was obviously excited to spend the trip with me. "You stay here. I will be back by night," Dora said reluctantly. Can't you put this off for later? I want you to stay, I said and almost pouted, the keyword being almost. I am a man, men don't pout. Ah, my baby, don't pout like that. I will be back before dinner and if I finish my job early then I will be able to enjoy the rest of the holidays while relaxing with you without a single shred of worry, Dora said and caressed my cheek. Sometimes Dora really surprised me with her wisdom. Can't I come with you? I asked once again, not wanting to lose the argument. N/O/vel/b/jn.c/om. You can but you will simply get bored. Dora said while contemplating my offer. Then you will kill all of them and that will make my mission go sideways so that ain't happening, Dora chided and pecked me on the lips. Dora turned around and started to walk towards the door but fate was cruel to her and her feet collided against the bedstand and she tripped. I obviously saved her from landing on her face. Dora cooed once again and finally left the hotel. Even though she said that she could do it alone. I decided to follow her, for her safety obviously. I am not a stalker. Yeah, it looks like Dora also noticed me so it wasn't stalking anymore. I was her bodyguard. Since she noticed me she started to exaggerate the swaying of her hips. Looks like she wants to kill me by giving me a hard-on. Throughout the day I guarded my clumsy goddess while she visited various places using different faces. She clicked pictures of some places and some people. I knew that her mission was regarding the 10 Rings. I didn't know much about the 10 Rings in this world. In the movies, 10 Rings was a shitty terrorist organization that kidnapped Tony, but in the comics, it was completely different. The 10 Rings was a huge terrorist organization controlled by a man who called himself the Mandarin. In the movies, Mandarin was a fool used by Killian as a mascot, but in the comics, Mandarin was much more than that. I don't know if Mandarin was real here or not. I haven't found any signs of him till now. Even though I and Dora were walking apart, we enjoyed our meals together. We were only able to return before dinner. After returning, Dora pulled out a tablet and contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. through it. She uploaded all the pictures to the S.H.I.E.L.D. server through the same tablet she used to contact S.H.I.E.L.D. Since I didn't want to compromise Dora in any manner, I didn't use her device to check the files. I texted Nat to pull all the files from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s server and send them directly into my phone. Only after a few minutes, Nat sent me all the files. I checked all of them and I was disappointed. They basically didn't know anything about 10 Rings. After contemplating for a few moments and I texted Nat to keep a watch over the 10 Rings. If the real Mandarin is in this world then he needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. He also sported some nice rings. I bet that they would look nice on my fingers. Tonight it was Luna who decided to join us. She said that since we were about to order food she felt that she should also join us. It has been some time since she had enjoyed Indian cuisine. She also told us to order some extra ice cream for Adela. After dinner, the three of us explored each other throughout the night. Luna decided to leave in the early morning after bidding us a hot farewell. She said that she needed to manage the Quibbler. There wasn't anything to manage, but Luna liked to read the first copy of the Quibbler. That was the reason she left. She also told us that the Ancient One paid a visit to Momo and said that she would help her. The next morning both Dora and I decided to visit Victoria Memorial. It was a museum, but most of the people didn't go there to see the museum. People would go there along with their lovers. I was also taking Dora there for somewhat similar purposes. After we were done seeing the museum, we would enjoy the whole day sitting somewhere under some tree shade. Dora loved the place and she had a lot of fun except the times she tripped. Since it was me who saved her, she enjoyed that part too, but she would never admit something like that. We have to come out for lunch, so after having a nice and satisfying lunch we decided to visit Burla Planetarium. Since Dora has never been into space, well, not only Dora, I also have never been to space. Getting the tickets for a show was somewhat hectic, so after some liberal use of Imperius, I was holding 2 tickets in my hand. You know you didn't have to do that. Dora chastised me, but I wasn't bothered by it and just smirked. What? It was completely fine. That dude was buying 2 tickets and I told him to buy 2 more and I even paid for all the tickets. I think it's fair, I said in a dismissive tone. Oh, I wasn't talking about the Imperius. I said that it was nice waiting in line along with you. It definitely has its appeal, Dora said romantically and wiggled her eyebrows at me. Sure, Miss Tonks, whatever you say, I said and led Dora inside. Both of us took our seats and watched the show with somewhat interest. It wasn't something extraordinary, but what they are doing here is definitely commendable and the picture quality is very impressive with the current technology. After the show finally ended, Dora led me to a Panipuri stall. Thankfully it wasn't Momo or she would have devoured everything on her own. We didn't stop at Panipuri though. We tried a lot of street food and neither of us stopped until we were completely full. We returned to the hotel after some time and we decided to skip dinner. Both Dora and I were definitely getting frisky, but we were interrupted by a thud. I already knew that someone must have used Portkaya to come here. I found Aurora was on the floor groaning slightly. She seemed to have been directly deposited on the floor. Looks like the other girls have made a schedule for whoever is going to join us for the night. Dora didn't care anymore and resumed our makeout session. The days passed just like that and the holidays were finally over. Each night someone different showed up for a threesome according to their prearranged schedule. It was finally time to return though. Both Dora and I really enjoyed this holiday. I really needed a break with all the stress going on. Dora also enjoyed it a lot, but now both of us needed to return to our daily lives. A few months have passed since Dora took Rio along with her for her short vacation. It was already 2005 now and not much has happened in all these months except Nemuri's business flourishing by a lot. Since she was now the majority shareholder of Rand Enterprises, she was easily able to get the changes she wanted. She lowered the prices of the medicine and made it affordable to the majority of the people. She also started some medicine campaigns where Rand Enterprises would give away medicine to the poor who weren't able to afford the medicines. It was pretty obvious that a lot of people didn't like these changes and tried to cause problems, but nothing worked. Nemuri hired the best private military for such campaigns. Getting permission from the president was a piece of cake. Ward Meacham and Joy Meacham were completely gobsmacked when they saw the changes, but they couldn't do anything. Their company was losing a lot of profit, but in the political field and publicity field, Rand Enterprises had left the other companies in the dust. The other companies have lost most of their customers to Rand Enterprises. Harold Meacham was unable to do anything except grit his teeth. After all, he was the one who stupidly decided to fake his death and leave the company to his son and daughter, and now they weren't able to stop Nemuri Kayama from making changes. From all this, the three of them understood one thing, that Nemuri Kayama isn't some young mistress with a huge amount of money. She knows how to manipulate the system. But the Meacham family didn't like it because it was their company and currently an outsider was holding the reins of their company. The father and son duo also didn't like the fact that their profits have dropped. It didn't matter to them that it will help their company on the long run. Though Joy Meacham was different, she didn't like that Nemuri Kayama owned their company now, but she supported Nemuri in her endeavors. She always wanted to make these changes herself, but she wasn't able to. Gao didn't mind any of these changes since it didn't affect her business. Yes, she was unhappy, but she knew what Nemuri was doing, so she didn't mind it. She wasn't like the others. She knew very well that what Nemuri did would help her monopolize the medicine market. Harold begged Gao to help him stop Nemuri, but she just scoffed him off. She was helping Harold till now because he had his uses, but after Nemuri took over the company he lost all of his value. For Gao, only Nemuri was important, and according to Gao, Nemuri was slowly coming under her control. What she didn't know that in all these months Nemuri was slowly taking over her business. Gao's business was almost under Nemuri's control now, and Gao didn't even know that. Gao was obviously in for a big surprise. Nemuri was already planning to take out Gao since the ancient hag was completely useless to her, but decided to wait since she has much more important matters to attend to. POV Nemuri. After parking my car in the parking lot, I walked towards the building in front of me. I clicked my tongue in distaste. I understand that this is a weapon manufacturing company, but that doesn't mean that they shouldn't have a more classy building. I saw a woman standing in front of the gates while looking at me nervously. The woman was wearing a deep gray business suit and the woman's hair was in between red and blonde, so that's Virginia Potts. So, she was the one who is most responsible. Obviously, I knew about the company. I own 30% shares of the company. 30 is a lucky number for me. After all, I was 30 when I started dating Rio, and till now the number has never betrayed me. Ah, such relishable memories. I had to stop myself from squealing. I finally arrived in front of Miss Potts and took off my shades. Ma'am, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Virginia Potts, the woman said and extended her hand towards me. Her tone was almost fangirlish. Something that must be discussed later. Nice to meet you, Miss Potts. I hope that you can give me a brief description of the project. I asked the woman, who frantically nodded her head. It was clear that the woman was a nervous wreck. Yes, ma'am. Sure, Virginia said and moved slightly. Ma'am, please follow me, Virginia said, and I decided to follow with amusement clear in my eyes. You know, you don't need to be so nervous, I said with a smile. I am completely harmless. You should relax, I said, and Virginia released a sigh and nodded her head and continued walking. So, what can you tell me? I asked her with a smirk. Ma'am, I can't tell you a lot until you sign the non-disclosure agreement, Virginia said and raised my eyebrow in her direction. A non-disclosure agreement wasn't something rare, but if she can't even tell me what it is if I don't sign papers seems kind of odd to me. Yes, sure, I said and shrugged dismissively. It's not like they could do anything to me. After all, it wasn't something binding, and even if they trace it back to me, I would just need to say that they faked my signature. Even in this world, justice could be bought with money. Since she was unable to talk about anything related to the project, I asked her about various small things. She was happy to answer them. If I really wanted, I could have plucked out the information out of her head and then obliviate the incident out of her head. It wouldn't have been a problem, but the girl seemed nice, so I decided not to do that. We finally arrived in the basement, which needed a code and biometric scan for access. Virginia pressed her thumb on a small pad and only after a second a green light lit up beside the pad. After that, she punched the code and with a clang, the locks on the door opened. Now, I was really interested to see what they were making here. Please come in, ma'am, Virginia said and invited me inside. I walked in and saw a guard standing in front of another set of doors. The guard was holding some documents and a pen. The man respectfully handed me the documents. I quickly read through the non-disclosure agreement. It was your run-of-the-mill agreement, nothing special. You can't tell anyone outside what you have learned inside here or you would be facing lawsuit, blah, blah, blah. I read it once again so that I didn't miss anything and finally signed the papers. The guard accepted the document with a smile on his face and pulled out a key and unlocked the door with it. Both Virginia and I finally entered the main research lab and saw that a lot of people were already there. They were discussing some shit. Ah, shit. A colonel is here, that means this is a military-sanctioned project. Well, I shouldn't have expected anything else from a weapons manufacturing company, and since Rio destroyed Trask Industries, the military has to completely depend on either Stark Industries or Hammer Industries. Hammer Industries is still a small-time company, so for bigger and important projects the military would obviously seek out Stark Industries. Virginia led me towards the front. Oh, from the gathering looks like I am the last one. Ma'am, please meet Anthony Edward Stark, our CEO. Virginia introduced me to the current leader of Stark Industries. I have heard a lot of things about him, none of them are nice, but people like him are like that. Please call me Tony. After all, nice to meet you, Miss Kayama. You look a lot more beautiful than I imagined, Stark said with a smirk on his face and extended his hand towards me. God, I only needed another playboy after me. Lowell was enough for me. Stark is also getting the dire misfortune. Can't they simply understand that they couldn't get my attention? My whole being belongs to Rio and he is the only person who can touch me intimately and explore all of my holes. Of course, Tony, I said with a forced smile on my face and shook his hand. Even though the smile was fake, I have gotten so used to it that now it looks completely normal. Ma'am, please meet Obadiah Stanat. He is the current vice chairman. Virginia moved on and introduced the next person. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Kayama. Obadiah extended his hand towards me. I accepted the gesture and shook his hand. The pleasure is mine, Mr. Stanat, I said with another fake smile. Nov. L. B /JNN. Ma'am, please meet Colonel Smith. He is overseeing the project. Virginia introduced me to the colonel. After exchanging pleasantries with him, I finally looked towards the scientists who were working on some kind of laser. So, what exactly is this project? I asked curiously. We are trying to make a powerful laser. In simple terms, a laser so powerful that it could bore holes through buildings in a matter of seconds, Virginia explained, and I simply nodded my head. This must be because of Rio. After all, guns are pretty much useless against him, so they need a new kind of weapon to fight him. I finally arrived outside NASA's astronaut training center. Even though Doom owned the launching site, he didn't have his own staff who had any kind of experience with shuttle launch, nor did he have his own training center. Since I wasn't lacking any power, I decided to strike a deal with the president. The president happily agreed to help my project and arranged a team from NASA who could manage everything in the control room. Some of them even had prior experiences with successful shuttle launches. I also got permission to use NASA's training center. Going into space without proper training would have been completely stupid, even though the training was completely useless for me. Nothing affected me, no matter what they threw at me. I was feeling completely fine even though I was being pressed down by 3GS. The underwater exercises were completely useless for me, still, the others really needed it. Though I feel pity for Aurora though. Flashback. After finalizing the agreement with NASA, I finally returned home. Counting me, we were 6 in number, the 4 from Reed's group, Doom, and me. We could still take one more person along with us, and since I was paying for the whole project, they told me that I could bring someone if I want. I told them that I will inform them later about the development, because I don't know if someone in our group would like to go to space or not, and I am not going to ask someone outside our group. I arrived in the kitchen and found everyone was already there with food on the table. Probably all of them were waiting for me. A smile appeared on my face and I leaned down to kiss Rio. Were all of you waiting for me? I asked him softly. Of course, we knew that you were coming, so we decided to wait some more. It was Momo who answered me and Rio nodded his head in agreement. I sat down and started to eat along with the others. While eating, I decided to speak up. You know that in a few months I will be going into space, right? I asked and everyone nodded their heads. Well, there is space for one more person, if anyone. Before I could finish speaking, someone decided to interrupt me. Can I come? Aurora asked me. She was clearly excited. Sure, I said and looked around and everyone shrugged. I found it slightly confusing because I knew that Rio was also planning to go into space and both Momo and Fleur had already been in space. Don't look at me. I just don't need to go into space. I need to go to another galaxy, Rio said and continued eating. Well, that must be why Rio isn't interested. Aurora, then you need to join the training from the next week, I said looking at Aurora, who nodded her head with stars in her eyes. Aurora, I thought loved nature. Jean questioned Aurora looking confused. Oh, I do love nature, but I always wanted to see the Earth from space. I don't want anything other than that. I have seen pictures but I want to see it with my own eyes, Aurora explained her reason. That explains why she wants to go out there so badly. Flashback end. I finally stopped remembering about that and a funny thought came into my mind. The people in the Stark Industries didn't know why they were building new kinds of weapons, though all of them seemed to have some ideas. The colonel obviously knew, so I peeked inside his head and found that the government was desperate to get their hands on some new weapons that they could use to fight against Rio. I almost burst out laughing right there but somehow stopped myself. They must be really stupid if they think that something like that could defeat Rio. Thinking that, I finally exited my car and started to walk towards the facility. I entered the building and showed my ID at the front desk. They allowed me entrance and the steel gate in front of me opened with a buzz. This might seem like a lot of security, but astronauts are considered heroes, so best security for them. I entered the lift and arrived on the training floor. The lift opened with a ding. I walked out of the lift and arrived in the gym. This is where Aurora should be according to her schedule. I found Aurora while she was doing crunches. Her ABS were already showing but she was still far away from anything Rumi had. Her ABS were most impressive, even more than Rio's. Aurora noticed me and stopped. So, you finally remembered that I was stuck here? Aurora asked me in mock outrage. Oh, I could never do something like that, you know. I was rather busy, I said with a smirk and cast a silencing charm around us. Busy reading smut. Ororo retorted while looking amused. Oh, I would let you know that smut is very important, I chastised her. Yeah sure, but you still didn't know that orgasms in porn were faked, Ororo pointed out, and I growled in irritation. Looks like I am never going to hear the last of it. Since that night everyone has continuously ribbed me using this argument. Fine, you win, I huffed in irritation. Ah, don't be like that. So, how was your day? Ororo asked me and got up from the mat and started to wipe off her sweat. I was at Stark Industries. They are making some new weapons so that they could fight Rio, I said in a dismissive tone, but Ororo was immediately interested. Is that so? How much progress have they made with that weapon of theirs? Ororo asked in a serious tone. Any signs of amusement were gone from her tone. Oh, Ororo, you don't need to be so worried, I said, but Ororo cut me off. How can you be so dismissive? Rio could get hurt, Ororo protested, and I looked at her weirdly. Well, it is kind of understandable that she is worried about Rio. That's cute, but you don't need to worry that much. If I would have thought that the weapon poses a threat to Rio, then I would have killed everyone right then and there, I said in a gentle tone. Nov. L. B /JNN. I might seem uncaring or dismissive most of the time except for things like money and gold, but believe me, Rio is most important for me. I will do anything for him, and if that means slaughtering innocents or killing babies, I will do it without batting an eye, I said seriously. My voice was filled with unwavering conviction. Ororo didn't say anything and simply nodded her head after she gulped down in fear. I decided to change the topic to something more pleasurable. So, do you have any plans after your schedule ends? I asked Ororo. No, I thought about going back to Elysium. Ororo asked me uncertainly. Well, Dora called me and said that she was free tonight. So why don't the two of us go to her apartment and call the other girls for a girls' night out, I asked Ororo, who looked thoughtful for a few moments, then she finally nodded her head in agreement. I pulled out my phone and started to text the girls. A/N, for those who think that the girls are going to do anything kinky behind Rio's back, they are wrong. The girls want to enjoy girly things like shopping and stuff, and men are never invited on such occasions. No offense to any girls, if you are reading this. POV Rio. And that's done, the Ancient One said, finally finishing the enchantment of the last piece with unbreakable charms. Momo had given her some engine parts to enchant with unbreakable charms. Momo only gave her a few because enchanting something with unbreakable charms needed huge amounts of magic. The Ancient One had told us within these months how her magic worked. Even though she drew power from other dimensions, we were talking about a lot of power here. I still got 2 pieces left, I said, enchanting a piece of metal with unbreakable charm. Momo also handed me several parts to enchant. No talking, Rio, Momo scolded me from the other side of the room. I grunted and continued working. The Ancient One got up and pulled out a packet of chips from her bag and started to munch them. After some time, Momo came down from the ship and started to check the parts the Ancient One had enchanted. Momo looked at them and nodded in satisfaction and took those parts with her. Momo was almost done with the spaceship. We only needed to assemble the engine parts that we were enchanting. Even with my absurd levels of raw magical power, it took me about an hour to enchant the last 2 pieces. Ah, finally done, I exclaimed in utter joy. I was really happy because in a few more hours the ship would be completely ready. Good. Hand me the pieces, Momo exclaimed from the top of the ship. I used my powers to send the pieces to her. Suddenly her phone buzzed, which was on the nearby table. I picked up the phone and checked the notification. Nemuri is asking you to meet at Dora's apartment. They are planning to have a girls' night out, I read out the message. Tell her that I will be there in an hour, Momo replied. I unlocked her phone, replied to Nemuri's text. I didn't mind that they didn't invite me. It's pretty normal, and it has been some time since the girls went out on their own. It took Momo about 5 minutes to completely finish the ship. With a huge smile on her face, Momo came down from the ship. Well, let's see if it works or not, Momo said in an excited tone and walked towards her computer. Yes, I am also excited to see how this thing works, the Ancient One said, and came towards us with a chips packet in her hand. Momo finally activated the power of the ship and the engine started to glow blue and the ship started to float. The ship looked beautiful. Image here. Let's test it out, I said in an excited tone and was about to ask Momo to give me instructions, but she stopped me. No, I will test with remote control, Momo said in a no-nonsense tone, and the roof opened up and the ship slowly flew out of the house and disappeared, leaving 2 blue lines behind it. Thrusters working completely fine. Optimal speed achieved, Momo murmured on her own. A display appeared in front of us, displaying from the ship's cockpit. The ship was already in space. How did you make it that fast? I asked Momo in complete awe. I used the same principle we use in apparition. Think of the ship as a body, and since the ship is coated with vibranium, I don't need to worry about the stress. The ship could handle anything, Momo said, and paused so that we could digest the information she gave us. So, in apparition we have to think about the destination before we start the journey, but here I have changed some mechanisms of the spells. You can actively direct the ship even when it is coursing through space at such high speed, Momo said, and puffed out her chest looking really proud. But when we would be leaving the atmosphere you won't be able to change its course, but when entering the atmosphere you can maneuver the ship, Momo said, biting her lips. She again looked down towards the screen and started to give some commands. Soon, the stars in the display started to elongate, and with a small jerk, the ship appeared in front of Saturn. The magical warp drive is completely stable and working at 100% capacity. The warp jump was also perfect with no deviation from designated coordinates. Momo mumbled under her breath and did a victory cheer. Rio, the ship is working perfectly fine, but there are still a lot of things left to be done before you could venture into space, Momo exclaimed in pure excitement. Enjoy. Good, now I will be able to tell my students that I made a spaceship, the Ancient One said while munching on potato chips. A helicopter landed on the helipad and after a few seconds, the door opened and Nick Fury came out of the helicopter. Just below the helipad, two of his most trusted agents, Agent Maria Hill and Agent Clint Barton, were already waiting along with several more agents, though the other agents were standing at a distance so that they couldn't hear their private chat. Fury finally got down from the helipad, greeted Hill and Barton. Agent Barton, did you notice any change? Fury asked and Barton simply shook his head. Sir, the Tesseract is completely stable. No sudden bursts of energy or radiation spikes, Barton said and Fury nodded his head. Good, it is better like that, Fury said and his head snapped towards Hill. Agent Hill, what's the progress of Phase 2? Fury growled out. Sir, you need to see it with your own eyes, Hill said with a smirk. Fury rose his non-existent eyebrow after he heard Hill's statement but decided to follow Hill. Hill and Barton started to lead Fury inside and the other agents decided to make themselves scarce since they were no longer needed. They were not needed since the beginning, but since they were ordered to be here, they had to be here. Hill, Barton, and Fury finally arrived in the underground facility. The people who didn't work in this underground facility working on Phase 2 didn't even know that a place like this existed. Most people saw this facility as the Tesseract Research Center. Fury entered the underground facility and saw a giant cannon and he was somewhat impressed, but he still didn't know what it did. If it was something good, then he would allow himself to get awed. Sir, this is what the scientists call particle cannon. This cannon can or could destroy anything in front of it. There are still a lot of things we haven't tested. It almost vaporizes the target, but it's still a prototype, Hill said in an excited tone, but when she finished she didn't look too happy. Impressive, the money spent on the research team wasn't wasted, Fury said while staring at the cannon in complete awe now, but then frowned. Why is it still a prototype? Fury asked, pointing towards the cannon. Due to overheating, even though this is very impressive, it can't be used for more than a second. If used more than that, then it starts to melt due to heat, Hill said in disappointment. The awe in Fury's eyes completely disappeared, but he was still impressed. Show me how good it is, Fury said to Hill, who nodded and led Fury to a huge control room. Some nerdy-looking guys were already in there. Folly, this is Director Fury. Why don't you show him what this cannon could do? Hill said to a guy. The guy was a nervous mess. He immediately nodded his head like a woodpecker. Yes, yes. Folly said and started to type some commands on his computer. Sir, do you have any preference for the target? Folly asked Fury, who looked contemplative for a few moments. Try something really strong, something that isn't easily destroyed, Fury said in an indifferent tone. Sir, how about concrete? Folly stuttered out and pushed up his glasses. Fury simply nodded his head. Folly pressed some buttons and a robot arm kept a huge chunk of concrete in front of the cannon. Seconds later, with a buzzing sound, the cannon started to power up. The front of the cannon started to glow with blue light and some kind of blue stream was shot out of the cannon. The cannon shot the stream for just a second, but it was enough. The concrete block was completely gone. Fury once again looked at the cannon in complete awe. The cannon was already powered down and was currently smoking, and the cannon was glowing red due to heat near several places. I am impressed, but this needs more work, Fury said, looking towards Hill, who simply nodded her head. Sir, there is something more I needed to show you, Hill said, and Fury gestured Hill to lead. Hill led him towards another part of the underground facility. Fury was surprised to see a shooting yard here. Hill walked towards the armory and after a couple of minutes returned carrying a futuristic-looking gun. This is what we have named M1 Model S. This also works on the same principle that the particle cannon works, but we have tuned down its power by a lot to avoid the overheating issue, Hill explained to Fury. So, what can it be used for? Barton asked. He was not privy of anything that happened in the underground facility because he had to keep an eye on the Tesseract while the scientists were working on it upstairs. He already knew about the particle cannon because Hill had called him during the first testing. He was surprised to see the cannon's power when he first saw it in action. But this was the first time his eyes landed on M1 Model S. The gun looked really cool, so he was interested. It wasn't a bow, but he was a man, so he liked cool things. Image here. It is something simple but impressive at the same time, Hill said cryptically, and Fury almost growled in irritation. Hill noticed Fury's irritation and decided to speak up. This is a sniper rifle, but this is much better than normal rifles. There will be no bullet drop, so you can even shoot someone who is miles away from you, and there is no recoil, Hill said and pushed the gun towards Fury. Fury took the gun and Hill showed him how to turn it on. Fury aimed down the shooting range and pulled the trigger. Fury didn't even feel anything. He would have thought that the gun didn't work if there wasn't a flaming hole right in the middle of the target mark. Fury was really impressed, and Barton was the next one to try the gun. He was also impressed with the gun. Agent Hill, keep me posted if any progress is made. You too, Barton, Fury said and left, followed by Hill and Barton. Royal Palace, Asgard. Thor was busy with his usual training when one of his father's servants arrived and told him that his father was expecting him. Thor was confused because of the sudden summons, but he knew that he would never disobey his father again. A couple of years ago he was taught a lesson by a cosmic entity and he would never forget that. The whole thing was completely etched in his mind, and sometimes even now he had nightmares of that day. He wasn't afraid of those nightmares though, he was using those nightmares to fuel his drive to get stronger. When he calmly thought about it after his father tore him down with words, he understood what kind of mistake he had made. He thought that Asgardians were strong, but in front of that being, he knew that he was nothing. He now knew what kind of threat he had provoked and he felt ashamed for it. He also understood the insults and he knew that being was right. He needed a crutch to use his own powers, so he decided to improve himself, so that he could use his powers without his hammer. This was something he had to learn the hard way. Thor finally arrived in the throne room and found his father sitting on the throne. "You summoned me, father?" Thor asked, and seeing Thor, Odin got up from his throne and came down towards Thor. "Let's take a walk, son," Odin said softly, and Thor gulped loudly due to nervousness. Thor nodded his head in understanding. "Of course, father," Thor said, and followed Odin. For a few minutes, they kept walking through the halls and neither of them said anything. "Son, you have grown a lot," Odin said with a proud smile on his face. "Father, I still have a lot of growing up to do and a lot to learn," Thor said in a humble tone, and Odin's smile became a lot brighter after hearing his son. "And that is the sign that shows that you have grown up a lot," Odin said proudly and patted his son on his shoulder. "A couple of years ago you did something foolish and I was so disappointed in you," Odin said in a low tone, and Thor gulped down once again. "But that foolish decision showed you your mistake and you learned from that mistake. You became humble, losing all of your arrogance," Odin said with a smile on his face and stopped. "I have never been more proud of you, son, and the changes in you tell me that it is time, my son," Odin said with a reassuring smile on his face. Thor lost his smile and looked at his father with concern in his eyes. "Father, time for what?" Thor asked Odin. Thor's voice was filled with worry. Odin laughed and patted Thor's shoulder once again. "You are centuries too young to worry for me, son, but I feel touched because of your concern," Odin finished and smiled brightly once again. "It is finally time for me to step down, son, and hand the throne to you," Odin said with a proud smile on his face. Thor gulped once again nervously and nodded his head. "If you think I am ready, then I won't disappoint you, father," Thor said in a determined tone, and Odin nodded proudly at his son. What neither Odin nor Thor knew was that Odin's this decision was going to bring Ragnarok. It didn't take long for the news to spread throughout Asgard, and a happy atmosphere was surrounding the whole Asgard. The Asgardians have also noticed the changes in their second prince, and most of them were quite relieved. But there were some Asgardians who didn't like this decision, but most of them could do nothing about it other than bitching and moaning from the shadows. After all, none of them have any kind of power, neither raw power nor political power. But one Asgardian among these Asgardians was in a completely different position. He had both raw power, well, not exactly raw power but magical power, and he had more political power than he needed. That said, Asgardian was pacing around inside his room after the initial cheers and celebrations have stopped. This Asgardian was none other than Thor's brother Loki. In truth, Loki wasn't an Asgardian, and he has recently found his true heritage when he was walking inside Odin's vault. Obviously, Odin didn't know about his adoptive son's stroll through his vault. It was by mistake that Loki found out about his true heritage, and now everything became clear for him. He never understood why his father never liked him even though he was Odin's firstborn, and why Odin preferred his brother over him. But now it is completely clear. How can Odin prefer him when he isn't even his son? Now, Loki understood why Odin always preferred and loved Thor more than him. After all, Loki didn't have Odin's blood running through his veins. Loki didn't know what to do when he found out the truth. He couldn't imagine that Odin must have taken him in because of pity and sympathy, not love, or Odin would have loved him when he grew up too. But the news of Thor ascending to the throne changed everything. Loki didn't think that it would happen so soon. It was a mistake on his side and he knew that very well, but there was nothing he could do now. No. Loki whispered furiously and kept pacing in his room. "I can't allow this to happen. The throne belongs to me," Loki said while shaking his head. Loki knew that he wasn't a true Asgardian nor he was Odin's son, but there was no way that he would simply give up the throne because of that. According to Loki, the throne still belonged to him, and if he can't get the throne, then he won't allow anyone to get the throne. "I need a new plan," Loki whispered under his breath and started to think. There was no way that Odin would change his decision. Thor has also changed after he was wrecked by that cosmic entity. Cosmic entity. He remembered the fear he saw on Odin's face that day. Odin has never been scared of anything. That on its own shows how much of a fool they were, and they would have probably died if Odin and Frigga didn't show up. He hated the insults that were thrown in his direction, but there was nothing he could do there. But the same cosmic entity might be the answer for his troubles though. He needed to do something really simple. He needed to make that cosmic entity think that Asgard is attacking, but Loki knew that he won't be able to pull something like that when Odin is still warming the throne, so he needed Thor to become the king. Only after that, he could act. He didn't like this plan because Thor would be getting his throne, so he decided to slightly modify the plan. He decided to carry out the plan on the day of the ceremony. Except for his mother, no one could notice his illusions, so he would be able to sneak out. He knew that the Frost Giants would do anything to get the casket of ancient winters back in their hands, so he was going to lure the Frost Giants into Odin's vault. That would obviously blow up Thor's casket and he would seek out war. But Loki knew that Thor has changed and chances of that happening is really low. So, he needed to add some twists to his plans so that he could attract the ire of that cosmic entity with that. Loki didn't dare to step into Midgard in fear, but what would happen if Frost Giants appear on Midgard using Bifrost? Yes. Loki exclaimed loudly and raised up his hands in victory, but he quickly calmed down. He couldn't afford to slip up though. This was just a plan now, but he needed to bring it into reality. But what Loki didn't notice was that this plan didn't appear in his head on its own. A being lurking in some unknown part of the universe implanted the plan in Loki's mind. The being saw the whole thing and a feral grin appeared on the being's face. The Rook, Elysium. Luna was sitting at her usual table and she was happily sketching a pudding cup in her sketchbook while humming some song no one knew. She was happy that like the others she wasn't dealing with a headache. Advantages of being a seer. She knew how much she should drink. Suddenly her pencil stopped moving and Luna looked up with a dreamy look on her face. The smile on Luna's face vanished and she looked contemplative for a few seconds. So we are going into this future, Luna whispered under her breath with a frown. It's not going to be a problem as long as Rio is successful, Luna declared, and her usual smile appeared on her face once again. Luna mused for a few more seconds, then once again she resumed sketching while humming that unknown song. POV Nat. Nat was lazing in her chair while rubbing her temples trying to alleviate her hangover headache. Suddenly a notification started to blink on her screen. She immediately pushed herself up and opened the notification. Nat was surprised to see the notification though. Someone just tried to breach the barrier around Elysium using some unknown method of teleportation, but that person or the group was repelled by the barrier. She was sure that the person who tried to breach the barrier wasn't a metahuman. After all, Momo and Fleur designed the barrier in such a manner that it won't stop a metahuman. Metahumans would be able to move freely through their barrier. The only reason Bruce Banner and Jennifer Walters were able to enter Elysium was because they used a portkey made by Rio. So, the person who tried to breach their barrier must be something other than metahuman. The person also wasn't a human because humans didn't have teleportation ability. She also knew that it wasn't the Ancient One or any sorcerer because they used portals to travel. The only possibility she could think of was inhumans. That is the only possible conclusion she was able to reach that moment, and because the person wasn't a metahuman, he wasn't able to enter Elysium. No matter what, Nat decided to tell Eric about this. Eric was the leader because Rio obviously didn't want the responsibility of being a leader. Nat picked up the phone and called Eric. This wasn't their usual mobile, it was a regular landline. Hello, did something happen? Eric asked. Even though it was a landline, they were the latest model and you could see the caller ID. Someone just tried to teleport to Elysium, but he or she was repelled by the barrier, Nat said. Eric didn't say anything for a few moments. That means he must be an inhuman, Eric said in a thoughtful tone. I will ask the inhumans if they know anything about a person who could teleport or not, Eric said and ended the call. Nat just shrugged, but she decided to keep her eyes peeled because this person could be a threat to her family and she won't let anything threaten her family. A/N, Dominic Toretto vibes. POV Namuri. Last night was a lot of fun. I am not going to deny that, but I should have stopped after the 9th bottle. Well, not that I remembered that I was chugging down my 9th bottle. I don't even remember when all of us flash stepped into my sacred garden. A/N. She named her pyramid Sacred Garden, though she did have a garden inside her pyramid, while Ororo portkeyed there. Though I really wonder how could any one of us had remembered that Ororo needed a portkey to travel. I am really annoyed now that even the hangover potion wasn't able to alleviate the headache. All of us were really excited when we heard that Momo finally finished her ship and it would take a week to completely finish it. Ororo was slightly jealous that we would be already in space when the ship was going to be finished and she won't be able to fly in it. Though I didn't mind it though, since the ship wasn't shiny at all. I finally arrived at the NASA training center. Ororo was already here because of her schedule, but I needed to visit my office and my business before I came here. I needed to see if there was any development or not, and I was surprised that there was some development. The detectives who questioned me a few months ago regarding those murders seem to be snooping around my company. I will take care of them today if possible, or if not then after I return from space. Hihi, no one messes with matters of this venerable and majestic fox. Well, Rio is free to mess me up however he wants. I nodded in satisfaction when the man in front of me gulped down in fear. I like having this kind of power that people respect me even when I am not getting my hands dirty. I hummed lightly. This made the man sitting in front of me shift uncomfortably in his chair. Finally satisfied with the reaction, I decided to proceed with the meeting. Commissioner Davis, it's nice to meet you once again, I said in a serious tone, but like usual a fake smile was plastered on my face. The man nervously accepted my hand and shook it and sat down in his chair and wiped some sweat from his brows. The pleasure is all mine, Miss Kayama. Can I get you anything, ma'am? The man, now known as Commissioner Davis, asked nervously. Yes, the man sitting in front of me is the Commissioner of NYPD. Since I had some time I decided to deal with a couple of rogue detectives before I went into space. I don't want to deal with anything troublesome after returning. Commissioner Davis, with some of the upcoming projects I am quite busy, so I won't be able to stay for long. But due to some unavoidable circumstances, I had to come, I said with a tone of urgency. Commissioner Davis frowned after hearing me and creases formed on his forehead due to tension. Of course, Miss Kayama. Please tell me, how can I help you? Commissioner Davis asked frantically. I didn't have to manipulate this fool. That is what happens when you have an immense amount of money and you donate money for the police department from time to time. You see, I found a couple of detectives snooping around my company, so I wanted to ask you if there is an active investigation going on against me or not, I said with a sweet smile on my face. As soon as he heard about the detectives snooping around my company, he started to sweat like a pig. Poor man. I wonder if I should conjure him a bucket or not. You see Miss Kayama, I can't answer that question, Commissioner Davis said while stuttering. Yes, I can understand that, and I am not asking about the charges against me. What I am asking is if there is an active case against me or not. After all, if that is the case, then I would need my lawyers, I said with the same sweet tone, but the man in front of me turned completely pale. Ma'am, I can assure you there is nothing like that, and the detectives were doing whatever they were on their own accord. I assure you that this is not going to happen again. The man gave a speech like any other politician. He might be the commissioner of NYPD, but to become a commissioner you need to get involved with politics, and he is way too young to play games with someone like me. Thanks for taking care of this. I have been rather worried since it was reported to me that they were looking around. I immediately thought that I should call my lawyers, but then decided against it, I said, and the man nodded his head so fast that I was surprised that he didn't sprain his neck. After all, doing that would have looked bad on you, and you are the protector of this city. I can't ruin your reputation because of some hot shots, I said while stroking his ego slightly. Hook, line, and sinker? All men except Rio are so simple. Just stroke their ego slightly and you will become one of their favorite people. The bright smile marring Commissioner Davis's face definitely indicated that. With that, I finally decided to bid him farewell and leave. The rest of the days passed in a blink of an eye, and it was finally the day of the launch. A tanned woman with silver hair could be seen pacing in front of a giant bed. The bed wasn't empty though. A man could be seen sleeping on the bed surrounded by 8 beauties, and none of them had a single stitch of clothes covering their bodies. POV Ororo. Ororo, don't be like this. I continued pacing in front of the bed. Today is the launch. I know there is still several hours left before the launch. I can't stop myself from being nervous. What if something goes wrong? What's got you so worried? I heard a voice from the bed. My eyes found the person who spoke those words, and I found Rio, the man I love, sitting on the bed looking at me gently. His eyes were filled with care. I didn't notice that you were up. I didn't answer his question. Instead, I asked him another. When I noticed someone was pacing in the room, I got up. You didn't answer the question, though, he said softly, and he pulled himself out of the bed from the tangle of female limbs. He walked up to me and pulled me into a hug. Even though both of us were completely naked, neither of us acted out of lust. He kept hugging me and I returned the hug. I think a couple of minutes passed since we have been like this. Rio pulled away from the hug, and even though I was disappointed, I didn't let it show. He gently pulled me to sit along with him at the edge of the bed, and he kept looking at me with his care-filled eyes. I remember the first time when he kept staring at me with eyes like that. Flashback. So, you love the serenity here? Rio asked me, and I just smiled. Both of us were just walking without any destination for about an hour. Yes, don't you like it? I asked Rio with a smile. I didn't know if he was getting bored or not. This was our 6th date and we have moved beyond kissing. I am quite glad that Rio doesn't mind it, and he has no problem if our progress is slow. He just wants to be comfortable at my own pace. Now, I can see how he has so many lovers. My reasons for liking him were quite simple. I was naturally attracted towards him. After all, he was strong, handsome, tall, and those were the main things I looked for in any potential partner. Him being thoughtful, caring, supportive are just added bonus, so that there was no way I could reject a guy like him. But I knew that he didn't like nature that much, and even if he liked it, it wasn't up to my level. So, I was kinda worried that I might be boring him. After all, I don't like dates in cities or anything. Going to a nice and classy restaurant to have dinner isn't my thing. Well, I don't hate it, to be honest. I will be honest with you, I have never thought about nature so much, but I kind of like spending time with you on walks like th. Rio was saying with a smile when suddenly he froze and stopped walking. Seeing him freeze up like that, I was immediately worried, but he was no longer looking at me. He was staring at something on the ground. My eyes turned towards where he was looking, and it was some kind of blue porous fungus. It was really small and looked like it was slightly glowing. Rio was immediately on his knees and he was checking out the flower with a clear interest in his eyes. What is that? I have never seen a flower like that, I asked curiously and kneeled down beside him. What is this place named? Rio asked me without answering me. I also don't know that much, to be honest. But Jean did tell me the name of this place. I think this place is called St. Charles or something like that. It's in Missouri, if that matters, I said. I looking for some new place to go on a date when Jean recommended me this place, and it was Nemuri obviously, who gave me the portkaya. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Hearing me, a huge grin appeared on Rio's face. His grin was really feral, pointed his palm towards the flower and his hands glowed purple for a second and the flower disintegrated into nothingness. It was beautiful and scary at the same time. This must have been his power of destruction. This was the first time I have seen him using it. Why did you do that? I asked him with looking even more curious since he didn't answer my previous question. That was a seed left by a living planet. He wanted to engulf this world using that seed, Rio said, pointing towards the empty hole in the ground. I shuddered, and here I thought that humans are the biggest threat to us. Won't he notice that you destroyed it? I asked him, slightly worried. He contemplated for a few seconds before he turned towards me. Probably, but it doesn't matter. If he had noticed me destroying that, Rio said, and once again pointed towards the empty hole once again. Then he would have also noticed the power of destruction. Since he is a living planet, he will probably stay away if he is smart. Rio finished with a thoughtful look on his face and got up. A/N. Spoiler alert. It's not a piece of common knowledge, but ego isn't an actual celestial. He likes to call himself a celestial. He was just a living planet who was exiled from Black Galaxy. If you want to know more, then you can check the wiki. Just like I was saying before, something bothersome gained my attention. I don't mind going on walks with you like this. I honestly like it somewhat. It's relaxing, he said and looked at me gently. I could see in his eyes that he really cared about me. I didn't say anything and my hand snaked around his neck and pulled him into a caring kiss. I poured all of my feelings into that kiss. I wanted him to know that I cared about him too. Flashback ends. Seeing those same eyes, I wasn't able to hold myself back and decided to share my worries with him. You know, I am really nervous about this. I don't know, but anything could go wrong, I said with worry clear in my voice. Don't worry, nothing like that will happen, he said softly and kissed my forehead. I decided to give this to you later, when you would be boarding the shuttle, but this seems to be a much better occasion, Rio said, and a plain-looking silver necklace appeared in his hand. Even though it looked completely plain, I could feel the magic power oozing from it. I also liked the simple design. I don't like intricate pieces of jewelry that much. This is a portkaya, the strongest portkaya I have ever made. If anything goes wrong, then you just need to say the activation phrase and it will bring you to Elysium no matter where you are, Rio said and put the necklace on my neck. I caressed the necklace and started to kiss Rio. He happily returned the kiss. You don't have to worry, Ororo. I would never allow anything to happen to you, Rio whispered gently after we separated, and I simply nodded my head. I love you, Rio, I said with a loving tone. I love you too, Ororo, Rio said and pulled me into another hug. The rest of the time passed in a blink of an eye and it was almost time for us to board the spaceship. Going to space isn't something simple. A lot of preparations were needed to be done. Things like wearing the spacesuit. This wasn't something you can wear on your own. 2 women helped me putting up the suit. The same thing happened with Susan and Nemuri. The scientists in the control room were already conducting the final checks. Aren't you nervous? Susan asked me while we were being led towards the shuttle. Her hands were shaking. Nemuri was in the front, so Susan wasn't able to ask her. After I heard her question, my suit-covered hand shot towards my chest, where the necklace Rio gave me was resting, but because of the suit, I wasn't able to caress it. I didn't know how to answer the girl, so I gathered some thoughts in my mind before I decided to answer her. I said and shook my head. I am really nervous, but I know that everything will be fine. We just have to stay strong. That was the best I could come up with right now. I can't tell her that I am carrying a teleportation device that can teleport me from outer space to Earth. For a few moments, Susan didn't say anything but finally nodded her head when we were finally in front of the shuttle. The 3 of us entered the shuttle and found that the rest of the crew was already there. The support and technical crew were also there. There were still 2 hours left before the launch. The technical crew made us take our seats and started to fix the seat horizontally. It felt kind of odd, but this is how it works, so nothing could be done. We passed the rest of the time while talking with each other. The shuttle will be piloted by Benjamin Jacob Grimm and Jonathan Lowell Spencer. Benjamin was an astronaut and Jonathan was an ex-astronaut. I didn't like Jonathan that much. Reed Richards was a timid guy, but he was a complete geek or nerd. I know that was rude of me to think of him like that, but that was the best description of him. But he was a nice guy, so he is okay. Susan Storm was a smart and confident woman who knew what she was doing. I liked women like her, but she was the sanest person in the whole crew, and I kind of respected her too. She had to keep a leash on her fool of a brother, stop Reed from overworking himself, and finally, keep the peace between the whole group. Then the last guy in our group, Victor Von Doom. I didn't like him that much. He saw everyone around him as inferiors, and I have heard a lot about him from Nemuri too. I might be somewhat biased since Nemuri hates him. Finally, let's talk about Nemuri. Everyone knows about her. Well, not everyone. None of these people have seen Nemuri's true personality. Nemuri hides her true personality in front of all these people. In front of all these people, Nemuri is a rich and high-class woman. In reality, she might be rich, but I don't think someone depraved like her could ever be called a high-class woman. Nemuri's head shot towards me and she shot me a perverted grin. Her instincts are very impressive. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The countdown finally started and Nemuri decided to speak up now. Good luck everyone. She didn't say much, but her words were somewhat impactful. The countdown finally reached 0 and the shuttle started to rise up. I really wonder that my organs didn't get messed up inside my body because of all this vibration. Is vibration like this really normal? My eyes shot towards Benjamin and Jonathan. They had prior experiences, and since they were completely relaxed, I decided not to bother with it any longer. When the shuttle finally reached the escape velocity, the pressure I was feeling was really intense. Fuck. I didn't feel like this when we were training. I was feeling like I was being crushed against my seat. The pain was really intense. I wasn't able to breathe properly any longer, but that wasn't the case. Instead, I was having a hard time expanding my chest to intake air. I felt like my head was going to pop up like a watermelon. This wasn't a nice experience at all. I don't know how much time passed. The sky finally turned black from blue. We are almost there. I need to hold strong. On my right side, Nemuri was sitting. She didn't even look bothered. She looked completely relaxed, like she was having evening tea. I am so jealous of her. On my left side, it was Susan who was strapped in the chair. I felt really good that Susan wasn't much better than me. She looked kinda worse than me though. Now, I feel bad for thinking like that. The guys also weren't looking that good. The pressure suddenly vanished and my body finally relaxed, but just after that I had to fight the urge to vomit. Congratulations! We are finally in space. Jonathan's voice was heard through the earpiece. Nobody said anything because all of us were looking out the windows. I was mesmerized when my eyes landed on the sun. It looked really beautiful and all of us were brought back to reality when we felt a sudden jerk. They must have detached the rockets from the shuttle. If you stare through the windows on our right side, you will be able to see Mother Earth. Once again Jonathan's voice was heard through the earpiece. I slowly turned my head towards the window and I was immediately entranced by the sight. This is what I came to see and all that pain I felt on the way here was definitely worth it. POV Rio. I am really happy that nothing bad happened. Ororo must be really happy now. Now I needed to prepare for my trip too. The ship is completely ready except for some finishing touches and it will be ready by tomorrow. Now, I needed to decide whom should I take with me. Luna had already called dibs for the right seat and Nat was also somewhat interested. Jean also wanted to go since Ororo was already in space, she didn't want to lose to Ororo. Come on Rio, let's go. We still need to work some more on the ship, Momo said, and I got up from the chair. Did you install the music system I asked you to? I asked Momo, who simply hummed in agreement. But why I am unable to see it? I asked Momo in a bland tone. Momo didn't even look towards me and pressed a button on the HUD and the speakers came out of some panels. Woo, this looks more awesome than what I had in mind, I said in a cheerful tone. Glad you like it. Now stop gawking and come here and give me a hand. Momo snarked and before she could even blink I was beside her. I helped her with the rest of the stuff and after about 2 hours the ship was finally complete. This is the best thing I have made throughout my life, Momo said with a proud smile on her face. My hand wrapped around her shoulder and I pulled her closer. I know, and I am really proud of you, I said while looking at her proudly. So, should we show the others this masterpiece now or later? Momo asked and I thought about it for a few seconds. Definitely later, that would be a lot better, I said with a smile on my face. Momo also nodded her head in understanding and the two of us finally left her lab. I spent the rest of the day with Momo. She had really worked hard for the ship and she definitely deserved some off time. The day ended just like that. It was time for dinner. All of us gathered at the table and looked at the 2 empty seats with a proud smile. Dora was also here today. I knew what was going to happen to the group but I just hoped that both Ororo and Nemuri return completely fine. I wasn't worried about Nemuri that much though. I think she would be fine even after she is exposed to the cosmic cloud, but I was worried about Ororo. Even though she was a metahuman, she could be affected by the cosmic cloud and I really hope that before something like that happens she activates her port Kea and return to Elysium. Nemuri could take her back after the cloud passes. I didn't give Nemuri anything because she was able to directly teleport from the shuttle to Elysium. After dinner, all of us chatted with Nemuri and Ororo. The phones even worked in space, the two of them sent a lot of pictures. So who are you taking with you? Nat asked me while cuddling with me. The other girls were also cuddling with me. Let's see. Luna, Jean, and you, I said with a smile on my face, and just like that we drifted into sleep. Is everything alright? I asked while taking another look at the HUD. Everything is green. Nat said from another seat beside me. Okay, now that's everything is good. I started to power up the ship. Momo could be seen on a screen giving us a thumbs up. She must be giving us the green light. I finally activated the apparition drive. Momo wanted to name it something more critical but I decided to put my foot down. It won't do any good if I am unable to even pronounce it. Luna also agreed with me and since Luna gave her verdict too, Momo decided to give up. When the drive was completely powered, I activated the drive, and only after a few seconds, we found ourselves in outer space. That was definitely some experience. I think that I might have to get used to that. I feel really bad. In my visions, I didn't feel bad like this, Luna whined while her face looked really green. She was definitely sick. I wanted to check on Luna but before I could do that I needed to activate the artificial gravity. I tapped the HUD in front of me a couple of times and the artificial gravity was activated. The voice of AI was also heard saying that artificial gravity has been turned on. I got up from my seat and walked up to Luna, who looked much better now. Luna, are you okay now? I asked her softly. Luna simply nodded her head. It must have been because of zero gravity. After all, none of us have trained to withstand that, Nat said, looking slightly thoughtful. Yes, that kind of makes sense, Jean said with a thoughtful look on her face. Yeah, it was due to that, Luna said while nodding her head innocently, and then she finally turned towards me and beamed at me and she flashed me with one of her innocent smiles. Thank you for getting worried for me, Rio. I really appreciate that, Luna said in her usual dreamy tone. Anytime, love, I said and leaned down and gave her a peck on the lips. After that, I returned to my seat. So, what are your thoughts about space? I asked the girls in an amused tone. Both Jean and Nat looked at me with smirks on their faces. Luna, so she simply looked at me with her dreamy eyes. Oh, the place is kind of dark for my taste but I can already think of a few things that we can do in the dark. Nat finished with a smirk and a horrified gasp was heard from Jean. Nat, are you okay? You didn't catch Nemuri syndrome, did you? Jean asked Nat in a slightly worried tone. Nat shot Jean an unamused glare. Oh, no, she is completely fine. She is just horny, Luna said innocently like it was a matter of fact, and Nat almost choked and Jean burst out laughing. Nat sputtered for a few seconds, unable to say anything. Oh, Nat, you should be upfront with your desires, Jean said between her giggles. Oh, is that so? So, it wasn't you who wanted to have sex in zero gravity? Nat retorted and Jean stopped giggling and glared at Nat. Girls, no matter how nice I feel hearing your secret desires, we have something important to discuss about, I said with a smirk on my face. I was really amused hearing their banter. Oh, yes. We have much more important things to discuss now, and trust me, Jean. Sex in zero gravity isn't that pleasing. There will be a lot of problems while thrusting, Luna said with an innocent look on her face. I decided to take Luna's opinion at face value. Both Nat and Jean didn't say anything for a few seconds and contemplated Luna's words. I guess Luna has a point, Nat said with a serious look on her face, and Jean nodded her head sagely. So, now that we have concluded that sex in zero gravity will be unpleasant, can we change the topics now? No offense though. I really liked the conversation though, I said with a smirk and wriggled my eyebrows at the girls. So, should I activate the warp drive or should we wait? I asked the girls, and Luna was the first one who decided to speak up. We should start the warp drive, Luna said and nodded her head sagely. I agree with Luna. We can rest all we want later, Jean said after thinking for a few moments. n/o/vel/b/c/om. I have already entered the coordinates to Andromeda Galaxy, Nat said proudly. After getting all 3 of the answers, I turned around towards the HUD and started to power up the warp drive. Momo wanted to name this too with something critical, but we stopped her once again. Here we go, I said, looking at the power level. With a look of determination, I activated the warp drive, and this experience was even more bizarre than the previous one. Everything around started to elongate and the ship finally started to move, and it felt that we were traveling through a blue tube. The weird feeling was completely gone now. Image here. Beautiful, Luna squealed in excitement. In my visions, this looked rather dull, Luna said in a sullen tone, and the AI's voice was heard once again saying that it was going to take approximately 1 hour and 10 minutes to reach Andromeda Galaxy. So, what are we going to do now? Jean asked curiously. Of course we are going to have a quickie foursome, Luna said seriously while nodding her head. I shrugged and said, you heard her, while looking towards Jean and Nat. Sure, why not? Nat said and got up from her seat. Time skip 1 hour. That was awesome. We should do this more, Jean said while sounding completely content. If you don't remember, we do this almost every night, Nat said dryly, but she also had a satisfied look on her face. Jean wanted to say that we should have more quickies like this, Luna said innocently. See, Luna understands me, Jean said in a cheerful tone. Girls, I would never say no to anything amazing like this, I said with a huge grin on my face. All 4 of us laying on the bed. We could still go on, but we needed to stop for now. Luna was resting on my right side while she was hugging my right arm. Nat was on my left side and she was hugging my left arm, and Jean was resting on my chest. Once again the voice of the AI was heard saying that we were going to arrive in Andromeda Galaxy in 10 minutes. Except for Luna, all of them groaned because she was already up even before the AI's announcement. So, we got 10 minutes to freshen up, Nat said while pulling herself up. Now, I seriously wish that the warp jump should have been longer, Jean muttered and got up from my chest. Well, we can always continue after I find what I am looking for, I said, and the 4 of us entered the shower. The shower was really big. It was magically expanded because it was necessary. After a nice and quick shower, the 4 of us got dressed and finally returned to the cockpit. We took our usual seats and almost 30 seconds were still remaining before we came out of the warp jump. We patiently waited for the countdown to reach 0, and with a small jerk the ship finally stopped and we arrived in the middle of nowhere. Nat, start the deep scan, I said. Started, Nat said and started the deep space scan. It took a minute to get the results. There is nothing notable around us, Nat said with a frown on her face. I pulled out my phone and showed Nat some coordinates. Enter these coordinates. I don't think this will be accurate, but we will arrive somewhere close to my destination, I said, and Nat nodded her head and entered the coordinates. You said you were looking for a planet, right? Jean asked and I simply nodded. Momo did a deep scan of space from Earth. It didn't give us any accurate coordinates, but I did get some idea where Morag should be. Oh Nat, allow me, Luna said in her usual dreamy tone and got up from her seat and approached Nat. Luna leaned down in front of Nat's HUD and entered new commands. The coordinates she entered weren't very far from what I had given. The difference might be about some million kilometers. In space, 1,000,000 kilometers doesn't mean a lot, I guess. Nat didn't need to ask anymore and confirmed the coordinates while Luna returned to her seat. I am activating warp jump, I said, and started to power the warp drive. As soon as the warp drive was powered, I activated the warp jump, and once again everything around us started to elongate and we started to float through the blue tube. Only after a few minutes with a small jerk in front of an oceanic planet. The planet looked beautiful even if it wasn't Earth. The planet had 3 moons, and the planet itself was revolving around eclipsing binary star system. Do you think there is some kind of life down there? Jean asked in an excited tone. Wait, let me scan the planet, Nat said, started to scan the planet. I didn't say anything because I was way too excited to say anything. I couldn't wait to get my hands on the power stone. The planet looked exactly like it was shown in the movies. I can already feel that I will get a lot of answers here on this planet, like both Luna and Irene Adler had mentioned. Yes, the scan says that there is definitely life on this planet. I am getting multiple life signs from the planet, Nat said, and Jean's eyes shined in excitement. Even though Nat said that there was life on the planet, I still wasn't able to sense anything. It must be because of the distance, but I knew for sure that there was life on the planet because in the movie Guardians of the Galaxy, Quill was shown playing with some miniature dinosaurs of some kind. I wonder what kind of life I am going to find on this planet, Jean gushed out, a little kid on a sugar rush. Wait, let me look for a suitable place to land, Nat said, and her eyes turned back towards the HUD in front of her. Nat, did you find any odd energy readings on the planet? I asked Nat since she didn't say anything about energy readings. In the movies, Quill used some kind of holographic device which allowed him to see the past or something like that. But I didn't have anything like that. I don't think that I will be able to scan the whole planet with my power at once. Morag was many times bigger than Earth and the orb was very small in comparison, but since it must be made of some unknown metal, I could possibly recognize it. There is nothing odd on this planet. At least I didn't find anything with the scans. Nat finished with a small frown on her face. Nat, you should look for some ruins, Luna said dreamily, and Nat immediately started to search any ruins on the planet. Luna's idea was definitely going to work because she wouldn't have mentioned it if it wasn't going to work. I got something, but there is a problem too, Nat said and pulled the AI-created picture of the ruins on the screen. It was definitely the temple where Quill found the power stone. What is the problem? I asked Nat. It is submerged under water, and I mean a lot of water, Nat finished and pulled up another AI-created picture of the ruins submerged under a few kilometers of water. I frowned as soon as I saw that. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I didn't know much about Morag, but I was sure that neither in the movies or the comics something like this happened. This is an oceanic planet. Most of the planet is always submerged under water. Every 300 years the water recedes and the ruins become accessible. If we would have come here after a decade, we would have found the water is receded, Luna said in her usual dreamy tone. But there is no way in hell that I am going to go back empty-handed. Since Luna didn't stop me from coming here, that means that I must have acquired the stone during this time in her visions. I looked towards Luna and she was already humming some unknown song. Looks like Luna isn't going to tell me how to do it. She wants me to work it out on my own. Let's see. I could vaporize the water, but that isn't ideal. I could use some kind of force field. I can use my Aegis shield, but I won't be able to keep it activated for hours without a break. All of my reserves are still separate even though I have become stronger. It's like I am stuck in a bottleneck. Nat can also make force fields, but she also won't be able to hold the force field around us for such a long time. After all, she didn't have a source of unlimited energy stuck inside her. My eyes shot towards Jean. Yes, she could do that after all. Even when she was weakened, she was able to stop all that water during the events of X-Men 2 movie. I need her to do something similar, have her build a bubble around us. Jean, can you possibly build a bubble around us? I asked her, and at first Jean looked confused until realization finally dawned on her. It would have impossible with just me, but with the phoenix inside me it will be a piece of cake, Jean said proudly. Just like I had thought, she could do it with the help of the phoenix. Buckle up, I am going to take us to the surface. Nat, can you mark the best place to land? I asked Nat, who nodded her head, and she sent some coordinates to my screen. I followed the directions and the ship arrived right above the coordinates in a blink of an eye. I slowly landed the ship on the ground. The planet looked like a complete wasteland and it was also raining. The four of us got up from the seats and walked towards the hatch. Since Quill and Rhodes were completely fine on this planet, I think we will be too. We opened the ship's hatch and jumped down to the surface. We didn't wait for the stairs to open up. I pulled out my phone and opened the spaceship app and tapped the button to close the door. This was a nifty little trick Momo had done with the ship's system and added the app to my phone. I looked towards the others and found Luna was already skipping around happily dancing in the rain while Nat was fiddling with her scanner. This is the cleanest rain I have ever seen. No harmful chemicals or anything like that in this rain. People from Earth will be really jealous, you know, Nat said with a smirk, and Jean snorted. Of course the rain will be clean. This planet is human-free. After all, Jean snorted once again. I agree with her, but humans are still considered a primitive race according to much more developed alien races. In Elysium we only use fossil fuels when there is no other option. Most of the vehicles and buildings are powered by solar energy. This was only possible because Momo and Fleur decided to use a technology that they had invented in the HP world. Luna was able to find some of the miniature dinosaurs and caught them for research. Jean was obviously interested in researching about those creatures too. Can I keep them, please? Luna asked me cutely. I thought for a few seconds. First of all, you need to see if they would be able to survive on Earth or not, I said, and Luna happily nodded her head and started to cuddle the miniature dinosaurs. I wasn't surprised that those creatures didn't fight back. They were already smothered with Luna. Luna did have charm like that around her. She was liked by everyone. After all, she was Luna, my innocent angel. After a few more minutes we finally started our trek. Jean was calmly holding the bubble around us. She didn't even look winded. After walking for about 30 minutes we found that we were really slow, so we decided to increase our pace. 3 of us had the ability to fly, but she said that she won't be able to fly because she needed to concentrate on the force field. So, we decided that I was going to carry Luna while Nat was going to carry Jean. Nat didn't have any actual flight ability, but she had found a way to fly using her telekinesis power. It took us about 3 more hours to arrive in front of the temple. Wait, can you click some pictures for me? Jean asked, and I happily complied with her request. I started to click some pictures of the temple for Jean. When Jean was finally satisfied, we entered the temple. The whole place was filled with water and I had already sensed the orb made of some unknown metal. I didn't know what kind of metal it was. It was never explained in either movies or comics, but I am sure that it must be some extraordinary metal. After all, it was able to hold the power stone while it also hid all the energy released by the power stone. Since I had already sensed the orb, I easily led the group towards the temple vault. The whole vault room was made by some kind of metal, but it was different than what the orb was made up of. I used my powers and morphed the vault door to make a path for us. I remember Quill used a nifty little key to open the vault. Pity. I didn't need tools like that to enter a room that is entirely made up of metal. As soon as the pathway was formed, water rushed inside, but none of us had any problems holding our own ground because we were still inside Jean's force field. We entered the room and my eyes finally landed on the orb surrounded by the safety net. The safety net didn't stop the water from entering. They must have thought about something like this happening. The four of us arrived in front of the pillar and I raised my hand towards the orb and orb immediately shot towards my direction. The safety net did try to stop the orb from getting out, but the orb directly flew into my hands. I stared at the orb for a few seconds with an odd feeling bubbling inside of me. What is this? Jean asked me curiously. Odd. This thing doesn't have any kind of reaction on my sensor. It's like it isn't even there, Nat said in a slightly surprised tone. This orb contains the power stone, I said and started to open the orb. It wasn't something hard. I could have directly morphed the orb and took out the stone, but that would have ruined the mechanisms inside the orb and I didn't want to destroy it before giving it to Fleur. The orb started to rotate right above my palm and it started to open layer by layer. The girls including Luna kept watching the whole scene in complete fascination. The orb finally opened and slowly I pulled the two pieces apart and for the first time I saw an infinity stone with my own eyes. The moment my eyes landed on the stone, the odd feeling bubbling inside me increased by several folds. My insides started to pulse and my whole being screamed at me to grab the stone. Against my better judgment I decided to follow my instinct and I grabbed the stone. My hand glowed purple, but surprisingly I didn't feel any pain and slowly my hand stopped glowing, but then I was surprised because the stone was completely gone and I could feel the power inside me rising, but before I could react I found myself in a familiar dark place. Looks like God called me up for another chat. I mused and relished the feeling of the power inside me rising by several times with each passing seconds. This was nothing I have ever felt. Pure power was coursing throughout my body. Now that I remember, something like this happened when I got my hands on the death stick back in the HP world. So God wants me to take away the stones from the Marvel universe? But I don't think that it would work because there are infinity stones in other realities too. Wasn't that the case in the HP world too? I mean that I didn't take the death stick from other realities, so they should be there. I need to ask God about this as soon as comes here. So, with that I decided to relish in the feeling of so much energy coursing through my body while waiting for the God. I didn't know how much time has passed, but I was still stuck within the familiar dark space and the God still didn't show up. N/O/vel/b//jn.c//om. My power finally stopped rising and I could already say that my current power has increased by several thousand times. Now, I could easily destroy a planet with a flick of my hand. Destroying small things could be done with just a single thought. I thought I was off before, but the current me could beat the snot of the past me. That thought is kind of disturbing. I shuddered when I remembered that infinity stones are useless against beings like Fulcrum, the Living Tribunal, One Above All, and some Celestials. Sorry for the wait, I was brought out of my thoughts when I heard the familiar voice of the God. It's fine. I needed some time to accumulate all the power I got after I absorbed the stone, I said and brushed off God's apology because I didn't mind him being late. So, how do you feel after gaining that power? God asked me in a curious tone. Very powerful, but this also made me think how powerless I was against some of the beings in my current universe. I said honestly, I knew that I was weaker than beings like Fulcrum, the Living Tribunal, or One Above All, but I never thought that the difference would be so vast between us. I gained so much power after I absorbed the power stone, but the beings I just mentioned could easily shrug off the power of these stones, and I was sure that I was definitely going to face off some beings like that in the future. I have a nagging feeling about it. I know that God gave me a mission to kill Thanos, but it doesn't stop other powerful beings to become my enemy, and if they become my enemy then I would need to fight them. God hummed after hearing my answer, but he didn't say anything, but I needed to confirm my theory though. Is that why you allowed me absorb the stone, so that I could successfully fight off the powerful beings in my universe? I asked God. He didn't say anything for a few moments until he burst out laughing. I decided to wait. I was annoyed, but I couldn't do anything about it. No, I did nothing like that, God said after he finally finished laughing. I was confused when I heard him. Then how the fuck did I absorb the stone? I didn't do anything this time. After all, the stone always belonged to you, God mused cryptically. That immediately threw off everything I was thinking about. He said that he didn't need to do anything because the stone has always belonged to me? How does that work? Is that why I was getting the odd feeling as soon as I saw the stone? I am pretty sure that I never staked any claims on the stone until now, so it must be related to the origin of the stones. In the movies it is said that stones were formed due to Big Bang, but that wasn't what happened in truth. Spoiler alert. Before the universe was created there was a being named Nemesis who decided to end his life because he was lonely or something like that. When he died, his power was divided into 7 parts. Those 7 parts represented the aspects of powers he held. These 7 aspects came to be later known as the Infinity Stones. The Power Stone, which I already absorbed, the Mind Stone, the Reality Stone, the Time Stone, the Soul Stone, the Space Stone, and finally the Ego Stone. So is there some connection between me and Nemesis? I also don't know how much difference there is between the story found in the comics and the actual reality. From what I know, the stones came from a being named Nemesis, right? I asked God, who started to laugh once again. I patiently waited for him to finish. And who do you think Nemesis was? The god asked in an amused tone. I was immediately stunned silent and my brain went into overdrive. He means that I was Nemesis? Then I am pretty sure that Nemesis didn't die of boredom, because God had already told me that it was him who killed me during some war, but even though I received some enlightenment, more questions have popped into my head. I was completely stumped now. What happened and why? I asked God and everything was completely silent for a few seconds. Like I have told you, there was an ancient war. Both of us were almost equals and we fought for the opposite sides. I was finally able to defeat you, but all of the power you had needed to go somewhere, God said and paused. I was carefully listening to his explanation and I didn't want to miss anything. So, with a huge explosion, you know this as the Big Bang, happened and your powers were divided into 7 parts and hurled through the universe. But your power would have been too much for a single universe, so a friend of mine helped and fractured your power in between several universes. God said in a dramatic tone. Wow, my past self had been really awesome, I guess. All of those universes are now collectively known as the Marvel Multiverse. Each of these universes have their own Infinity Stones and all of them are a part of you and all of them belong to you, God said and decided to take a small pause. So, I have to visit all these universes separately to collect these stones. I asked God, who laughed once again. No, you don't need to do that. Each of these stones spread throughout the multiverse is connected to one stone, the Ego Stone, which you can find in the Ultraverse. There is only one Ego Stone. You need to absorb the Ego Stone and you will absorb all of your powers back and the Infinity Stones will disappear from this multiverse, God said, and I immediately started to think about several things. But remember that you must have one of each type of Infinity Stone before you try to absorb the Ego Stone, the God said in a warning tone. I nodded my head in understanding. Why are you helping me so much? You said that we were enemies, then why are you helping me? I asked God. I always wanted to ask about this. Even though I didn't hold any enmity against him. It can't be said the same for him. Because we might have been on the opposite sides, but we were never enemies. You see, I am the supreme god of this omniverse, but I am also the creation god, whereas you are the Leviathan of destruction. You were the god of destruction. Both of us are necessary, God said, and I understood what he wanted to say. He represented creation and I represented destruction, and both of us were needed because of balance. For creation there must be destruction and for destruction there must be creation. We were each other's opposites who held the omniverse at balance. It was something like that light could never exist without darkness and darkness could never exist without light. So, what happened to me after I died is also natural. I mean, how I was born. I asked God curiously. I always wondered what happened to cosmic entities after they died. No, that was a special case. When beings like us dies, we are reborn in some random mortal world with no memory but some powers. Throughout the years we slowly gain back our powers and some of the memories that tell us who we were and what our duties were. This is how it should have happened with you too, God said, and I nodded in understanding. It was by a mistake that the Leviathan soul and a human souls merged together and I was born. Some freak accident, but I wasn't going to be complaining though. By the way, it looks like we have spent a lot of time here. We will meet again after you absorb the Ego Stone, God said, and before I could say anything I was back inside the temple vault and found that Luna, Nat, and Jean were still looking towards my hand, which I wasn't holding out any longer.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.